Chapter 2142. As the sound of drums reverberated in the air, silhouettes appeared out of thin air in the spacious cave. These silhouettes were tall and big. Upon closer inspection, one could see they were armored soldiers with spears in their hands. As soon as these soldiers appeared, a tall and big horse appeared under each of them. They had been promoted from infantry to cavalry. Soon after, the group of cavalrymen formed neat rows with their spears in their hands. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Although they did not speak or move, they still exuded an oppressive aura just by standing there. There are exactly 100 cavalrymen. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian had accurately calculated the number of cavalrymen in front of him. There were exactly 100 cavalrymen. Apart from that, the tall and big horses they're riding aren't simple as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked down at the 100 tall and big horses riding on the 100 cavalrymen. Kill! The 100 cavalrymen charged toward Duan Lingtian and the others as deafening battle cries reverberated in the air. When they got close to them, they surrounded them as though they were wrapping dumplings. During this entire process, the speed of the galloping of the 100 tall horses verified Duan Lingtian's guess from before. The speed of these tall and big horses was comparable to a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, the 100 cavalrymen arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Their speed was as fast as lightning. In just a blink of an eye, they were only a few dozen meters away from them. Duan Lingtian and many others felt their hearts skip a beat. Bang! A series of explosions rang in the air. Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li moving again. Whoosh! Bai Li soared into the air as though he had transformed into an arrow. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared above the group of people. He hovered majestically in the air like an invincible god of war. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li waving his hand casually. Hum! Amidst the flashes of lightning, a short-lived saber cry rang out in the air. A saber light flashed out at an exaggerated speed, but it did not leave any trace in front of Duan Lingtian. So fast! Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of horror appeared on his face. He knew very well in his heart that the reason he did not see any trace of Bai Li attacking was entirely because the speed of the saber light that shot out from Bai Li's palm blade was so fast that it had already exceeded the scope of his naked eyes. Although he had already broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, he had not officially broken through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and had not awakened his spiritual eyes. Let alone Bai Li, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Bai Li was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to catch his attack. Puchi! 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 Almost at the same time, a crisp sound rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He immediately regained his senses and instinctively turned to look at the source of the sound. In the next moment, he saw the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were charging at him were all severed at the waist. In just a blink of an eye, the bodies of the 100 cavalrymen who were severed at the waist disappeared into thin air. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. After all, the people and beasts that appeared in the first trial would usually disappear into thin air after they were killed. According to Hua Lao, the people in the second trial were all in the second trial. Those humans and beasts were all energy bodies formed by the formations in this pseudo-plane. They were powerful, but if they were killed, they would disappear without a trace. It was as though they were never there. The strength of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage is truly extraordinary. Duan Lingtian glanced at Bai Li with a shocked expression on his face. His heart was filled with shock as well. The aura emitted by any one of these 100 cavalrymen is enough to oppress me. This means all of the cavalrymen are at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. If the cavalrymen were only at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage, they would not be able to make him feel so pressured. After all, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage. A few moments later, the second trial began. This time, Xuanzi Buddhism and the Green Bat King, Wei Suo, did not wait for Bai Li to make a move. He made his move and killed the huge beasts that attacked them during the second trial. From the beginning until the end, it only took a few breaths of time. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage was apparent. Following that, the third trial began. After they passed the third trial, the fourth trial began. In the beginning, Wei Suo was the only one who made a move. However, in the end, even Wei Suo began to feel pressured. At this moment, Bai Li made his move. With the two of them joining forces, it became easier for them. However, even with the two of them joining forces, it was still difficult for them to deal with the beasts. Alliance leader Dong Gua. Sect leader He. At this moment, Wei Suo called out to Dong Gua Yi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, and He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, to remind them that it was time to make a move. With the addition of Dong Gua Yi and He Fei Yi, the situation became much better. The four of them successfully passed the trials one after another. They did not feel pressured at all. A Saint Celestial, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 2 powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the four of them joining forces, they were able to break through the trials even after a while. Time continued to pass by quietly. Gradually, Bai Li, Wei Suo, Dong Gua Yi, and He Fei Yi began to feel pressured when they joined forces. Occasionally, 1 or 2 beasts would slip through the net and charge at Duan Ling Tian and the others. At this moment, the remaining people had no choice but to make a move. Naturally, it was not convenient for Duan Ling Tian to make a move under such circumstances. He could only rely on the Jasper Celestial Sword to unleash strength that was comparable to most powerhouses at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the beginning, it did not matter if he did not make a move. However, as time passed, the pressure on the group continued to increase. The other 2 groups of people still haven't died? A sectless cultivator standing near Duan Ling Tian said with a grim expression. At this moment, he could only hope that the other 2 groups of people would die as soon as possible. That way, they would be able to pass the second trial and advance to the next round. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling through the air suddenly charged at Duan Ling Tian. The others did not have the time to help Duan Ling Tian or Duan Ling Tian. The beast that charged at Duan Ling Tian was a relatively weak giant beast. Naturally, it was only weak compared to the other beasts. Its strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This giant beast is even stronger than Elder Wang Dingshan from the Thousand Years Alliance whom I killed earlier. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn when he saw the giant beast charging at him. Then, he raised his hand and activated the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Universal Ruler, that he had prepared a long time ago. As his sleeves trembled, he suddenly activated it. When the giant beast arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian, the space around Duan Ling Tian began to distort and fold. From afar, it looked like the ripples on a calm lake caused by a falling rock. Universe teleportation. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian cast the divine ability of the Universe Ruler. The giant beast's speed was slightly slowed down by him. However, it was only slightly slower. Elementary Devouring Tactic. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability to raise his Sun Saint origin to its limit in just a short time. Naturally, even if his Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit, it would only be comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Due to the unique environment of the pseudo-realm, coupled with the concealment of the universe teleportation, and the fact that no one was distracted, no one noticed Duan Ling Tian casting the assist-type divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic. After a while, the giant beast broke free from the restraints of the universe teleportation and continued to charge at Duan Ling Tian. It opened its mouth wide as though it was going to swallow Duan Ling Tian whole. Swoosh! At this moment, another Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. As Duan Ling Tian cast the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Jasper Celestial Sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the Celestial Sword, it seemed as though it could slash through 3,000 universes. Although the gigantic beast that pounced at him was powerful, it was instantly cut into 2 by Duan Ling Tian's sword before it shattered and disappeared into thin air. It was as though it was never there. With just a swing of the sword, the world turned cold. Nothing could be more terrifying than this. With the remaining Sun Saint origin in my body, I can only perform the same sword attack again. However, if I perform the same sword attack again, the Sun Saint origin in my body will be depleted. If there's any danger, I'll definitely die. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he thought about this. All of a sudden, no! A sorrowful cry rang in the air, causing Duan Ling Tian's heart to turn cold. He instinctively turned to look at the source of the cry and discovered it was He Fei Yi, the sect leader of Forgotten Dust sect. At this moment, He Fei Yi was looking in the same direction as the sorrowful cry. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The hearts of the others present on the scene sank as well. Everyone followed He Fei Yi's gaze and looked in the same direction. One of the sectless cultivators had just been killed by a giant beast. He had just been killed. Someone's dead. Bai Li and Wei Sua's expressions changed drastically. Even with their strength, it was too late for them to save that person. Damn it! Dong Guai, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, cried out in despair. Chapter 2143. Currently, the other two groups of people were still alive. On their side, however, someone had died. Someone had died. At this moment, it was not only Bai Li, Wei Sua, Dong Guai, and He Fei Yi whose expressions had changed drastically. Even Duan Ling Tian and the others who had regained their senses had a change in expression. Since someone from their group had died first, it meant that they would be eliminated as well. And the result of being eliminated was death. Wang, 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 Wang. Just as Duan Ling Tian and the others were shocked by the death of someone in their group, a buzzing sound came from the cave they were in. The buzzing sound grew louder and more frequent. Hearing the buzzing sound, Duan Ling Tian and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Suddenly, quick, enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Quick, quick. Two voices suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Their voices were filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian only had time to realize that it was Hua Lao's voice. He did not have time to think about why Hua Lao wanted him to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With a single thought, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, which had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. Even though Duan Lingtian knew that doing so would expose the existence of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he did not have time to worry about it. This was the first time he had heard Hua Lao ask him to do something so urgently. Therefore, as soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with a single thought. He did not have time to think about anything else. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's disappearance naturally attracted the attention of others. However, only Bai Li and Wei Sua, the two strongest people present, noticed that Duan Lingtian had disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye. They did not have time to think, and the others did not have time to notice Duan Lingtian's disappearance. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the cave that everyone was in suddenly burst open. Although it only lasted for a moment, it still blasted everyone, including Bai Li and Wei Sua, who were at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above, into dust. In front of this seemingly invincible strength, even someone as strong as Bai Li was unable to resist and was killed in the blink of an eye. Even the strongest Bai Li could not resist, not to mention the others. However, although the terrifying energy that flashed in the blink of an eye blasted the entire cave and everyone in it into dust, there was still a special speck of dust that was not destroyed by it. On the other side, Duan Lingtian had just entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with a single thought, but before he could stabilize himself in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he sensed a tremor in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was as though something outside was disturbing the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Therefore, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was also blasted away by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It hurts. After being blasted out by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt dizzy. He even felt nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit. His internal organs were shaken, and it was obvious that he had suffered some internal injuries. Naturally, these internal injuries were not serious to Duan Lingtian. He only needed to rest for a while to recover. However, when Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he was stunned when he saw his surroundings. The cave he was in earlier was no longer there. The people who were in the same group as him were gone as well. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not react at all. This was because, when the cave was blasted open by the terrifying energy and the others were blasted into dust, Duan Lingtian had followed Hua Lao's instructions and entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to escape the calamity. The timing was very accurate as well. As soon as he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and was protected by it, the terrifying energy exploded. The energy was so strong that even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation, would not be able to escape death, let alone a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage like Bai Li. This was because the killing formation was set up by three eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, It was a very special killing formation. It had compressed its energy and released it in an instant. The energy released in that instant was equivalent to the combined attack of the 3 eminent celestials who had passed the heavenly tribulation. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would not be able to withstand the energy released by the killing formation, let alone a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Based on this, one could see how terrifying the killing formation was. The killing formation set up by 3 eminent celestials, including Zheng Dongji, was extremely terrifying. Quickly devour the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants that haven't dispersed yet. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Hua Lao's voice rang in his ears again. Hua Lao was reminding him to devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian immediately extended his divine consciousness. He discovered there were many soul remnants in the surroundings. Moreover, the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants were beginning to disperse. Devour! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian did not bother to think about the soul remnants in the surroundings. All he knew was that if he did not devour the innate spiritual roots in the surroundings, they would soon disappear. At that time, it would be impossible for him to devour them. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots again. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he devoured the innate spiritual roots in the soul remnants in the surroundings. This was because he discovered there were 2 indigo innate spiritual roots, 5 indigo innate spiritual roots, and even more green innate spiritual roots. My innate spiritual roots. After devouring all the innate spiritual roots, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual roots had improved significantly. His indigo innate spiritual root had transformed into a dark indigo innate spiritual root. The dark blue innate spiritual root was only 1 step away from the violet innate spiritual root. If I devour another wave of innate spiritual roots, even if my innate spiritual root can't transform into a violet innate spiritual root, I'm sure my innate spiritual root will be very close to a violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of the innate spiritual roots, could not help but lick his dry lips as his eyes shone with anticipation. When he regained his senses, he recalled the group of people who had been with him in the cave had disappeared along with the cave. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he realized what had happened. Hua Lao. The innate spiritual roots I devoured. Are they the innate spiritual roots of the people who were with me earlier? Duan Lingtian's voice trembled slightly when he asked Elder Hua this question. If the innate spiritual roots he had devoured were the innate spiritual roots of Bai Li, Wei Suo, and the others, it made sense why their innate spiritual roots were so high grade. Bai Li was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Wei Suo was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, one had to possess an indigo innate spiritual root in order to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, there were exceptions. In the long history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were cases of people with indigo innate spiritual roots breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, such cases were rare. It's their innate spiritual roots. Hua Lao replied calmly. It's true. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hua Lao's confirmation. His body began to tremble violently as an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How could it be? They. As soon as I urged you to enter the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, they were killed by the killing formation. Hua Lao's voice rang again at this moment. It's a good thing you didn't hesitate. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. The killing formation is the strongest force in the mundane realm. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who hasn't passed the heavenly tribulation in the mundane realm, would be powerless in front of the killing formation. Even an eminent celestial who has passed the heavenly tribulation would be severely injured if not killed by the killing formation. That energy was compressed by the killing formation and released in just a blink of an eye. That's why it's so terrifying. Moreover, the killing formation was set up by 3 eminent celestials. For this reason, the energy it released in just a blink of an eye has reached the peak of what's possible in the mundane realm. Hua Lao's words reminded Duan Lingtian of the danger he had just gone through. However, although that energy has almost reached the peak of the mundane realm, it can only destroy things in the mundane realm, such as spatial rings, saint weapons, and so on. It doesn't have the ability to destroy the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and celestial supreme treasures. Hualao continued to explain. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Hualao's words. As it turned out, this was the reason. Fortunately, when Elder Hua reminded me earlier, I subconsciously trusted Elder Hua unconditionally. That's why I immediately entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, and successfully avoided the terrifying force that can be called the strongest force in the mundane realm. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. His breathing quickened. He felt as though he had been so close to death earlier. Thank you, Hualao. Duan Lingtian thanked Hualao after he calmed down. Fortune comes from danger. You've profited from a disaster. Chapter 2144. A blessing in disguise? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he heard Hualao's words. Indeed. This time, it could be said that he had profited from a disaster. Not only did he manage to escape death, but he had also devoured the high-grade innate spiritual roots of many powerhouses, allowing his innate spiritual root to turn dark blue. He was not far from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. However, when he thought of how powerful people like Bai Li and Wei Suo had died just like that, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Apart from being the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Wei Suo was also ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Bai Li, on the other hand, was one of the strongest powerhouses in Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Bai Li was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, these 2 powerhouses had died in just a blink of an eye in this pseudo-realm. From the beginning until the end, both of them did not even have time to react, let alone defend themselves from the terrifying force. If the heavens give them a chance to start over, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to come here even if they were given 100 guts. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. As for the others such as Donghua Yi, the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, He Fei Yi, the sect leader of the Forgotten Dust sect, and the others, if they were given a chance to start over, they would definitely do the same. The group of people who were standing in front of Duan Lingtian earlier were all killed in just a blink of an eye. One could easily imagine how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. He did not feel happy about the transformation of his innate spiritual root. Now, he was only glad that he had the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Moreover, that terrifying power had only exploded for an instant. Otherwise, he would have died today. Even at this moment, Duan Lingtian's forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. His heartbeat had not returned to normal. Time passed quietly. About a quarter of an hour later, Duan Lingtian gradually recovered from the shock. At the same time he looked around, only to find that the surrounding was a vast expanse. He could not see anything clearly and did not know where he should go. At this point, there was no need for him to participate in any trials. He stood in the middle of the vast expanse, like a lone boat in the middle of a vast ocean. He had no sense of direction, and was all alone. It was as though Duan Lingtian had been forgotten by Zheng Dongji, one of the 3 eminent celestials who had left behind this pseudo-realm. Hualao, I should have been killed like Bai Li, Wei Suo, and the others in this pseudo-realm. However, thanks to the existence of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I survived. Now, I seem to have escaped from Zheng Dongji's control. Duan Lingtian communicated with Hualao and asked, how do I leave this pseudo-plane now? At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about the treasures in this pseudo-realm. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What had happened earlier had left an indelible shadow in his heart. So close. So close. Just a little more and he would have died. Even until now, Duan Lingtian still could not help but shudder when he recalled the feeling of crossing the gates of hell. If possible, he did not want to experience that feeling again in his life. For this reason, he desperately wanted to leave this place. Why do you want to leave this pseudo-realm? Hualao asked in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Hualao. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Currently, I'm considered to have been eliminated from the trial set by Zheng Dongji and the other 2 eminent celestials. Although I survived, I'm certain I won't be able to participate in the following trials. Since I won't be able to participate in the following trials, I won't be able to obtain the treasures and legacies they left behind in this pseudo-realm. In that case, instead of staying here in fear, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian gave his reason for leaving. Perhaps, you won't be able to participate in the following trials, but don't you want to improve your innate spiritual root? Hualao asked. Hualao, what do you mean? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not understand what Hualao meant. What did he mean by he did not want to improve his innate spiritual root? My strength has already recovered to the level of a celestial. For this reason, my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. For example, the other two groups of people are currently undergoing the third trial. Elder Hua said in a timely manner, the rules of the third test are similar to the second test. If one person dies in any group, the entire group will be annihilated. So what? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled wryly. I don't even know where they are. Don't tell me I can devour their innate spiritual roots after they're wiped out? Why not? However, Elder Hua's next question caused the wry smile on Duan Lingtian's face to disappear. His expression turned solemn as he asked, Elder Hua, do you mean you can let me devour the innate spiritual roots of those who have been eliminated? Of course. Hualao sounded confident. I've told you earlier that my divine consciousness can see through many things in this pseudo-realm. I've tried to investigate this pseudo-realm earlier and confirmed their location. The sealed spaces they're in are similar to the rock cave you were in earlier. The distance between them isn't too far. As long as you stay in the middle of the two sealed spaces, you'll be able to reach one of the sealed spaces in 10 breaths time at most if you travel at full speed. One of the sealed spaces will be destroyed, and the people inside will die. At that time, it won't be too late for you to rush over. Elder Hua continued to say, naturally, by the time you arrive, their innate spiritual roots would have already dissipated by quite a bit. However, it'll definitely improve your innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not look happy at all. Instead, he felt sad for Duan Lingtian. Hualao. Duan Lingtian suddenly asked Hualao, do you have a way to send them out or stop the three eminent celestials from carrying out the test? Although the innate spiritual root was attractive, if Duan Lingtian had to choose, he would rather Duan Lingtian and hope that the two groups of people would be spared. It was not because he was a great person. It was because he remembered the rumor that the devil clans from the land of exile might have successfully invaded the WCI subterranean. Although the people in the upper province rarely talked about this matter, Duan Lingtian still could not let go of his worries. Apart from that, he had a very strong ominous feeling about this. There was a saying that went like this. It was always better to be safe than sorry. What if the devil clans had really invaded the WCI subterranean? At that time, not only would the people in the WCI subterranean be wiped out, but the upper province would also be affected. At that time, all humans would have to band together to fight against the devil clans. Apart from Bai Li and Wei Suo who were in the same group as Zheng Dongji, there were also a few powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage who had entered the pseudo-realm created by three eminent celestials, including Zheng Dongji. If the devil clans invaded the upper province, those powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage would undoubtedly be the backbone of the humans' fight against the devil clans. For this reason, Duan Lingtian hoped that they would be able to survive. Even if he did not know them and had nothing to do with them, even if their innate spiritual roots were very tempting to him, he still hoped that they would be able to survive. Unless I can leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I won't be able to send them out and stop the three eminent celestials from carrying out the test. Hualao quickly replied to Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, disappointed by Hualao's reply. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as the flames of hope rose in his eyes. Elder Hua, can you give me some pointers on how to save them? You're too weak. You'll need to at least be a celestial if you want to save them. Hualao rejected him. Otherwise, even if you know the location of the sealed space, with your current strength, you won't be able to break in even if you use all your techniques, let alone save them. Hualao continued to say, the only thing you can do now is to watch from the sidelines and not let them lose their innate spiritual roots. It's not that you don't want to save them, but you're powerless. For this reason, you don't have to feel pressured. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian realized what was going on. He could only watch as one of the two groups of people sent themselves to their deaths. After realizing that it was impossible for him to save the two groups of people, Duan Ling Tian followed Hua Lao's guidance and came to the center of the two sealed spaces. He waited for Hua Lao's reminder. Meanwhile, the other two groups of people were also undergoing the third test. To them, being able to survive the second test and advance to participate in the third test was undoubtedly an exciting matter. Chapter 21:45. The two groups of people who were lucky enough to survive prayed that they would not be the first to die in the third trial. 81 Delta Chinese Network. After all, if someone from their group died, it would mean that they and the people in the same group as them would be eliminated. Once they were eliminated, they would definitely die. If they had a choice, most of them wished they had never come here. However, they did not have a choice at this moment. Just as the two groups of people were situated in two sealed spaces and were facing wave after wave of tests in the third test, the two groups of people who were standing in front of each other were standing in front of each other. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was leisurely sitting in the middle of the two enclosed spaces. Naturally, he only seemed to be leisurely. Duan Ling Tian's heart was heavy at this moment. Although he was very interested in the high-grade innate spiritual root, when he thought about the devil clans from the land of exile who might have invaded the Dao Martial Saint land, he temporarily put aside his personal interests and thought about the bigger picture. He wanted to improve his innate spiritual root as soon as possible so that he could improve his strength as soon as possible. Only by improving his strength would he be able to rescue Kerr and their daughter from the Zoroastrianism in the shortest time possible. If Kerr were in my shoes, she would definitely make the same choice. Duan Ling Tian was very familiar with Kerr's kindness. If he had sacrificed so many human powerhouses because of his personal interests and caused the humans to be unable to resist the invasion of the devil clans, Kerr would not be happy even if he managed to rescue Kerr in the shortest time possible. However, the current situation was different. Although Duan Ling Tian wanted to save the two groups of powerhouses, there was nothing he could do. This was because he had no way of entering the two sealed spaces that were similar to the cave he was in previously. It's not that I don't want to help, but there's nothing I can do. At this moment, there was only helplessness in Duan Ling Tian's heart. After a while, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and calmed down a little. At this moment, he knew there were some things he could not control. There were bound to be things that did not go your way in life. Elder Hua, if the person in one of the sealed spaces is eliminated first, when that sealed space is destroyed along with the space, will the terrifying energy affect me? Do I have to hide in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda like before? Duan Ling Tian asked Hua Lao when he thought about this. If that destructive force would affect him, then he had to be prepared in advance, just in case. Although he did not experience the destructive energy earlier, he was still able to escape. However, he was well aware of the aftermath left behind by the raging energy. It wasn't just the spacious stone cavern he had been in earlier that was destroyed. Even experts as strong as Bai Li and Wei Sua had been instantly obliterated. Not even their corpses remained. For this reason, he had to be careful. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, Elder Hua quickly gave him an answer. The killing formation's energy only covers the area where the sealed space is. In order to maximize its strength, the energy only covers an area in an instant. For this reason, you don't have to hide in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. You just have to rush over when the enclosed space is destroyed and the people inside are killed. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He waited silently for Hua Lao's reminder. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. The enclosed space on your left. Hurry! Hurry over there! As soon as Hua Lao's urging voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, the Sun Saint origin that Duan Ling Tian had been accumulating for a long time surged out. Duan Ling Tian used all his techniques and rushed in the direction Hua Lao had pointed out. With the help of the Assist-type divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, and the Movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, Duan Ling Tian had covered half the distance in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Fortunately, the explosion only lasted for a moment. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have been so shocked that he came to a halt. Even so, Duan Ling Tian was so shocked that he slowed down a little before he sped up again. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a spacious area. He extended his divine consciousness and instantly sensed the soul remnants in the air and the innate spiritual roots contained in the soul remnants. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Although they're only light indigo, there are 3 of them. There are also 4 indigo innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he devoured the innate spiritual roots in the air. 3 indigo innate spiritual roots. This means there are at least 3 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died here. After a moment of shock, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention back to his innate spiritual root. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root shone even more brightly. In the end, it was so blue that it was slightly purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized something. My innate spiritual root is only a step away from transforming into a violet innate spiritual root. For a moment, Duan Lingtian felt restless again. At the same time, in another sealed space. Congratulations, all of you have passed the 3rd test. Zhang Dongji's voice was clearly transmitted into the ears of the group of people, causing them to be somewhat wild with joy. Haha, we passed. We survived. We survived. Wealth comes from danger. Today, I can be considered to have deeply and thoroughly understood the meaning of these 5 words. Many of them shouted excitedly. It was as though they had never been this happy before. Even the 3 strongest powerhouses among them who were at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage sighed in relief. They looked at each other before a smile appeared on their faces. Granny Snake is dead. Soon after, one of them sighed. This person was none other than Meng Hao, who had met Granny Snake outside earlier. That was why he said Granny Snake was dead. After all, Granny Snake was not assigned to this group of people. And now, apart from this group of people, the other 2 groups of people had clearly been eliminated and were already dead. Granny Snake is here as well? The other old man's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Similar to Meng Hao and Granny Snake, he was also a sectless cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City. He was also one of the guardians of Sin City. In fact, compared to Meng Hao, he was closer to Granny Snake. Yes. Meng Hao nodded. I met her outside, and we came in one after another. The old man closed his eyes with a pained expression on his face as he mourned for his old friend. At the same time, he was shouting in his heart, Granny Snake, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. Now. Zhang Dongji suddenly said. Suddenly, Zhang Dongji's voice rang out again, causing Meng Hao and the others to immediately regain their senses and quietly listen to him. All of you must be happy that you've passed the 3rd trial, right? Do you feel like you're one step closer to obtaining the treasures and legacies we left behind? When Zhang Dongji reached this part of his sentence, a smile appeared on his face. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage frowned slightly when they heard Zhang Dongji's words. Not only did the others not notice, but they even laughed. Indeed, all of them were happy. However, what I'm going to tell you now is that there are no treasures or legacies in this independent space that my 2 friends and I created together. Zhang Dongji continued to speak. There was a hint of mockery in his voice when he reached the end of his sentence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Zhang Dongji finished speaking, the expressions of Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage changed drastically. There were no treasures? There were no legacies? For a moment, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. No treasures? No legacies? What? What's going on? Are you kidding me? What a joke! When the others regained their senses, they were dumbfounded as well. Although they found it hard to believe, they had no choice but to believe Zhang Dongji's words. He must be joking, right? I think so. There were a few people who thought they were lucky. 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had passed the heavenly tribulation and were eminent celestials, had gone to great lengths to create an independent space just to make fun of them? It was hard to believe. Now, all of you must find it hard to believe that my 2 friends and I created an independent space just to make fun of all of you. Zhang Dongji's voice continued, as if he had already guessed the reactions of the people present. Since all of you are the last batch of survivors, I'll tell all of you the truth. The truth is that I and my 2 friends are not human beings. Naturally, we're not the saint beasts of the Dao Martial Saint Land. We're from the devil clans who were forced by you humans to stay in the Dao Martial Saint Land after the human-devil era ended. We're the devil clans who were lucky enough to survive the pursuit of the human powerhouses. Zhang Dongji's voice rang in Meng Hao and the others' ears, causing their expressions to change drastically. Devil Clans. Chapter 2146. Meng Hao and the others did not expect this. They did not expect the independent space that was suspected to be a treasure vault left behind by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was actually created by 3 devils. Moreover, it was a trap for the human powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. If they had known this earlier, they would not have entered even if they had the guts to do so. How could this be? How could he be a devil? This space was created by 3 demon clans. If this space was really created by the devils, it's possible that they're toying with us. They're not just toying with us. They're trying to kill us. The group of people who had passed the 3rd test were no longer as happy as before. All that was left was fear. If the other party was a devil, he would not have let them go. During the human devil era, my 2 companions and I were just ordinary devils. Zhang Dongji's voice rang in the air. When he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with grief and indignation. After the devil clans were defeated by the human powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land, you humans continued to kill the devils who did not manage to return to our hometown, the exiled realm. I saw my clansmen being killed by the human powerhouses one by one. I'll never forget the scene of them being killed. I was lucky enough to survive, and I found more than 10 companions from the devil clan. However, in the following years, some of them were killed by you humans, and some died of old age. In the end, only 2 of my companions and I managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage means we have an endless lifespan. As long as we're not killed by the human powerhouses, we'll be able to live until we break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and pass the heavenly tribulation. At that time, what we wanted to do the most was to return to our hometown, the exiled realm. It's what you humans call the land of exile. However, the powerhouses among you humans sealed the gap in the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the exiled realm, so we couldn't return to our hometown. The Saint Province realm is what the devil clans call the realm where the Dao Martial Saint land is located. Zhang Dongji paused when he said this. As for Meng Hao and the others, their faces flickered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, they could hear the boundless hatred in Zhang Dongji's tone. It was a hatred that was bitter, a hatred that couldn't be resolved. This made them realize that Zhang Dongji would not be kind enough to let them go. Run! We must escape from this place. It didn't take long for them to come to a decision. Right now, Meng Hao and the others were in a spacious, completely sealed-off palace. There was no entrance or exit, so there was no way out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along with the howling of the wind, Meng Hao and the others scattered in all directions, trying to find the exit to leave the palace. Even though they had discovered that there was no way to leave the palace when they were searching earlier, they had no way of leaving. However, the previous search was not as serious as it was now. After all, they did not think that they would definitely be eliminated or killed. However, judging from the current situation, it was almost impossible for them to survive if they continued to stay here. This was obvious from Zhang Dongji's tone. Boom, 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 boom. After Meng Hao and the others scattered in all directions and still could not find the exit, they could no longer hold themselves back and made their moves again. They tried to blast open an exit on the palace's walls, ground, and even the roof. However, as soon as their attacks landed on the roof of the palace, they simply passed through it. This is bad. This palace is similar to the small strange space that sealed us. It only seals us, but it doesn't seal our strength. At this moment, the group of people finally regained their senses. They recalled that after they passed the first test, they were sent to a small space that could only accommodate 2 adults. That space was similar to the palace they were in now. With their strength, they could easily leave, but they could not. Meng Hao and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, just as Meng Hao and the others were in a hurry to leave the palace, Zhang Dongji's voice continued to resound in the palace. My 2 companions and I hid in one of the mortal continents in the Saint Province realm to avoid being hunted down by human powerhouses. Although it was slow to cultivate there, it was safe. After the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into 2, the 3 of us managed to cultivate until we reached the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation. At that time, we were able to ascend to the Saint Province realm and leave the Saint Province realm that we dreamed of leaving. Before we ascended to the Saint Province realm, we made a decision. We wanted to give the descendants of the devil clans who would invade the Saint Province realm a big gift. And this great gift is the death of your group and the other two groups. With your strength, I'm sure you're considered the best in the Saint Province realm in this era. After all, only those at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to pass the first test. Our target is human powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. Zhang Dongji's voice continued to ring in the air, causing Meng Hao and the others' expressions to change again and again. They did not expect this would happen. Zhang Dongji and the other two devils had been planning this for a very long time. Moreover, they had become the sacrificial lambs. At this moment, they only felt that they were extremely unlucky and regretted coming here because of their greed. If only God had given them a chance, they would not have come here. After we created this independent space, it's also controlled by a formation. That formation is located in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's connected to another formation we set up in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although these two formations are separated by a plane, my two companions and I have given them the ability to sense each other regardless of the space barrier. This ability is similar to the inter-province transportation formation that human powerhouses set up in the WCI subterranean and the upper province. However, it's different because it can't transport living beings, it can only sense each other. The condition to activate the formation we set up in the upper province is for the formation in the lower province to sense the pure devil chi from the devil clans. In the era before we ascended, there was no fourth devil in the Saint Province realm. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the surviving devils from the Devil Order era accidentally activating the formation. Generally speaking, the day the formation is activated is the day the devil clans from the exiled realm invades the Saint Province realm. After passing through the space barrier from the exiled realm, we'll first arrive at the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As long as we enter the lower province, we'll be able to activate the formation in the lower province, and the formation in the upper province will be activated as well. Once the formation in the upper province is activated, an entrance will appear in the independent space we left behind. The reason we left behind this independent space is to give the devil clans a huge gift when they invade the Saint Province realm again. If all of you die, it'll be a great loss to the humans and saint beasts in the Saint Province realm. At that time, the devil clans will be able to conquer the Saint Province realm with ease. Perhaps, the devil clan's failure to annihilate the human race in the previous human-devil era might be able to succeed in the second human-devil era. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Dongji burst out laughing again. His laughter caused chills to run up Meng Hao and the other spines. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with regret. Based on Zhang Dongji's words, the entrance to the independent space will only appear when the devil clans invade the Saint Province realm? An unaffiliated cultivator from the city of Sin asked in a trembling voice, as if he wanted further confirmation. Yes, that's right. Very quickly, someone replied to him with a heavy tone. This voice seemed to be mixed with some trembling. If that's the case, then the rumors aren't baseless? Did the devil clans really invade the Saint Province realm? Moreover, it's very likely that they've wreaked havoc in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many people's eyes widened when they thought of this. If the humans are annihilated by the devil clans because of our greed, we'll become sinners. Meng Hao sucked in a breath of cold air, his voice heavy. When his words reached the ears of the crowd, they began to tremble violently. That was right. If the humans were annihilated by the devil clans because of them, they would become sinners. Especially the three of us. Meng Hao said solemnly as he looked at the other two powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. There were only a dozen powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Today, they were going to lose another 3 people. To the human race, this was definitely a huge loss. Chapter 2147. Apart from Madam Snake, there must be many powerhouses at or above the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage who had entered this independent space. Meng Hao and the other 2 powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage were certain of this. After all, including their group, there were a total of 3 groups of people. Logically speaking, the strength of the 3 groups of people should be about the same. Since all of you have passed the 3rd test, I'll give all of you 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the killing formation that shrouds this palace will be activated. After Zhang Dongji stopped laughing, he continued to say, At that time, all of you will be annihilated just like the other two groups of people. Enjoy your last quarter of an hour. Greedy human. After he finished speaking, Zhang Dongji's voice disappeared without a trace. It did not appear again for a long time. Meng Hao and the others, who had regained their senses, were naturally filled with fear and unease. 15 minutes. They only had a quarter of an hour left. What should we do? What should we do? A quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, we will die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why are you shouting? Are you the only one who doesn't want to die? Knowing that they would be killed in 15 minutes, many people's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled violently from fright, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Death was a terrifying thing to begin with. If they were killed in a clean manner, it would not be that bad. But now, they were given 15 minutes to feel the fear of death. Even the three powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, including Meng Hao, had a tense expression on their faces. Among the three of them, even the youngest Meng Hao had spent a few hundred years to achieve what he had today. For this reason, they treasured their lives more than anyone else. They originally possessed boundless lifespan. However, because of their greed, because they had entered this place, they were about to meet their end of death and the disappearance of their Tao. No, I can't accept this. After a moment of silence, he suddenly let out a roar and flew up into the air, trying to figure out a way to leave the palace. The other two powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage saw Meng Hao's actions and immediately flew out as well. They began to search the palace for a way out. When the others saw Meng Hao and the other two's actions, they quickly overcame their fear and began to search the palace. Meng Hao and the others were frantically searching for a way out of the sealed palace. Duan Ling Tian, who was outside, had just learned about what had happened from Hua Lao. Although Elder Hua was still unable to leave the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, he had regained his strength that was comparable to an ordinary celestial. Therefore, his divine consciousness was extremely powerful. It was comparable to a celestial's divine consciousness. It was not difficult for him to see through the pseudo-realm with his divine consciousness that was comparable to a celestial's divine consciousness. For this reason, Hua Lao had learned everything Zhang Dongji had said in the sealed palace through his divine consciousness. He had told Duan Ling Tian everything Zhang Dongji had said. Devil clans? This pseudo-plane was created by 3 demons. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he learned about this. This was something he did not expect even in his wildest dreams. The treasure vault left behind by 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation was created by 3 devils? Moreover, it was not a treasure vault at all. The Saint Province Realm? Is that the name of the mundane realm in the Tao Martial Saint Land? The entrance to the pseudo-realm appeared because the formation left behind by the 3 devils in the upper province has been activated? Is the activation of the formation in the upper province related to the formation they set up in the lower province? The activation of the formation they set up in the lower province requires pure devil chi from the devil clans. The devil clans have returned to the Saint Province realm? The human devil era has returned? Moreover, the devil clan's first stop is the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Hua Lao's words. Although he had guessed the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, and could invade the upper province at any time, it was only a guess. However, Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Zhang Dongji's words. It seems like the devil clans have really returned. I wonder how my parents are doing? After Duan Ling Tian received confirmation that the devil clans had descended, he could not help but worry about the safety of his family and friends in the distant lower province. He was extremely anxious. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian wished he could grow a pair of wings and return to his family and friends in the lower province. In about 15 minutes, the killing formation that envelopes the sealed space will be activated. The people inside will be killed by the killing formation. Hua Lao reminded Duan Ling Tian, be prepared to devour their innate spiritual roots. However, Duan Ling Tian did not respond. It was as though he did not hear Zhang Dongji's words at all. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was worried about his family. Previously, he had not confirmed the news of the devil clans invading the lower province. However, now that Zhang Dongji had confirmed the news, the worry in his heart burst out at once. I know you're worried about your family and friends. Perhaps, You don't have the heart to devour their innate spiritual roots. However, think about it, if you don't devour their innate spiritual roots will go to waste. Moreover, they'll lose their value. Elder Hu continued to speak in an urging tone. Think about it, if you don't devour their innate spiritual roots will be wasted. If you devour their innate spiritual roots, your innate spiritual root will transform into a violet innate spiritual root. Since you possess a violet innate spiritual root, not only will you be able to fight the devil clans on their behalf during the human-devil war, but you'll also be able to rescue your wife and daughter in a short time. At that time, you can focus on finding a way to return to the lower province to look for your family and friends. Hua Lao advised Duan Ling Tian patiently. It was as though he was afraid Duan Ling Tian would miss out on the high-grade innate spiritual roots. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses. His eyes shone with determination as his aura changed. It was as though he had transformed into another person in just an instant. Then, he flew out and approached the sealed space under Hua Lao's guidance. After 15 minutes, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. The sealed palace that Meng Hao and the others were in was blasted into dust by a force. It was as though it had never existed. Naturally, Meng Hao and the others were also blasted into smithereens, transforming into nothingness. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian approached the place that Hua Lao had pointed out. He extended his divine consciousness and devoured the innate spiritual roots contained in the soul remnants in the air with a heavy heart. Don't worry. I'll help all of you during the great war between the human devil and the human devil. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he devoured the innate spiritual roots. It was obvious he was talking to Meng Hao and the others. Duan Ling Tian had learned from Hua Lao that Meng Hao and the others had died unwillingly. In fact, they felt they were sinners of the human race. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian muttered these words in his heart. At the same time, he hoped Meng Hao and the others would hear his words and die peacefully. Violet innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian only regained his senses when Hua Lao's voice rang in his ears. Then, he shifted his attention to his innate spiritual root. He discovered his innate spiritual root had officially transformed into a violet innate spiritual root. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, it was still a pleasant surprise for Duan Ling Tian. He temporarily forgot about everything else as an excited smile appeared on his face. How fast! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He discovered his sensing speed and absorption speed had increased by more than one level. With my current cultivation speed and the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, is there anyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land who's a match for me? Duan Ling Tian's confidence skyrocketed at this moment. Duan Ling Tian's confidence had skyrocketed. That devil Zhang Dongji and his 2 companions spent so much effort to leave behind such a pseudo-realm and set up such a huge trap. Perhaps they didn't expect that it would benefit me in the end. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but feel delighted. Naturally, his expression turned solemn again. It's a pity for them. I've devoured 8 indigo innate spiritual roots. Most of the people who died in the trap set up by the 3 devils were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 8 people at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but shudder with fear. After all, there were only a few dozen powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, 8 of them had died in this pseudo-realm. This was a huge blow to the Saint Province realm, the mundane realm where the humans resided. It was no wonder Zhang Dongji and his 2 companions were giving the descendants of the devil clans a huge gift. Chapter 2148. The devil clans from the land of exile have invaded the lower province. I hope father and mother are safe. When Duan Ling Tian thought about the devil clans, he could not help but think about his family and friends who were in the Debussy subterranean. At this moment, he was extremely worried, because he didn't know if his family and friends were safe and sound. After all, the devil clans from the land of exile were a bloodthirsty race. It was said that there were very few humans who survived the invasion of the devil clans. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, They would be assimilated by the devil clans and become heartless devil cultivators who were no different from the devil clans. Walao, how do I leave this place? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He thought of this question and immediately asked Elder Hua about it. Currently, he was still in the pseudo-realm created by the three devils. He looked left and right for a while before he extended his divine consciousness. However, it was as though a rock had sunk into the ocean. He could not detect anything at all. For a time, he felt as though he was a lone boat that was drifting in the vast ocean. This feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as though his life was no longer in his hands. You can't leave this place now. Hua Lao's reply caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically. I can't leave this place? Hua Lao. What do you mean by that? Duan Ling Tian asked again after he took a deep breath. His tone was solemn as he asked the question. He was desperate to leave this place at this moment. Even if he could not return to the lower province to reunite with his family and friends, he would be able to spread the news that the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint land again. He could swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he was telling the truth. For this reason, he was not worried that no one would believe him. It could be said that he had thought and planned everything. But now, Hua Lao was telling him that he couldn't leave this place. What I'm saying is, you can't leave this place now. Hua Lao spoke again, emphasizing the word now. Then he continued to say, no matter how useless this pseudo-realm is, it was created by three devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had passed the heavenly tribulation. If you want to leave this place, you'll have to break the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here and returning to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Hua Lao finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Hua Lao's words. His expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he asked again, Hua Lao, do you mean I'll have to break the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province in order to return to the upper province? Yes. Hua Lao confirmed. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he heard Hua Lao's confirmation. He said bitterly, the space barrier is extremely tough. Even the entire devil clans would have to find a weak point to break the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile. If there's no weak point, it's impossible for the devil clans to break through the spatial barrier and invade the Saint Province realm from the Land of Exile. Duan Ling Tian had heard about the spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile. Back then, before the advent of the human devil era, it was the devil clans from the Land of Exile who discovered the weakness in the spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Saint Province realm. That was how they were able to break the spatial barrier and enter the Saint Province realm through the gap in the spatial barrier. Later on, when the humans managed to repel the devil clans, they had to set up a grand sealing formation at the gap in the spatial barrier to restore peace to the Saint Province realm. Unless the devil clans could destroy the grand sealing formation or find a weak spot in the spatial barrier, it was unlikely that they would be able to invade the Saint Province realm. Hua Lao, even if my cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and I've passed the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through the spatial barrier, right? For this reason, in Duan Ling Tian's opinion, unless one could find a weak point in the spatial barrier would be indestructible. The spatial barrier between the Saint Province realm and the Land of Exile is the spatial barrier between the mundane realm and the Saint Province realm. Naturally, it's different. Even ordinary celestials from the Devata realms wouldn't be able to break through the spatial barrier unless they find a weak point, let alone people from the mundane realms. Hua Lao answered Duan Lingtian's question. The spatial barrier between the mundane realms? Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he said in a low voice, Elder Hua, you mean the Saint Province realm is a mundane realm, and the Land of Exile where the devil clans live is also a mundane realm? Yes. After Elder Hua responded, he continued, there are two types of mundane realms. One of them is the mundane realm that's similar to the world that you came from in your previous life. The mundane realm is made up of many planets and a vast starry sky. It's very vast and has all kinds of creatures. The celestials in the Devata realms call them large mundane realms. The mundane realms we're in are relatively small, so they're called small mundane realms. This small mundane realm is made up of the Dao Martial Saint land, the mortal continent, and the vast ocean that you know. There are very few living things in it, so it's very monotonous. Hua Lao paused for a moment. Hua Lao, You mean the mundane realm we're in now is a small mundane realm, and there's no planet here. But, what's with the sun we see during the day and the stars we see at night? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He had been wondering about this for a long time. This was because Elder Hua had told him that there was no planet in the mundane realm after he had recovered his strength to a certain extent. However, he did not think much of it at that time. He thought there must be other planets in this mundane realm since they could see the sun and stars. Not only that, but when he became stronger, he would also be able to step into the sky and personally verify if Elder Hua's statement was wrong. However, now that he heard Hua Lao said the mundane realm they were in was a small mundane realm without planets, he could not help but ask the question in his mind. This is an important characteristic of a small mundane realm. Every small mundane realm has to be attached to a large mundane realm. Many creatures in small mundane realms rely on the sun in the large mundane realm to survive. For this reason, the space barrier between small mundane realms and large mundane realms is transparent. It doesn't matter if you're in the lower province or the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If you try to soar into the sky and approach the sun star or the other stars that shine at night, you'll find that when you reach a certain height, there'll be an invisible barrier blocking you. That's also the spatial barrier between a small mundane realm and a large mundane realm. It's even tougher than the spatial barrier between twin mundane realms. Moreover, there's almost no weakness in it. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hua Lao's words. Twin mundane realms? What's that? Duan Lingtian was confused. Generally speaking, two small mundane realms rarely intersect. In fact, it's almost impossible for them to be next to each other. However, there's always an exception. Some small mundane realms are very special. When two small mundane realms are next to each other, they're like twins. In the Devata realms, these small mundane realms that are next to each other are called twin mundane realms. As long as you mention twin mundane realms, you'll know it's two small mundane realms that are next to each other since twin mundane realms don't exist in large mundane realms. Hua Lao continued to explain. Does this mean the Saint Province realm and the land of exile where the devil clans live are twin mundane realms? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. That's right. Elder Hua replied, whether it's the Saint Province realm or the land of exile where the devil clans live, both of you are adjacent to a large mundane realm. However, since you can see the sun star and other planets in the large mundane realm, the land of exile must be dark all year long since it can't be directly illuminated by the sun star. This is due to the presence of the Saint Province realm blocking the light from the land of exile. Generally speaking, there'll be some extreme creatures in a dark mundane realm. It's normal for the devil clan to be born. Hua Lao's words did not only reveal the difference between mundane realms, but he also revealed the origin of the devil clan. Duan Lingtian was greatly enlightened. I see. Chapter 2149. Didn't you say the upper province is a pseudo-realm derived from the Debussy subterranean? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Elder Hua seemed to know the reason behind Duan Lingtian's question. He immediately replied, the upper province is a pseudo-realm that's derived from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's even derived from the Saint Province realm. Therefore, the upper province realm shares the same space as the Saint Province realm. It's close to the large mundane realm. For this reason, it's also possible to see the sun and other planets in the large mundane realms in the upper province. As for why there's a day and night difference in the Saint Province realm, it's because there might be a planet orbiting the sun in the large mundane realm that blocks the sun's light. At that time, the Saint Province realm would be plunged into darkness. The planet that's blocking the sun's starlight is what we call the moon. Hua Lao answered Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. In the land of exile, the twin mundane realm of the Saint Province realm, there's no day and night difference. Hua Lao said. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He had thought this world was similar to the world he lived in his previous life. He thought this world was similar to Earth. However, it seemed like this was not the case. Hua Lao's explanation had broadened his horizons. At the same time, he realized the meaning of the words "the world is big and full of wonders." Now that we're talking about this, we've strayed too far from the topic. Now, let's return to your initial question. Hua Lao's voice rang in the air, changing the topic of the mundane realm. You asked me earlier that even if you've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, past the heavenly tribulation, and are much stronger than ordinary eminent celestials, you won't be able to break through the space barrier, right? Yes. Duan Tian nodded. He returned to the topic at the right time. It seems like you've already forgotten what I told you before. Do you still remember the method I told you about when you discovered the inter-province transportation formation in the upper province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land can't send people back to the lower province? Hua Lao asked. Duan Tian was stunned when he heard Hua Lao's words. He tried his best to recall what he had said. I remember. Hua Lao, you told me that as long as I've broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation, I'll be able to tear through space and return to the lower province from the upper province. Duan Tian quickly recalled what Hua Lao had said. Hua Lao. Duan Tian was shocked when he recalled what Hua Lao had said. You mean as long as I'm an eminent celestial, I'll be able to tear open the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province? Moreover, I'll be able to tear it open on my own? Duan Tian's breathing quickened when he heard Hua Lao's words. This was too shocking and unbelievable for him. Yes, Hua Lao replied. You're mistaken. What I want to tell you is that the space barrier between the upper province and the lower province is completely different from the space barrier between the Saint Province realm and the land of exile. For the former, you only need the strength of an eminent celestial to tear it open and travel freely between the upper province. As for the latter, let alone an eminent celestial, even if you're a true celestial in a Devata realm, you might not be able to tear it open if you have the strength of an eminent celestial. Hua Lao continued to explain. Does this mean one doesn't need to be too strong to tear open the space barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province that was created by 3 eminent celestials? Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Hua Lao's explanation. Yes. Elder Hua replied again before he continued to say, the spatial barrier between the pseudo-realm and the upper province that was created by the 3 eminent celestials would only require a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to tear it open. Naturally, you'll have to find the location of the space barrier first. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. As for the spatial barrier between this pseudo-plane and the upper province, I detected it with my divine sense just now. It's very well hidden, and it's hidden behind layers upon layers of formations. Ordinary people, even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who haven't passed the heavenly tribulation, won't be able to pass through the formations if they're not experts in formations. Among those formations, there are some killing formations that are no weaker than the killing formations that killed the 3 groups of people earlier. Hua Lao's voice rang clearly in Duan Tian's ears. Duan Tian shuddered when he heard Hua Lao's words. He did not expect it would be so difficult to find the space barrier in this pseudo-realm. Come to think of it, it makes sense. If the space barrier is easy to find and get close to, those powerhouses would be able to break through it. After all, those powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above could easily tear open the space barrier and leave. Duan Tian did not find it strange when he thought of this. Hua Lao, you should have a way to deal with those formations, right? Duan Tian was not worried about his strength, but he was worried about the formations. According to Hua Lao, the killing formations were extremely deadly. The killing formations in these formations could even kill a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had not passed the heavenly tribulation. Even an eminent celestial who had passed the heavenly tribulation would be severely injured if they were not killed. One had to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to tear open the space barrier. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible. However, it was almost impossible for him to have the ability to ignore the killing formation. All right. Upon hearing Duan Tian's solemn question, Elder Hua replied, I have a way to deal with those formations. However, although I have a way to deal with those formations, you'll have to personally tear open the space barrier behind the formations. With your various techniques, I'm afraid you'll have to break through to the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage before you can tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. Hua Lao said. Duan Tian could understand Hua Lao's words. Hua Lao had said one would have to be at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to tear open the space barrier. He, Duan Tian, possessed all sorts of extraordinary techniques. Coupled with the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only need to raise his cultivation base to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage before he could tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. However, with my innate talent in the martial Tao that came from a violet innate spiritual root and the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it shouldn't be difficult for me to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if there are many bottlenecks along the way, I should be able to break through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage in a short time. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he thought of this. He took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and entered it with just a thought. After entering the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian began to focus on his cultivation. Although he was eager to leave this pseudo-realm and return to the upper province, he could not do so. However, due to the restrictions of the space barrier, he would have to wait until he was strong enough to tear open the space barrier before he could return to the upper province. If he wanted to tear open the space barrier, he would have to raise his cultivation base. That was how it was. Duan Lingtian suppressed his anxiety and calmed himself down to cultivate. He was aiming to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After calming down and sensing the heaven and earth spirit energy for a while, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face. How is this possible? Is this the innate talent of a violet innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian discovered that his current cultivation speed was much faster than before. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like heaven and earth. After all, his innate spiritual root was an indigo innate spiritual root. Although it was not dark blue, it was still an indigo innate spiritual root. With such an innate talent and the cultivation environment in this pseudo-realm, it won't be difficult for me to break through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's confidence soared. He felt that breaking through to the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage was just a trivial matter to him. Following that, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down and began to cultivate again. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the heaven and earth spirit chi that entered his body merged with the sun saint origin. The 9 dragons conveyed the heaven and earth spirit chi and sun saint origin circulated one great cycle after another. At the same time, his cultivation base continued to rise. Moreover, it was rising at a ridiculous speed. At the place where the entrance to the pseudo-plane had appeared, many people had left, but there was still a group of people waiting there. These people were mainly from the 3 rogue cultivator alliances in Sin City, as well as some of the more powerful rogue cultivator alliances. The reason why they were still here was because their leaders, vice leaders, and some elders had yet to come out. Apart from them were the people from the Xuanzi Buddhism. The people from the Xuanzi Buddhism were waiting for Wei Su'a, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of the Xuanzi Buddhism, and the elders from the Xuanzi Buddhism to come out. Chapter 2150. However, these people would never have dreamt of this. The people they were waiting for had all died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Even Wei Su'a, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, who was ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 81 Chinese Literature Network now. He was already dead. In fact, there were even 6 independent cultivators from the city of Sin who were no weaker than Wei Su'a. All of them had died in there. In addition, there was also a Supreme Elder from the Forgotten Dust sect. The Supreme Elder of the Forgotten Dust sect had just recently broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He did not even have the time to show off his strength before he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Because of this, his body and Dao vanished. It could be said that he died unjustly. Of course, which of those who died in there weren't wronged? The group of people outside did not have to wait for long. An elder of the 1,000 Years Alliance hurried over from the city of Sin with a piece of news. The soul orbs of Lord Leader and Lord Vice Leader have shattered. The expressions of the people from the 1,000 Years Alliance, including Dong Guaji, the young leader of the 1,000 Years Alliance, changed immediately. Many people were even more unwilling to believe this. However, when the elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance hurried over from Sin City and reported the names of the elders whose soul orbs had shattered, their expressions changed completely. Their faces turned ghastly pale. This was because the names of the elders from the 1,000 Years Alliance were the names of the elders who had yet to come out of the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. All of them were at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. They were the backbone of the 1,000 Years Alliance. But now they found out. Those elders were all dead. In fact, even their 1,000 Years Alliance's Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master had died. Impossible! 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 Dong Guaji roared in a low voice and shook his head. Wrong, there must be a mistake. My father is the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance. He's at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he's ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could he be dead? Dong Guizhi didn't dare to believe it, nor did he want to believe it. Young Alliance Master, my condolences. The other elders of the Thousand-Year Alliance didn't want to believe it either, but given the current situation, there was nothing they could do. The truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Ha 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 ha. Qing, the young leader of the 7-Kill Alliance, had also noticed the commotion caused by the people from the Thousand Years Alliance. When he learned that the people from the Thousand Years Alliance had died in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he could not help but laugh. The members of the Thousand Years Alliance are truly useless. At the same time, Qing did not forget to mock him. His mockery naturally infuriated the people from the Thousand Years Alliance. Just as the members of the Thousand Years Alliance were glaring at Qing, two more figures rushed over from the city of Sin. This time, there were two elders from the 7-Kill Alliance. Lord Alliance leader's soul orb is broken. The news brought by the two elders from the 7-Kill Alliance caused the smug and mocking smile on Qing's face to disappear completely. Immediately thereafter, he also began to go crazy like Dong Guizhi, refusing to believe that this was all real. Compared to Dong Guizhi, Qing was more dependent on his father. It could be said that if it wasn't for his father, he would be nothing. The Vice Alliance leader and a few other elders. As the two elders from the Thousand Years Alliance reported the names of the elders, the faces of Qing and the other elders from the Thousand Years Alliance turned pale. An expression of despair appeared on Qing's face. Is the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial really that terrifying? Even the leader of the 7-Kill Alliance died in there. Many elders from the 7-Kill Alliance asked in shock. However, no one replied to them. At this moment, the people from the Thousand Years Alliance felt slightly better when they learned that the people from the 7-Kill Alliance had died. However, at the same time, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. How could the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial be so dangerous? Not only had the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance died, but the leader of the 7-Kill Alliance had also died. The leader of the 7-Kill Alliance and the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance died in there? That treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is too terrifying, right? The people from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance, the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, and the Forgotten Dust sect were also shocked and in disbelief. Putting aside the others, the leader of the 7-Kill Alliance and the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance were not ordinary people. The leader of the 7-Kill Alliance, Songhai, was ranked in the top 50 of the Supreme Saint ranking. As for the leader of the Thousand Years Alliance, he was ranked 51st on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, both of them had died in the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. At this moment, everyone was still in shock. All of a sudden, whoosh! A short-lived ear-piercing sound of wind whistling was heard, appearing for a fleeting moment. Before everyone could react, a gust of wind blew in their faces as though it had appeared out of thin air. This caused them to involuntarily narrow their eyes. At the same time, the robes on their bodies also began to swell, fluttering in the wind and emitting flapping sounds. When everyone opened their eyes, they discovered that a figure had appeared in front of them. They did not know when, but a purple-clad figure had appeared in front of them. It was a woman dressed in a purple robe. Although it was not a skin-tight robe, it could not hide her graceful figure. She had a head of beautiful long hair draped behind her back. Although there was a purple veil covering her face, one could tell from her delicate eyebrows and beautiful eyes that she was definitely a peerless beauty under the veil. She exuded a cold aura as she stood there. It was as though she was 1,000 miles away from everyone. Although she had a devilish figure and an angelic face, it was difficult for anyone to have any thoughts of profaning her. Lord Karmapa. Many people were shocked by the purple-clad woman's terrifying speed. Meanwhile, the people from the Black Kshetra sect lowered their heads respectfully and bowed. Their voices were filled with humility and reverence. Karmapa. When the others heard the way the people from Black Kshetra sect addressed the newcomer, their eyes widened in shock as a horrified expression appeared on their faces. Could she be the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Violet Dragon King? She's ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It should be her. I've long heard that the Violet Dragon King is the only female among the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. Based on how the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect address her, there's no doubt she's the Violet Dragon King. It's said that the Violet Dragon King is the offspring of dragons and humans. She's extremely talented. Moreover, she's the youngest among the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. She's the youngest but the strongest. That's why she's widely acknowledged as one of the 4 Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. At the same time, when the others guessed the purple-clad woman's identity, they also had a respectful expression on their faces when they looked at her again. He didn't dare to underestimate her just because she was a woman. Due to the appearance of the Amethyst Dragon King, the atmosphere of the scene became somewhat oppressive. The Amethyst Dragon King said, "How did Wei Sua die?" As soon as the Amethyst Dragon King opened his mouth, the expressions of the people from the Zhuangzi Buddhism changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Then they said in a trembling voice, Wei Dharmaraja. He is dead." The expressions of the others also changed. Wei Sua, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism? He's dead. He seems to be in the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Heavens! Even he is dead? Although Wei Dharmaraja was the weakest among the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he was still a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was even ranked 24th on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could someone like him die in there? Even Wei Dharmaraja died in there. How could the others survive? The expressions of the people from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance changed drastically when they learned that the Green Bat King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had died. They knew their leader and vice-leader were most likely dead as well. As for the people from the other sects, they also knew their sect leader, and clan leader were most likely dead. In a flash of lightning. Whoosh! Another short-lived sound of wind whistling rang in the air as the wind howled violently. Apart from the Amethyst Dragon King, one of the 4 Buddhist kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, who was unaffected, the others instinctively narrowed their eyes when the wind blew. This scene was similar to when the Amethyst Dragon King appeared. When everyone opened their eyes, they saw a handsome young man standing in front of them. A tall and handsome young man in green stood in the air not far away. He gave off a very sharp aura, as if he was not a person, but a saber. The young man's long hair was tied up in a ponytail. He carried a sheathed long saber on his back. The scabbard was plain and unadorned. The inscriptions on the scabbard exuded an ancient aura as though they were saying to the people around them, "This is not the case. It has existed for a very long time." This is. Many of the sectless cultivators from the Sectless Cultivators Alliance in Sin City seemed to have recalled something when they saw the young man's appearance. Their voices trembled slightly. Many of the sectless cultivators had a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. He's P-Lord Pei Si Hai. Chapter 2151. Pei Si Hai was a legendary figure in Sin City, and the Sectless Cultivators world in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 81 Chinese Delta Literature Network. It was rumored in the itinerant cultivator world. To this day, Pei Si Hai was not even 100 years old. Pei Si Hai, who was not even 100 years old, was already a top powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. There were even many rogue cultivators who said, in terms of innate talent, Pei Si Hai could be said to be the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land for the past 1,000 years. Although he had never revealed his innate spiritual root, most of the sectless cultivators were certain that he had a special innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root was most likely violet. Only a violet innate spiritual root would allow him to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 100 years and become the strongest prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of sectless cultivators. Pei Si Hai was the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the eyes of sectless cultivators, and not in the eyes of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because he rarely appeared in public. Therefore, not many people knew him well. Before today, the only time Pei Si Hai had appeared in public was 4 years ago when he had killed the 7th-ranked elite on the Supreme Saint ranking. Before that, no one knew of the existence of Pei Si Hai. It was also at that time that Pei Si Hai appeared out of nowhere and killed the cultivator ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking within 1,000 moves. Although it was a narrow victory, he still managed to kill his opponent and replace him as the 7th person on the Supreme Saint ranking. That battle could be said to have shocked half of the Dao Martial Saint land. The words Pei Si Hai said after he killed the powerhouse shocked the people from the Dao Martial Saint land. My master is Nye Wu Tian. After leaving this sentence, Pei Si Hai disappeared again. After disappearing, he never appeared again. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Today could be said to be his second appearance. However, the commotion his words caused in the Dao Martial Saint land was not any less than the commotion he caused when he killed the powerhouse who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Nye Wu Tian. Who was that? That person was a godlike existence in the Dao Martial Saint land for the past 100 years. Nye Wu Tian was a sectless cultivator. He was also the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. Rumor had it that his cultivation base had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was publicly acknowledged as the first. 100 years ago, ever since Nye Wu Tian became famous in the Dao Martial Saint land, many people had challenged him. There was no lack of experts from the 3 great sects among them. 30 years ago, Nye Wu Tian had severely injured the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect with a single slash of his saber. After the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect was killed by the Heavenly Tribulation, nobody dared to challenge him anymore. Nobody dared to question his position in the Dao Martial Saint land anymore. From then on, he had occupied the first place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Until now, no one had been able to shake his position. 30 years ago, after Nye Wu Tian had severely injured the Grand Priest of the Heaven Divination sect, he had disappeared from the Dao Martial Saint land. Some people said that he had already successfully passed the tribulation and ascended. Some people said that he had hidden himself in Sin City and was concentrating on his cultivation as he waited for the heavenly tribulation to arrive. Some people even said that he was wandering around the Dao Martial Saint land, living a carefree life. No matter what others said, he was still the first person on the Supreme Saint ranking. Of course, if there was still no news about him after 70 years, he would be removed from the Supreme Saint ranking by the maker of the Supreme Saint ranking. This was also the rule of the Supreme Saint ranking. As long as there was no news about anyone on the Supreme Saint ranking for 100 years, they would be removed from the Supreme Saint ranking. It could be said that Nye Wu Tian had become a legendary figure in this era. Ordinary people could only look up to him. To most people, he only existed in rumors. My master is Nye Wu Tian. 4 years ago, Pei Si Hai's words had shocked everyone in the Dao Martial Saint land. Before that, nobody knew that the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Nye Wu Tian, had a disciple. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he killed the person who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking and replaced him. Since then, many people had said that Nye Wu Tian was still in the Dao Martial Saint land. Nye Wu Tian was still in the Dao Martial Saint land and had not ascended yet. He had been nurturing Pei Si Hai, his disciple. As for the details, only Nye Wu Tian and his disciple, Pei Si Hai, knew about it. However, since then, everyone in the Dao Martial Saint land knew about Pei Si Hai. They knew he was the disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, Nye Wu Tian, and was a peerless genius. Later on, the rumor that Pei Si Hai was less than 100 years old spread in the world of rogue cultivators. Only the rogue cultivators in the world of rogue cultivators believed this rumor. Naturally, they believed it because of the pride of the sectless cultivators, Nye Wu Tian. In their eyes, Nye Wu Tian was like a god. It was not strange for someone like him to cultivate a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who was not even 100 years old. Although the major forces in the Dao Martial Saint land, including the 3 great sects, admitted that Pei Si Hai was strong enough to be ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, they did not admit that he was less than 100 years old. As such, it indirectly denied Pei Si Hai's peerless talent. Naturally, the sects had their own reasons for doing this. First, Pei Si Hai did not prove he was not even 100 years old. Second, they did not want people to think they were weaker than a sectless cultivator. Moreover, they did not want another Nye Wu Tian to appear in the Dao Martial Saint land. Lord Pei Si Hai? He's Lord Pei Si Hai. The other sectless cultivators regained their senses when they heard the old sectless cultivators' words. They were excited. Many sectless cultivators were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. It's indeed Lord Pei Si Hai. I've seen Lord Pei Si-hai's portrait before, but I didn't recognize him earlier. I've seen him before as well. However, Lord Pei Si-hai looks much more handsome in person compared to the portrait. Could it be that he's here because he heard about the appearance of a treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? If that's the case, he's too late. Many sectless cultivators discussed among themselves as they tried to guess the reason Pei Si-hai was here. Pei Si-hai. At the same time, the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of the Xuanzi Buddhism, looked at Pei Si-hai with a hint of dread in her eyes. She believed in the Supreme Saint Rankings authority. She was only ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking while Pei Si-hai was ranked 7th. In other words, although they were both powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Pei Si-hai was much stronger than her. In the face of such an existence, especially a rogue cultivator, she was naturally quite fearful. Have you seen Meng Hao before? While the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, and the others were looking at Pei Si-hai glanced at them indifferently and asked in a cold and calm voice. Your Excellency Meng Hao? Never seen it before. Lord Pei Si-hai, you know Lord Meng Hao? Lord Meng Hao is the guardian of Sin City. Suddenly, the group of rogue cultivators looked at each other and could not help but exclaim. Where's the entrance to the treasure vault that seems to be left behind by an eminent celestial? When Pei Si-hai spoke again, his voice became colder and colder, giving people the feeling that they were in a biting cold wind. Lord Pei Si-hai. At this moment, an elder from the 7 Kill Alliance stepped forward and bowed respectfully at Pei Si-hai as he pointed at the void in the distance. As it turns out, the entrance to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial is here. However, not long ago, that entrance closed on its own. Swoosh. As soon as the elder from the 7 Kill Alliance finished speaking, Pei Si-hai disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was in the void where the elder from the 7 Kill Alliance was pointing at. He closed his eyes and hovered in the air as though he was trying to sense something. What a fast speed! Pei Si-hai's speed was so fast that only the Amethyst Dragon King was able to catch up with him. Even the Violet Dragon King was shocked by Pei Si-hai's speed. He's looking for the spatial barrier that leads to the independent space that's suspected to be created by an eminent celestial? When the Violet Dragon King saw Pei Si-hai closing his eyes, she could sense the divine consciousness around him. She could guess what he was trying to do. After all, this was something that she wanted to do but did not have the time to do it. After a dozen breaths, buzz. The sound of a saber humming suddenly rang in the air. Along with it, there was also a huge dazzling blade light that kept attacking the Amethyst Dragon King's autumn eyes. At the same time, it also attacked the Amethyst Dragon King's heart. He found it so quickly. Before the others could react, Pei Si-hai had already sheathed his saber with a clang. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, not far from Pei Si-hai, another terrifying crack appeared out of thin air. The crack was more than 10 meters long, and all that could be seen was darkness, making it impossible to see what was behind it. Swoosh! In the next moment, Pei Si-hai seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged into the crack and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This scene immediately caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble in fear. Chapter 2152. Isn't this too much? One of the sectless cultivators regained his senses after a long while. His face was filled with disbelief as though he had just seen a ghost. The others had similar expressions on their faces as well. Although they knew Pei Si-hai was strong, they did not expect him to be this strong. In just a blink of an eye, he had torn open a tear in space and created a rift that led to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. If it's me, even if I have twice the time, I might not be able to find the spatial barrier that leads to the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. The Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of Xuanzi Buddhism, had a solemn expression on her face when she thought about what had happened earlier. She was shocked by Pei Si-hai's observation. She was not surprised by Pei Si-hai's ability to tear open the spatial barrier. After all, she was capable of such an attack as well. Naturally, she knew Pei Si-hai did not use his full strength when he tore open the spatial barrier. He only used his 1000 inscription Saint Saber and some offensive saber martial tactics. He did not even use any divine abilities. He asked if we've seen Meng Hao earlier. The Violet Dragon King immediately thought of Meng Hao in Sin City when she recalled Pei Si Hai's question. Meng Hao was ranked higher than the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, on the Supreme Saint ranking. The aloof scholar, Meng Hao. He was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. There was one more thing she knew. About 2 years ago, Wei Suo, the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had challenged Meng Hao and was defeated in less than 100 moves. Meng Hao was stronger than Wei Suo. She was very clear on this point. Don't tell me Meng Hao has also entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? The moment the Violet Dragon King thought about this, her expression turned solemn. However, her expression was hidden by the purple veil so no one noticed it. Initially, the Violet Dragon King wanted to follow Pei Si Hai through the gap in the spatial barrier and enter the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Previously, when Pei Si Hai asked if anyone had seen Meng Hao, she could see a trace of anxiety in the depths of Pei Si Hai's eyes, as if he was anxious for some reason. Could it be that something happened to Meng Hao like Wei Suo? Thinking of this, the Amethyst Dragon King's eyes couldn't help but slightly shrink. The beautiful face under the purple veil changed color. However, in the next moment, the Amethyst Dragon King's attention shifted again. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown past, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the spatial rift Pei Si Hai had opened. To be more precise, it was a very wretched figure. This is... The Amethyst Dragon King's shrunken pupils abruptly shrunk after seeing this person clearly. Subsequently, her face was filled with shock and disbelief. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Lord Pei Si Hai. How is this possible? At the same time, the others also saw the person who appeared out of thin air in front of the spatial rift. After a while, they could not help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, everyone present had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. Their expressions were similar to the Amethyst Dragon King's, if not more. The person who appeared in front of everyone, including the Amethyst Dragon King, was none other than Pei Si Hai, who had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial through the spatial rift not too long ago. When Pei Si Hai entered the treasure vault, he carried a long saber in his scabbard on his back. Not only was Pei Si Hai no longer as imposing and awe-inspiring as before, but the scabbard was the only thing left on his back. The 1,000 inscriptions saint saber that was originally in the scabbard was nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, his left arm was severed at the shoulder, and his robes were stained with blood. He looked extremely wretched. In his right hand, he was holding a cracked little golden bell. The Amethyst Dragon King and the others were shocked when they saw Pei Si Hai in such a state. What exactly happened? What's going on? What did Lord Pei Si Hai end up in such a wretched state? Lord Pei Si Hai is ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. His cultivation base is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such a thing happened. Even if Lord Pei Si Hai entered the treasure vault that's suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial, he shouldn't have ended up in such a wretched state, right? That's right. If the treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial is so terrifying, who would be able to obtain the treasures and legacies he left behind? I'm afraid all of them died in there. The group of people could not help but discuss among themselves when they saw Pei Si Hai's wretched state. As they discussed among themselves, they seemed to have recalled something. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes when they looked at each other. Based on Lord Pei Si Hai risking his life to investigate, I'm afraid the treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial is really terrifying. That's right. Otherwise, how could the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, have died in there? Even someone as strong as the Green Bat King, Wei Suo, died in there. It's no wonder the high-ranking officials from the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance all died in there. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Wei Suo and the others had died in there. Even someone as strong as Pei Si Hai had lost an arm and his 1,000 inscription Saint Saber after entering the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. How could Wei Suo and the others who were much weaker than Pei Si Hai be affected? The group of people was terrified when they realized how terrifying the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial was. You have the boundless bell in your hand? A woman's surprised and cold voice was clearly transmitted into their ears, causing them to immediately regain their senses. When they regained their senses, they realized the person who had spoken was the Violet Dragon King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pei Si-hai. However, her gaze was not on Pei Si-hai. Instead, it was on the small golden bell in Pei Si-hai's hand. It was as though there was something special about the small golden bell. The cracks on the small golden bell had not been there for a long time. One could tell it was a new wound. Moreover, when the group of people followed the Amethyst Dragon King's gaze and looked at the small golden bell, they discovered that the ancient and complicated patterns on the small golden bell seemed to have a life of their own. It was as if they had magic power, and they were attracted to the small golden bell. A moment later, it caused them to feel a wave of dizziness and they hurriedly withdrew their gazes. The Boundless Bell? The Boundless Bell, one of the 10 great saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? A middle-aged sectless cultivator exclaimed in a low voice. His words reminded the people present on the scene, causing them to regain their senses. The small golden bell in Lord Pei Si-hai's hand is the Boundless Bell, a grade saint weapon? It said that among the 10 grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, only 3 of them are defensive grade saint weapons. The Boundless Bell is one of them. A defensive grade saint weapon? Is that the small golden bell? Heavens! If this is really the Boundless Bell, what kind of powerful attack did it suffer not long ago for it to crack like this? Look at the cracks on the Boundless Bell. It's obvious that it's a new wound as well. Could it be that Lord Pei Si-hai was injured when he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? At this moment, everyone's attention was not on why the Boundless Bell, a grade saint weapon, was in Pei Si-hai's hands. Their attention was focused on the brand new crack on the surface of the Boundless Bell. Pei Si-hai did not respond to the Violet Dragon King's question. He stood there motionless for a long time. Even now, his mind was still replaying the scenes he had just experienced. Just a little bit more and he would have died. Unknowingly, Pei Si-hai lowered his head and looked at the small golden bell in his right hand. He rejoiced inwardly. Luckily, I have this saint weapon, the Boundless Bell that my master gave me. Otherwise I would have died. That independent space doesn't look like a treasure vault left behind by an eminent celestial. It looks more like a trap left behind by an eminent celestial. Thinking of this, Pei Si-hai's face gradually became gloomy. Now it would seem that the shattering of Senior Brother Bai Li's soul pearl was most likely because he entered that independent space and was killed by the killing formation within. Pei Si-hai's expression darkened when he thought about this. He'd come here this time precisely for Bai Li. Bai Li was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the guardians of Sin City and one of the few sectless powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Nobody knew about this. Bai Li was Nie Wu Tian's direct disciple. In fact, he had joined the sect before Pei Si-hai. However, since Bai Li's innate talent was not as good as Nie Wu Tian's, he did not have the face to announce that he was Nie Wu Tian's disciple. However, he still considered himself Nie Wu Tian's disciple and doted on Pei Si-hai very much. In Pei Si-hai's eyes, Bai Li was like his biological brother. He had Bai Li's soul pearl in his possession. This time, it was because Bai Li's soul orb had shattered that he had rushed to Sin City immediately. Chapter 2153. Pei Si-hai. As the leader of the 4 monarchs of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King naturally had her own pride. When she saw Pei Si-hai ignoring her for a long time, her beautiful face that was hidden under the veil turned gloomy immediately. Pei Si-hai regained his senses when he heard the Violet Dragon King's displeased voice. He looked at her. The 2 powerhouses who were ranked in the top 10 on the Supreme Saint ranking stared at each other. The Violet Dragon King's eyes were filled with anger, but Pei Si-hai's eyes were as calm as ever. He was not affected by the Violet Dragon King's angry gaze. One of them was the direct disciple of the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the other was the leader of the 4 monarchs of the Zhuangzi Buddhism who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking. At this moment, the people present on the scene could clearly sense the tension between the 2 of them. Naturally, they could sense it as well. The tension mainly came from the Violet Dragon King's side. Lord Karmapa. The few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism became anxious when they saw this. They hurriedly transmitted their voices to the Violet Dragon King. This is Pei Si Hai. He's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Please don't make an enemy of him. Lord Karmapa, I know you're strong, but Pei Si Hai is not an ordinary person. If it's possible, it's best not to offend him. Lord Karmapa, you can only be friends with Pei Si Hai. You can't make an enemy of him. When the few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism transmitted their voices were filled with dread. They were afraid of Pei Si Hai's strength and Nye Wu Tian, the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land, behind him. It was unknown if the few elders from the Zhuangzi Buddhism had persuaded her, or if the Violet Dragon King had realized it was not wise to make an enemy out of Pei Si Hai. Her gaze softened, and she was no longer as hostile as before. It's the Boundless Bell. Pei Si Hai replied nonchalantly when the Violet Dragon King's gaze softened. At the same time, he glanced at the Boundless Bell in his hand and sighed inwardly. Although the Boundless Bell was still a Super Saint weapon, it was a damaged Super Saint weapon. If the Boundless Bell were to suffer the same attack as before, the Boundless Bell would definitely turn into a pile of fragments. Pei Si Hai's voice was clearly heard by the Amethyst Dragon King and the others. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a bolt from the blue in their ears, causing them to be stunned. Is it really the Super Saint weapon of the 10 Great Saint weapon ranking, the Boundless Bell? After receiving Pei Si Hai's confirmation, everyone's pupils shrank, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The cracked little golden bell in Pei Si Hai's hand was actually the defensive type Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell? One of the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking? What kind of force is able to damage the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, to such an extent? This is unbelievable. It's said that only eminent celestials who have passed the heavenly tribulation are able to damage a Super Saint weapon. Since the Boundless Bell is damaged to such an extent, it means the force that attacked it isn't any weaker than an eminent celestial. Only an eminent celestial can damage a Super Saint weapon? If that's the case, doesn't that mean those who possess a defensive Super Saint weapon like the Boundless Bell, even if they're not even at the Saint Celestial stage, would be able to withstand the attack of an eminent celestial and remain unharmed? That's different. For example, if a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage possesses the Boundless Bell and uses it in a timely manner, he would be able to withstand the attack of an eminent celestial. At most, he would be able to withstand the attack of a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or below. Although a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above wouldn't be able to damage the Boundless Bell, their strength would still be able to pass through the Boundless Bell and injure a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's true. Although the Boundless Bell is a defensive Super Saint weapon with a strong defense, in the hands of someone with a weak cultivation base, the Boundless Bell wouldn't be able to fully utilize its strength. At this moment, everyone was curious. What did Pei Si Hai encounter after entering the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial? How did he manage to injure his Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell? Many people could not help but feel chills running up their spines. This was especially true for those who were eliminated earlier. They were glad that they were eliminated. Otherwise, they would have most likely died in there. With Lord Pei Si Hai's strength and the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, I'm afraid an attack below the level of an eminent celestial wouldn't be able to threaten him. Only an eminent celestial or above would be able to injure him. That's true. Based on this, we can conclude that Lord Pei Si Hai must have encountered an attack at the level of an eminent celestial after he entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. I wonder what happened to Lord Pei Si Hai. All eyes were on Pei Si Hai. They were curious about what happened to him in the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. Pei Si Hai, what happened to you? Unlike the others who did not dare to ask Pei Si Hai this question, the Violet Dragon King had no qualms about it. Moreover, she was curious as well, so she asked the question without hesitation. The Violet Dragon King added, "The Green Bat King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, has died in there not long ago. If you have any clues, please tell me. The Zhuangzi Buddhism will be indebted to you." The Green Bat King died in there as well? Pei Si Hai raised an eyebrow when he heard the Violet Dragon King's words. Then he shook his head and sighed. Greed is indeed an original sin. Without waiting for the Violet Dragon King's reply, Pei Si Hai continued to say, "Earlier, I tore open the spatial barrier leading to the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial. After I entered, I was attacked by a killing formation. A killing formation? The Violet Dragon King and the others did not think much of Pei Si Hai's words. They thought it was just a prelude, and the main event was yet to come. However, when Pei Si Hai continued to speak, they realized they were wrong. The energy released by the killing formation was terrifying. Pei Si Hai's expression stiffened when he said this. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he continued to say, "Even an eminent celestial's full-powered attack might not be as powerful. Fortunately, I have the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, that my master gave me. Otherwise I would have died. However, even with the protection of the Boundless Bell, I didn't manage to save my left arm and the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber. The spatial ring I wore on my left hand was shrouded by that energy, and it was directly turned into powder. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint Saber was also turned into dust." The more Pei Si Hai spoke, the more solemn his voice became. As Pei Si Hai said this, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Silence. It was terrifyingly quiet. At this moment, even the Violet Dragon King, the leader of the Black Kshetra sect's 4 great kings, broke out in cold sweat. At the same time he was relieved. Fortunately, Pei Si Hai had come. Otherwise, if she had entered the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by an eminent celestial and encountered the same killing formation, she would definitely have died. She did not doubt this at all. After all, she was not as strong as Pei Si Hai, and she did not have the Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell, to protect herself. However, even now, she still felt that Pei Si Hai was exaggerating. However, she knew very well that Pei Si Hai was not lying. There was no need for Pei Si Hai to lie. Heavens! Such a powerful killing formation. Even an eminent celestial might not be able to set up such a powerful killing formation, right? That's right. According to Pei Si Hai, the power of the killing formation was even stronger than the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial. I really don't know who set up such a killing array. That's ridiculous. When the others regained their senses, they were shocked by Pei Si Hai's words. They did not doubt Pei Si Hai's words at all. Even when Pei Si Hai said the killing formation was stronger than the full-powered attack of an eminent celestial, they did not doubt his words at all. If it was someone else, they might have doubted it. However, it was impossible for them to doubt Pei Si Hai. This was because Pei Si Hai's master was the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nye Wu Tian. If Nye Wu Tian was still in the Dao Martial Saint Land, even if he was not an eminent celestial, he would be very close to becoming one. Therefore, with such a master, Pei Si Hai must have a deep understanding of the strength of an eminent celestial. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. That killing formation. I'm afraid even an eminent celestial who specializes in formations might not be able to set it up, right? The Violet Dragon King asked as she looked at Pei Si Hai. Naturally, one eminent celestial wouldn't be able to set it up, but what if there were 3 of them? 3. The Violet Dragon King's eyes widened as her heart trembled. The others were dumbfounded. Yes. Pei Si Hai nodded. Then, a hint of dread could be seen on his face as he said, "When the killing formation attacked, I extended my divine consciousness to investigate it. It was a combination of 3 different energies. Although it was perfectly fused, I still managed to find some clues. If I'm not mistaken, that formation is most likely created by 3 eminent celestials." Chapter 2154. If I'm not mistaken, the Green Bat King from Zhuangzi Buddhism isn't the only one who died in there. Even Meng Hao from Sin City is dead. Pei Si Hai said in a deep voice. Meng Hao. The Violet Dragon King narrowed her eyes when she heard Pei Si Hai's words. She realized she had guessed correctly. Meng Hao was in trouble just like Wei Suo. Meng Hao. Lord Meng Hao is dead as well? Many sectless cultivators from Sin City regained their senses. They were shocked. Meng Hao, the aloof scholar, was a big shot in Sin City. He was also one of the guardians of Sin City. He was a powerful powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, Meng Hao's ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was even higher than Wei Suo, the Green Bat King from Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was ranked 21st on the Supreme Saint ranking. For this reason, Everyone was shocked when they found out he had died in there. You came from Meng Hao. It seems like you have a special relationship with him. The Violet Dragon King sighed and comforted Pei Si-hai. My condolences. I only know about Meng Hao, but I don't know him. Pei Si-hai shook his head. His words stunned the Violet Dragon King. The others present on the scene were puzzled as well. If Pei Si-hai did not know Meng Hao, why did he ask about Meng Hao's whereabouts? I came to look for Meng Hao because my senior brother must have heard about it from Meng Hao and entered the void dimension. Pei Si-hai said in a deep voice as he looked at the tear in the void that he had torn open. Everyone was confused by his words. The moment Pei Si-hai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Could Pei Si-hai's senior brother be another disciple of Nie Wu Tian, the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Pei Si-hai was Nie Wu Tian's only disciple, right? Why would Pei Si-hai mention a senior brother? Of course, there were also people who guessed that the senior brother Pei Si-hai was talking about had nothing to do with Nie Wu Tian. Perhaps the senior brother Pei Si-hai was referring to was a senior brother from a sect he had joined before, or a disciple of a master or teacher he had joined before. That was why he still called him senior brother. For a moment, the people present were whispering again. My senior brother is also the direct disciple of my master, Nie Wu Tian. Pei Si-hai said again, denying most people's guesses. He confirmed that the senior brother he mentioned was also the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nie Wu Tian. When his senior brother was alive, he felt that he had failed to live up to his master's expectations, so he didn't dare to reveal his identity as Nie Wu Tian's direct disciple. Now that his senior brother was dead, he wanted everyone to know of his senior brother's identity. Senior Nie Wu Tian, in addition to Lord Pei Si-hai, you actually accepted another personal disciple? I've never heard of Senior Nie Wu Tian accepting another disciple. To be able to be accepted as a disciple by Senior Nie Wu Tian, he must also be an extremely talented expert. After receiving Pei Si-hai's confirmation, a commotion broke out again. The topic of discussion changed as well. Many people were curious about Pei Si-hai's senior brother. My senior brother is Sin City's Bai Li. While everyone, including the Amethyst Dragon King, was curious about Pei Si-hai's senior brother, Pei Si-hai spoke in a timely manner. As soon as his words were spoken, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Bai Li. Everyone present on the scene was familiar with this name. Bai Li was one of the 2 strongest guardians in Sin City. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was even stronger than the Violet Dragon King, who was ranked 10th on the Supreme Saint ranking, one of the 4 kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect who was present on the scene. Your senior brother is actually Bai Li? The Violet Dragon King cried out in surprise when she regained her senses. It was as though she had heard something unbelievable. The others were in a similar state as well. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Compared to Pei Si-hai, Bai Li was a sectless cultivator whose name had spread far and wide in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, before today, nobody knew that Bai Li was actually the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nie Wu Tian. To them, this was extremely shocking news. Yes. Pei Si-hai nodded when he heard the Violet Dragon King's words. His expression was slightly gloomy as he said, Senior brother has always felt that his achievements are an insult to master's reputation, so he didn't announce his identity to the public. I can't believe Bai Li is Senior Nie Wu Tian's direct disciple. The Violet Dragon King sighed when she heard Pei Si-hai's confirmation. Her expression changed slightly as though she had just recalled something. You came to look for your senior brother, Bai Li. Don't tell me. Don't tell me it's because... Yes. The soul pearl he left with me shattered not long ago. Pei Si-hai seemed to know what the Violet Dragon King was about to say. He nodded before the Violet Dragon King could finish her sentence. I suspect he died in there. Although Pei Si-hai spoke calmly, a hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Boom. As soon as Pei Si-hai said this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Bai Li, a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 9th on the Supreme Saint ranking, a rare existence in the Dao Martial Saint Land, had died in a trap that was suspected to be left behind by 3 eminent celestials? Whether it was the people present on the scene or the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land, this was undoubtedly a piece of shocking news. After all, this was related to the death of a powerhouse who was ranked in the top 10 on the Supreme Saint ranking. As time passed, the news spread like wildfire. First, the news spread to the city of Sin and caused a huge commotion in the city. News of Bai Li's death, Meng Hao, the other guardian of Sin City, and Wei Suo, the Greenback King, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, had died as well. Following that, a few other major events took place in Sin City. The 3 strongest alliances in Sin City, the 7 Kill Alliance, the 1,000 Years Alliance, and the Eternal Alliance, had announced their disbandment. It was not only the 3 sectless cultivator alliances. Even sectless cultivator alliances that were a level lower than them, such as the Mighty Tyrannical Alliance and the 100 Ghosts Alliance, had announced their disbandment as well. The reason for their disbandment was due to the deaths of the core members of the sectless alliances. They had all died in the place where Bai Li, Meng Hao, and Wei Suo had died. According to Pei Si Hai, the direct disciple of the strongest powerhouse in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nie Wu Tian, they had all died in a trap left behind by 3 eminent celestials. I heard that when Lord Pei Si Hai entered the independent space to investigate, he almost lost his life. Fortunately, he had the boundless bell given to him by Senior Nie Wu Tian. That's how he managed to survive. However, he still paid quite a price for this and lost an arm. Boundless bell? Why does it sound so familiar? That's right. Among the 10 grade-level saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, there's a defensive grade-level saint weapon called the Boundless Bell. Don't tell me. If it's not a grade-level saint weapon, do you think Lord Pei Si Hai would have been able to survive the trap set up by 3 eminent celestials? I heard that Lord Bai Li is Lord Pei Si Hai's senior brother. Lord Bai Li had become Senior Nie Wu Tian's disciple before Lord Pei Si Hai. I've never heard of this before. Lord Bai Li is too low-key. All over the city of Sin, similar comments were being spread everywhere. With Sin City as the center, shocking news began to spread in all directions, allowing more and more people to learn of the news. Based on the speed at which the news spread, it would not take long for it to spread in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. To be more precise, it would spread to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Not long after, more and more important news began to spread in the city of Sin. Apart from Bai Li and Meng Hao, there were 4 other guardian deities in the city of Sin who had died recently. Their children and disciples discovered that their soul orbs had shattered. 1 powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and 5 powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Sin City are all dead? Many sectless cultivators found it hard to believe when they heard the news. There were no more than 10 rogue cultivators guarding Sin City. They were also the guardians of Sin City. Now 6 of them had died. Moreover, one of them was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on the time the soul pearls of these powerhouses shattered, they must have died at the same time. They must have died in the trap set up by the 3 eminent celestials. Many people speculated. What are the 3 eminent celestials trying to do? Not only did he go to great lengths to open up an independent space, he even set up a trap to harm us. Nobody could understand what the 3 eminent celestials were trying to do. As more and more shocking news spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the entire upper province was in an uproar. No matter how big the commotion was, Duan Lingtian was unaware of it. Chapter 2155. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda lay quietly in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. There was no commotion in the pseudo-realm, so it did not affect Duan Lingtian, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, fully immersed in his cultivation. A vast amount of heaven and earth spirit energy surged into his body from the top of his head at a ridiculous speed. Then, it mixed with his Sun Saint origin, and through the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Art, it circulated one great cycle after another. The heaven and earth spirit energy was constantly being assimilated by his Sun Saint origin and became a part of it. His cultivation base was also rising at all times. Since he was fully immersed in his cultivation, there was no commotion at all. It was as though he was a statue sitting cross-legged in the air. Under the faint golden light from his Sun Saint origin, he appeared sacred and dignified. It was calm in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was the only person in this world. In fact, Duan Ling Tian was indeed the only person in this place. Although it was calm in the pseudo-realm, it was not calm outside the pseudo-realm at all. As the news of the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials spread, it became famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Under such circumstances, many powerhouses from various places gathered here out of curiosity. All of them wanted to see if the pseudo-realm created by the three eminent celestials was as terrifying as the rumors said. The entrance to the independent space that Pei Si Hai, who was ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had opened when he tore open the space barrier had long been closed. Even so, it did not stop the powerhouses from gathering information and gathering here. He's Lord Cheng Yi Kai? Following the appearance of a handsome young man wearing white clothes and carrying a sheathed long sword on his back, some of the people who had already arrived nearby also recognized him and could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Lord Cheng Yi Kai? The white-clad swordsman, Cheng Yi Kai? The one who's ranked 28th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Instantly, everyone's gaze followed the gaze of the person who exclaimed and landed on the white-robed young man. The white-clothed young man was dressed in snow-white clothes and carried a sheathed long sword on his back. His handsome face attracted the attention of many women present. There were even some women who secretly threw flirtatious glances at him, as if they couldn't wait to throw themselves into his arms. Cheng Yi Kai was the supreme elder of the Mystic Sword Sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was also the youngest supreme elder in the history of the Mystic Sword Sect. Now, he was only a little over 100 years old. It was said that even the current sect leader of the mysterious sword sect was still his martial granduncle, in terms of seniority. The reason he was able to become the only supreme elder in the Mystic Sword Sect was because he was the only powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the Mystic Sword Sect. There was a rule in the Mystic Sword Sect that anyone whose cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be considered a supreme elder of the Mystic Sword Sect. The position of Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword Sect had always been reserved for powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. As the only Supreme Elder of the Mystic Sword Sect, Cheng Yi Kai could be said to be the pillar of the Mystic Sword Sect. His position in the Mystic Sword Sect was above everyone else. I didn't expect him to come as well. Many people sighed emotionally. The white-clothed swordsman, Cheng Yi Kai, is a rare prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He's only a little over 100 years old, but he's already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's rare to see someone like him in the three great sections. It's said that when he broke through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage before he was even 100 years old, the three great sects had extended an olive branch to him. If he was willing to join them, the three great sects were willing to make him their vice-sect leader. Unfortunately, he rejected them. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would have been a guardian of Zoroastrianism, a Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, or a high priest of the Heaven Divination sect. It's said that he possesses a dark indigo innate spiritual root. If Pei Si Hai is really as those sectless cultivators said, and he's not even 100 years old, with his innate talent, it's indeed possible for him to possess a violet innate spiritual root. How can we believe those sectless cultivators? I don't believe them. The arrival of the white-clothed swordsman, Cheng Yi Kai, caused quite a commotion. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Cheng Yi Kai's cultivation base might not be the best. However, the fact that he was able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he was just a little over 100 years old was extremely rare in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Most of the people who came were from various forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. There were almost no sectless cultivators. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, sectless cultivators might be in a state of disunity, but they had their own beliefs. Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, was also a sectless cultivator, so it was only natural that he had become their belief. Nie Wu Tian's direct disciple, Pei Si Hai, had personally testified that the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials was dangerous. Naturally, they believed it, so no one came to investigate. Swoosh. While most people's attention was on Cheng Yi Kai, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. It was accompanied by a gust of wind. It was as though a gigantic sword was flying in the air, causing many people to dodge in fear. After a few moments, the gust of wind dissipated, and a figure that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic sword appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a young man dressed in black who carried a sheathed sword on his back. His handsome appearance was mixed with a bit of evilness, which was a unique characteristic. His expression was grave and stern. As he stood there, he was as cold as an iceberg, and he emitted waves of aura that kept others 1,000 miles away. After he appeared, he temporarily overshadowed the white-robed swordsman, Chang Yikai's limelight. Most of the people present shifted their gazes from Chang Yikai to him. Zhong Chen. Before the crowd regained their senses, Chang Yikai snorted coldly and said the black-clad young man's name. Zhong Chen? A commotion broke out when Chang Yikai called out the black-clad young man's name. Zhong Chen? The black-clad swordsman, Zhong Chen? Many people could not help but exclaim in surprise. I can't believe I'm able to see the white-clad swordsman and the black-clad swordsman together in my lifetime. My life is not in vain. An old man could not help but sigh emotionally. Zhong Chen, known as the black-clad swordsman, used to be the strongest prodigy in the Heaven Divination sect. However, for some unknown reason, he had betrayed the Heaven Divination sect and was hunted down by the sect. It was only when his cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage that the Heaven Divination sect stopped hunting him down and called for him to return. The Heaven Divination sect was even willing to let bygones be bygones. However, he did not care about it at all. From then on, he became a lone ranger in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a sectless cultivator. He was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was ranked one rank ahead of the white-clad swordsman, Chang Yikai, who was as famous as him and was about the same age as him. Chang Yikai was displeased because of this and had challenged him many times. However, every time they fought, it would end in a tie. Since it was a tie, the rankings naturally wouldn't change and would be arranged according to the original rankings. Chang Yikai was, naturally, displeased with this. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Zhong Chen was lucky enough to defeat the person who was originally ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Unless he could defeat Zhong Chen or someone who was ranked higher than Zhong Chen on the Supreme Saint ranking, he would not be able to surpass Zhong Chen. Yes. Hearing Chang Yikai calling his name, Zhong Chen just responded faintly. He didn't even look at Chang Yikai, which made him look very cold. It seemed that he didn't take Chang Yikai seriously at all. Chang Yikai was infuriated when he saw this. However, he knew this was not a good time to make a move. Even if he made a move, he was not confident he could defeat Zhong Chen. At most they would end in a tie. Chang Yikai, since you're here, I'm sure you want to enter the independent space created by the 3 eminent celestials, right? Suddenly, Chang Yikai seemed to have thought of something. His eyes turned, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'll help you find the spatial barrier that leads to that independent space and tear it open so that you can enter. How about that? Everyone present on the scene turned to look at Zhong Chen. At the same time, Zhong Chen turned his head slightly and glanced at Chang Yikai indifferently. He said coldly, "If you want to enter, I don't mind opening a path for you." Zhong Chen's words were equivalent to checkmate Chang Yikai. Chang Yikai was so angry that the smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by an extremely unsightly expression. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged out of Chang Yikai's body. The aura spread out like sword chi, causing the people in the vicinity to move away, afraid they would be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly feel the tension between the two of them. Are they going to fight? Many people who wished to see the world plunged into chaos were filled with anticipation. Just as Zhong Chen's body began to emit piercingly cold sword chi, the battle between him and Chang Yikai was about to break out. You're Zhong Chen? The abandoned disciple of the Heaven Divination sect? Accompanied by a loud and old voice, an ear-piercing and vast sound of wind breaking sounded in the ears of everyone present. Boom! As soon as the sound of wind breaking rang in the air, a terrifying explosion rang in the air. Everyone only felt a vast and terrifying gale whistling down from the sky, pressuring them to the point that they couldn't breathe. Chapter 2156. The palm print that was the size of a small mountain fell with a whistling sound as though it contained a peerless force. Boom, 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 boom. The air trembled in the wake of the palm print as the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air one after another. It was as though there were thunderclaps in the air. When the palm print fell, it seemed as though it blotted out the sky like a black cloud. Bang, 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 bang. As the palm print whizzed down, a series of popping sounds rang out. The people from the various factions who had yet to leave Zhong Chen's vicinity were unable to dodge in time. One by one, they exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The bloody mist fluttered in the air like red roses that were dazzling to the eyes. In just a blink of an eye, more than 10 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from various forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land died without a complete corpse. Some of these Saint Celestial stage powerhouses were at the 4th or 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, none of them could resist the palm print that descended from the sky. Moreover, they did not even have time to dodge the palm print. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the Saint Celestial stage powerhouses in the surroundings exploded into a mist of blood, the 1,000 inscription Saint sword on Zhong Chen's back also left its scabbard in a timely manner. Moreover, it whistled as it flew out and formed a dense sword net above his head. The sword net hung in the sky as it emitted a sharp sword chi that was filled with a destructive aura. It was as though it could burn and destroy everything. Zhong Chen's black robe billowed as his handsome and devilish face tensed up. The saint origin in his body surged out without any reservation as he cast the defensive martial tactic and defensive divine ability he had mastered. Heaven and Earth Sword. Previously, he had relied on this technique to forcefully withstand a full-force attack from a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and only suffered a minor injury. However, he had exhausted more than half of his saint origin because of this. Rumble. A thunderous sound swept out. It was the sound of the palm print that was like a cloud that covered the sky. After it killed more than 10 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses, it landed on the sword net above Zhong Chen's head. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms rang out one after another. The palm print landed on the sword net, and the unstoppable force continued to destroy the defense of the sword net. Under the bombardment of these forces, the sword net continued to dim. Not good. Just as Zhong Chen seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed drastically, the palm print finally destroyed the sword net and landed on his body. Although the net of swords had drained most of the palm print's power, the remaining power was still boundless. It landed on Zhong Chen and slammed him into the huge valley. Boom! Rumble! Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises, the entire valley seemed to be trembling as if an earthquake had occurred. At the same time, the power of the palm print was finally exhausted. Hiss! 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 At this moment, the group of people, including Chang Yi Kai, finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they gasped again. He did not even show himself, but he had killed more than 10 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses with just a palm print. Even the black-clad swordsman, Zhong Chen, who was ranked 27th on the Supreme Saint ranking and was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was as weak as a chicken in front of him. They knew very well that Zhong Chen was not weak at all. Even if Zhong Chen did not die from the palm print, he would be severely injured. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing Chang Yi Kai and the others to tremble. In the next moment, a person appeared in front of them. This was an old man shrouded in a black robe. He was tall and sturdy, with a strong back and a bare waist. Although his appearance was very ordinary, his eyes gave people a very sharp feeling. Ever since he appeared, he had been standing there, unmoving like a mountain, like a statue. This is... Cheng Yi Kai, who had sharp eyes, noticed a blood-red skull embroidered on the chest of the old man's robe. His eyes widened immediately, and his body began to tremble. It was as though he had encountered something terrifying. Grand Priest. Just as the others were looking at the old man with fear, a respectful and somewhat dispirited voice sounded. It was Zhong Chen who was slammed into the valley by the palm print. He was in a wretched state as he rose into the air. Currently, Zhong Chen no longer looked as valiant as before. He was covered in dust. After rising into the air, Zhong Chen looked at the old man with a hint of fear in his eyes. You actually came here personally. When facing the old man, Zhong Chen also used the honorific title. Even if the old man had severely injured him, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the old man. Since you're able to withstand my palm print, I'll spare your life today. However, in the face of Zhong Chen's respectful greeting, The old man whom Zhong Chen addressed as the Grand Priest did not even look at Zhong Chen. After a cold snort, he also flew out. "Thank you, Grand Priest." Zhong Chen sighed in relief when he heard this. If the old man wanted to kill him, he would not be able to fight back even if his cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Soon after, the old man arrived near Cheng Yikai. Cheng Yikai hurriedly moved aside when he saw this. He was afraid the old man would be displeased if he blocked his path. Even he was afraid of the old man's strength. "Grand Priest. It's really him." Cheng Yikai's heart jolted when he heard Zhong Chen addressing the old man respectfully. He realized his earlier guess was right. This old man was the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. He was also the strongest person in Heaven Divination Sect. The Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect had a cultivation base at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was only below Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land, and another person. He was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was one of the strongest people in the Dao Martial Saint land. Bas! A sound that sounded like the sound of a saber rang in the air. Cheng Yikai and Zhong Chen only saw a flash before their eyes. The old man casually waved his hand and slashed with his palm, leaving behind an extremely ferocious crack in the void. It was as though a hole had been torn open out of thin air. Then, he moved his body and disappeared into the crack in the void. He went in. The group of people outside were all dumbstruck when they saw this. They were all shocked by the old man's actions. At the same time, a few people who were sober regained their senses and muttered, "Did Lord Zhong Chen just call that old senior the Grand Priest? The Grand Priest is a rare title in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, right? Zhong Chen used to be a member of Heaven Divination Sect, and that lord is so powerful. Don't tell me that Lord is Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect." Lord Mo Xian. It should be him. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else who can kill more than 10 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses and heavily injure a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked at the 27th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, the strongest person in Heaven Divination Sect. He's ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He's one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. Strongest Powerhouses was the title given to powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint land. Only powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above were worthy of this title. After guessing the old man's identity, the people present on the scene were shocked and curious. He wondered if the High Priest of the Heaven Divination Sect would be able to survive after entering the trap left behind by the 3 eminent Celestials. Rumor had it that the power of the killing formation in the trap had even cracked the Boundless Bell and crippled one of Pei Si Hai's arms, who was protected by the Boundless Bell. I wonder if Lord Mo Xian will be able to return safely. Of course. Not only is Lord Mo Xian the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect, but he's also the only person in Heaven Divination Sect who has mastered the sect's most treasured defensive divine ability. The Heaven Divination Sect's most treasured defensive divine ability is an ancient divine ability. It's widely acknowledged as the strongest defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint land. With that divine ability, the Grand Priest's defense is probably not inferior to Pei Si Hai, who possesses the Boundless Bell. The crowd whispered among themselves. Most of them were confident in Mo Xian, the Grand Priest of Heaven Divination Sect. Even Cheng Yikai and Zhong Chen were curious about Mo Xian. Would Mo Xian be able to return alive? In the Debussy subterranean. In a mountain range that was originally extremely quiet, a series of thunderous shouts suddenly rang out. "Suli! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! I'm your master. Take a closer look. I'm your master, Sword 13. Not only were those shouts very loud, but they were also filled with deep anxiety. Amidst the anxiety, there was also a deep sense of powerlessness. Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed of the person at the back was much faster than the person at the front. In just a blink of an eye, the person at the back had caught up to the person at the front. The person at the front was a middle-aged man. He looked wretched, as though he had just gone through some ordeal. The person behind him was an extraordinarily handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He should have been a gentleman, but now, his entire body was emitting waves of monstrous devil chi. Moreover, The devil chi was extremely pure. This kind of demonic aura was not something an ordinary demonic cultivator could possess. Apart from that, the young man's eyes were bloodshot. They were cold and emotionless. Whoosh! Chapter 2157. Duan Ling Tian was not here, so he did not see the scene of the young man attacking the middle-aged man. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. This was because not only did he know these two people, but he also knew they were master and disciple. The young man with devil chi on his body was like a devil god. His name was Su Li, and he was a good friend of Duan Ling Tian. Until today, Duan Ling Tian still remembered the past between him and Su Li clearly. The first time he met Su Li was in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City's genius camp. At that time, they were only in their teens. Later on, both of them passed the genius camp's assessment and entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. It was also at that time that the Su clan in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City wanted to kill him. They even threatened Su Li with the lives of Su Li's family members to make Su Li cooperate with them. However, Su Li remembered their friendship and did not want to harm Duan Ling Tian. In the end, he did not choose to help Duan Ling Tian. After leaving a letter for Duan Ling Tian, Su Li left the Imperial City. It could be said that Su Li had ruined his own great future. At least that was how Duan Ling Tian saw it. It was also at that moment that he took Su Li as his best friend. Later on, he met Su Li during the genius competition held by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After the genius competition in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he and Su Li obtained the qualification to participate in the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition in the Darkstone Empire. Both of them shone brightly in the martial competition, and obtained the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. During this process, the friendship between the two of them became even stronger. It was indestructible. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, many things happened. First, he had a conflict with the Blade sect that Su Li was in. When he went to look for Su Li, he discovered that Su Li had already left the Blade sect with his master. It was also at that time that he did not see Su Li again. On the other hand, Su Li's master was called Sword 13, and he was precisely the middle-aged man that was being pursued by Su Li now. Jian Shisan was the former second strongest person in the Blade sect. Later on, because he was unable to accept what the Blade sect had done to Duan Ling Tian, he left the Blade sect with Su Li in a disheartened state and wandered the world ever since. When Su Li moved his hand that was holding the sword, the sound of the sword whistling was short-lived. Puchi! A soft sound rang out, and Jian Shisan's body trembled violently for a moment before he stopped moving. Following which, he groaned and turned around with difficulty to look at Su Li, who had caught up with him. At this moment, an extremely fine bloody crack appeared on his throat. The cracks continued to spread and finally turned into a hideous and terrifying sword mark. Fatal sword mark. You're called Su Li. You're a human. Human? No, not a demon. At the same time that blood splattered from his throat, Jian Shisan used the last of his strength to speak to Su Li, who had a cold expression and a bloody light in his eyes. Before he could finish his words, he closed his eyes and collapsed. The strange thing was, when he died, a wisp of a gratified smile actually appeared on the corners of his mouth. It was as if he had died with a satisfied smile on his face. Before today, Jian Shisan might have never dreamed that he had dominated for half of his life, yet in the end, he would actually die in the hands of his personal disciple, Su Li. Of course, from the expression he revealed the moment before he died, it could be seen that he didn't blame Su Li. Before he died, not only did he not have the intention to blame Su Li, he even left this world with a gratified smile. His gratification could only come from Su Li, the disciple that he had depended on for many years. As for what he was gratified about, perhaps only he knew. I am called Su Li. I am a human? Just as Jian Shisan closed his eyes and collapsed with a gratified smile on his face, Su Li seemed to have been touched, and the bloody light in his eyes dimmed a lot in an instant. After that, he held his head with both hands, and his face was distorted and hideous as he muttered to himself without end. It was as if he was enduring some inhuman torture. Along with the passage of time, Su Li's face was distorted to the extreme, and he clenched his teeth to the point they bled. The bloody light in his eyes finally vanished completely. After the bloody light in his eyes vanished completely, The pure devil chi that rose explosively and raged on his body was restrained as well. It was as if he'd become a different person in an instant, and he'd once again returned to that elegant young genius. Master! Suddenly, Su Li let out a painful and sorrowful cry, and then he descended from the sky and descended to the side of Jian Shisan's corpse before kneeling on the ground. His body trembled violently because of the boundless pain that arose in his heart, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed down his face. He was able to faintly perceive what had happened earlier. But at that time, his emotions were mostly controlled by the pure and violent devil chi, and it was difficult for him to control himself. So he could only watch helplessly as his master was killed by him. After he heard the last intermittent words his master spoke, he erupted madly and struggled with all his might. In the end, he exerted all his strength and was finally able to temporarily suppress the devil chi and temporarily recover his mind. Master, wait for disciple before the gates of hell. Disciple will come to accompany you right now. He faintly perceived that the pure and violent devil chi was about to break through its restraints and control his emotions and mind. Su Li didn't hesitate in the slightest. With a raise of his hand, the sword in his hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning. Swish! The sword left no trace as it pierced back, and with a poochie sound, it pierced into his own heart and pierced through his body. Under such circumstances, the scene of blood gushing out like a waterfall should have appeared. However, the scene of blood gushing out like a waterfall didn't appear. Instead, an extremely strange scene appeared. Even though Su Li had pierced his own heart with the bell sword and pierced through his body. However, not a trace of blood flowed out from his body, as if this sword had pierced through empty air. In reality, this sword had indeed pierced through his heart and body. However, Su Li didn't feel any pain. Just when Su Li was shocked to the point his pupils constricted and his face revealed disbelief. Boom! The devil chi that soared into the sky swept out from his body again. The pure devil chi made him look like one of the devil clans in the land of exile. When the devil chi soared into the sky, his eyes were once again shrouded by a layer of bloody light. Poochie! Another soft sound rang in the air. It was as though Su Li had transformed into a completely different person. He had directly pulled out the sword that pierced his body and heart. When the sword was pulled out, not only did it not splatter blood, but it did not even leave a mark on Su Li's body. And that sword hole also closed up the instant the sword was pulled out, as if it had never appeared in the first place. The current Su Li was simply like an undying fiend god. Bang! As the devil chi on his body soared into the sky, Su Li, whose eyes were glowing with bloody light, stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. A wave of boundless energy that was mixed with the domineering devil chi exploded under his feet like a cannonball. Not only was the place where he stood earlier blasted into smithereens, but it also formed a huge pit and a huge spider web. Even Sword 13's corpse was blasted into powder. At the same time, Su Li soared into the sky and disappeared in just a blink of an eye. All of this happened in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. To be more precise, it happened in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where the devil clans wreaked havoc. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the pseudo-realm created by 3 eminent celestials adjacent to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, was unaware of what had happened to his good friend, Su Li. Otherwise, he would have been very worried. After all, Su Li was his best friend. Not only was Duan Ling Tian unaware of what had happened to Su Li, but he was also unaware that Su Li had become like this because he had obtained the legacy left behind by the 3 eminent devils who had created the pseudo-realm he was in. The pseudo-realm that the 3 eminent celestials had left behind in the upper province was only a trap. It did not contain their inheritance or the treasures they had collected throughout their lives. They had left their inheritance and treasures behind in the mortal continent where they had stayed for a long time. The mortal continent was Duan Lingtian's hometown, Cloud Continent. The inheritance they left behind was obtained by Su Li, which caused Su Li's temperament to change greatly, turning him into a demon with a single thought. As for the treasures they had left behind, the most precious one was the Super Saint weapon. It was the 3-foot-long sword in Su Li's hand, the Traceless Sword. The Traceless Sword was one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. It was also one of the only 2 10,000 inscription saint swords in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Outside the pseudo-realm where Duan Lingtian was, a tall and sturdy figure appeared out of thin air in front of the tear in the void that was slowly closing. It was an old man who was almost naked. His entire body was covered with hideous wounds. Without exception, All of these wounds were lacerated. It was a terrifying sight. Huff, 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 huff. After the old man came out of the pseudo-realm, apart from his weak aura, he was also panting heavily as though he had exhausted all his strength. Although there were many people standing nearby, when they saw the appearance of the old man who appeared out of thin air, they couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. Then, they fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke for a long time. Heavens! What did they just see? The great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect, Emo Xian, was a peerless powerhouse who was ranked third on the Supreme Saint ranking. How could he be so severely injured after coming out of the independent space that was suspected to be created by 3 eminent celestials? After all, with the help of the #1 defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Heaven Divination sect's guarding divine ability that Emo Xian had comprehended to its peak. Chapter 2158. Even the current 7-clawed divine dragon's defense was not as good as Emo Xian's. Naturally, all of this was not just because Emo Xian had comprehended the #1 defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land to its peak. Part of the reason was that he was not a human to begin with. To be more precise, he was not human. His true form was the Super Saint Beast, the red-armored wild boar king. It was a Super Saint Beast whose physical defense was not inferior to the 7-clawed divine dragons. Apart from that, one could also see that Emo Xian's body was covered in wounds. Although Emo Xian's body was covered in wounds, they were healing at an extremely fast speed. In just a few dozen breaths, the wounds had already healed by a large margin. This was another characteristic of the Super Saint Beast, the red-armored wild boar king. Strong recovery ability. Strong resilience and strong recovery ability. This made the red-armored wild boar king one of the strongest Super Saint Beasts in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, he had comprehended the #1 defensive divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land to its peak. Even the current strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nie Wu Tian, would not be able to compare to him in terms of defense without the help of a defensive Super Saint weapon. Currently, such a person had become like this after entering the independent space that was suspected to be created by 3 eminent celestials. It seems like Pei Si Hai was not exaggerating. Among the people present on the scene, the white-clad swordsman, Chang Yi Kai, and the black-clad swordsman, Zhong Chen, were the first to regain their senses. They were glad they did not enter the independent space. Otherwise they would have died. Whoosh! After most of his wounds had healed, Emo Xian raised his hand and took out a new set of black robes to wear. Then, he looked at Zhong Chen intently. Zhong Chen shuddered in fear when he saw Emo Xian's gaze. In the end, Emo Xian did not say anything and disappeared before everyone's eyes in just a flash. Among the people present on the scene, only Cheng Yi Kai and Zhong Chen could vaguely see the old man's swift movements. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from their sight. Only after Emo Xian left did the others come back to their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but feel shocked. At the same time, they spread the news to the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's suspected to be a trap left behind by 3 eminent celestials. After crippling one of the arms of Pei Si Hai, who's ranked 7th on the Supreme Saint ranking, it severely injured Emo Xian, who's ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. Oh my god! Is this true? Although Lord Emo Xian did not possess a defensive Super Saint weapon, his defense was definitely not inferior to Pei Si Hai's defensive Super Saint weapon, the Boundless Bell. Even he was severely injured when he barged into that independent space. Wouldn't the others die without a doubt? It's true. At that time many people saw it. I want to know who those 3 eminent celestials are. How could they leave behind such a damned place? Isn't it obvious that they're trying to scam us? At this moment, the people from the various sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land finally realized how terrifying the trap that was suspected to be left behind by eminent celestials was. Prior to this, although the sectless cultivators had regarded that place as a forbidden area, some of the people from the various forces did not agree with it. They thought the sectless cultivators had deliberately spread false news to monopolize the inheritance and treasures left behind by the eminent celestials. However, it seemed like the sectless cultivators were not exaggerating. For a time, The pseudo-realm that Duan Ling Tian was in that was created by three eminent celestials had become a forbidden area in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the pseudo-realm, was, naturally, unaware of this. At the peak of a snow-capped mountain in the northern region, an old man dressed in a long grey robe stood at the peak of the snow-capped mountain. He was lost in thought as he looked in the direction of the central region. Snowflakes continued to fall. However, when they approached the old man, they seemed to be dispelled by an invisible force. It was as though the old man had some sort of magical power. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the falling snow to flutter in the air. A figure appeared behind the old man. It was a beautiful woman. In the past, I thought the mission of the seven absolute successor was to seek revenge from the three great sects and suppress them until they couldn't lift their heads. The old man did not raise his head when the beautiful woman appeared. However, no one knew if he was talking to himself or the beautiful woman. However, it seems like the seven absolute sect won't be able to suppress the three great sects in the future. It's not impossible for them to annihilate the three great sects and destroy the foundations of the three great sects. The old man continued to say. Based on what you said. At the same time, the beautiful woman asked again, is it because of the three girls' innate spiritual roots that have transformed into violet innate spiritual roots? Yes. The old man nodded. Previously, I thought only the girl from the Blazing Phoenix progeny had a chance of transforming her innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root. I didn't expect the other two girls would also have violet innate spiritual roots. This is, naturally, a pleasant surprise for the seven absolute sect. However, when I think about it, if they grow stronger in the future, with the help of the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute, whom even I can't predict, it won't be difficult for them to annihilate the three great sects, right? The old man said. Based on the old man's words, one could tell he was the successor of the nine absolute sect. He was none other than the former successor of the Prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolute sect, the Oracle Man. As for the beautiful woman, she was the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, the seventh absolute of the seven absolute sect. She was also the master of the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, Han Xuanai. Old Prophet, don't you think you've underestimated the three great sects? The beautiful woman shook her head and said, at that time, our seven absolute sects ancestor, the former successor of the Fog Rain progeny, was the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. At that time, he was invincible in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. However, the three great sects were not annihilated in his era. Don't tell me you think the current successor of the seven absolutes is stronger than the successor of the seven absolutes in his era? The moment the beautiful woman's words left her mouth, the Oracle Man fell silent. Of course, it might be because the Sword Saint ancestor is merciful. However, nothing is absolute. Perhaps, the three great sects have some trump cards that we don't know about? The beautiful woman added. You have a point. The Oracle Man nodded in agreement with the beautiful woman's words. However, according to my divination, I'm afraid the seven absolute sects' biggest enemy isn't the three great sects. The Oracle Man's expression turned solemn when he reached this part of his sentence. You mean, the devil clans from the land of exile? The beautiful woman asked as she narrowed her eyes. Yes. The Oracle Man nodded solemnly. The devil clans. Have they really returned? Even though she had not experienced the previous human-devil era, she knew how terrifying the Devil Clan was according to the notes left behind by the Red Dust progeny, the beautiful woman. During the human-devil era, the Dao Martial Saint Land was not divided into the upper province and lower province. At that time, the Dao Martial Saint Land was filled with devils. It was comparable to hell on earth. It's very likely that they've already returned. Currently, I can't predict the fate of the Debussy Subterranean at all. The Oracle Man sighed. Let alone the three little fellows, I can't even predict the fate of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, and the people around him. It's as though there's an invisible wall that's preventing me from predicting their fates. The beautiful woman fell silent when she heard this. After a long while, she finally spoke again. There was a hint of doubt in her voice. If the devil clans really returned, would they have enough time to grow up? I don't know. The Elder of Heavenly Secrets shook his head and said this sentence that he had almost never said before. Zoroastrianism in the Western region. The Four Symbols Sanctums was where the saint land of Zoroastrianism was located. At this moment, the saint land of Zoroastrianism was suddenly shrouded by a domineering and invincible aura. This aura came from the clouds in the sky above the saint land. As soon as it appeared, it swept through the entire saint land. The first place to be affected was the Saint Island where most people were gathered. On the Saint Island, some of the Saint Land's elite disciples with a weaker cultivation base could not help but tremble in fear when they sensed the domineering and invincible aura. At this moment, they were like little animals in the forest who suddenly saw the king of all beasts, a tiger. Fear rose in their hearts immediately. What a terrifying aura! Whose aura is this? Many true disciples and bronze flame elders were frightened when they sensed the aura. All of them had a horrified expression on their faces. This aura. Could it be? Many silver flame elders seemed to have sensed something. Their eyes lit up immediately as excitement appeared on their faces. At the same time, a figure flew out from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbol Sanctums. To be more precise, they were flying toward a certain place behind the clouds in the sky above the Saint Land. A few figures also flew out from the mines in the Four Symbol Sanctums. They were all flying in the same direction. In the enforcement hall on the Saint Island, in a quiet valley, there was a very ordinary-looking small courtyard. A slovenly old man who was lying leisurely on a deck chair and basking in the sun narrowed his eyes when he sensed the domineering and invincible aura. Lord Sect Leader has made a breakthrough? Chapter 2159. Behind the clouds above the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, islands could be seen floating in the air. They were located on 4 different levels. There was only one floating island at the highest point. There were 5 floating islands at the bottom. There were 10 floating islands at the bottom. There were 50 floating islands at the bottom. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air, figures from all directions gathered near the floating island at the highest point. Then, they came to a halt in unison. Those who did not know better would think they had rehearsed this beforehand. Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, was among these people. Apart from Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of Azure Dragon Sanctum, the Sanctum leader of Vermilion Bird Sanctum, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, and the Sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum were present as well. Apart from them, there were a few other golden flame elders from Zoroastrianism who were present as well. Even Dong Yuan Jin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and a few other Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall were present. Apart from them, there were 2 unfamiliar faces. They were the 2 Vice Sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. Both of them were at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In terms of strength, they were much stronger than Lu Tai, Dong Yuan Jin, and the others. At the same time, Lu Tai, Dong Yuan Jin, and the others took the initiative to greet the 2 Vice Sect leaders. After all, they were the Vice Sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. In terms of status and strength, they were superior to them. For this reason, they did not dare to be rude. While the 2 Vice Sect leaders of Zoroastrianism were greeting Lu Tai, Dong Yuan Jin, and the others with a smile on their faces. "What's the commotion?" An old and lazy voice sounded. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a sloppy old man appeared in front of them. The old man was dressed in a sloppy robe. He did not care about his appearance, making him look like an old beggar. However, it was precisely this old man who looked like an old beggar that caused the usually arrogant Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuan Jin, to immediately bow and greet him. "Lord Hall Master." "Lord Hall Master." The other Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall also hurriedly bowed. As they bowed, the unkempt old man's identity was revealed. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Ice Eagle. "Greetings, Hall Master Lang." "Hall Master Lang." After Dong Yuan Jin and the other Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, the 4 Symbol Sanctum Masters and the other Golden Flame Elders also bowed respectfully to the unkempt old man. Even the 2 Vice leaders of Zoroastrianism took the initiative to greet the sloppy old man with a smile on their faces. Although the Enforcement Hall Master's cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Enforcement Hall Master's cultivation base was the same as theirs. However, in terms of strength, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the other party. His opponent was someone who was close to breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lang Ing, was about to respond to the greetings from the crowd. However, before he could open his mouth, he seemed to have noticed something and turned his head abruptly to look into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As though 3 gusts of wind had blown past, 3 figures appeared near the crowd. After revealing themselves, the 3 of them also revealed their true identities. One of them was an old man dressed in green, the other was a young man dressed in purple, and the last one was a beautiful woman dressed in red. The old man had white hair and looked sage-like, as if he was an immortal. The young man was handsome and had a graceful bearing. He gave off a refreshing feeling. The beautiful woman was extremely beautiful. Her graceful figure and beautiful face were enough to make one's imagination run wild. Naturally, none of the people present on the scene dared to disrespect the red-clad, beautiful woman. When they saw the green-clad old man, the purple-clad young man, and the beautiful woman dressed in red, their expressions were tense and solemn. They were no longer as casual as before. It was as though the 3 people in front of them were ferocious beasts. Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, was the only one who reacted better. After he regained his senses, he said to the 3 people with a smile on his face, "What a good day to be able to meet the 3 guardians." As soon as Lang Ying finished speaking, it was obvious who the 3 people were. They were the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism who were second only to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism were also known as the 3 guardians of wind, fire, and cloud. They were respectively Zi Feng, Qing Hua, and Hong Yun. This ranking was based on the strength of the 3 of them. The strongest among them was Guardian Zi Feng. He was a handsome young man dressed in purple. His cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was one of the pillars of Zoroastrianism. The second strongest was Guardian Qing Hua. He was Gon Ru Yan's master. His cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could be considered as one of the strongest people in the Dao Martial Saint land. He was ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Finally, there was Guardian Hong Yun. Although she was a woman, her cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was one of the few female powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Greetings, Guardian Zi Feng, Guardian Qing Hua, and Guardian Hong Yun. At the same time, the 2 vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism took the lead and bowed respectfully to Zi Feng, Qing Hua, and Hong Yun. Zi Feng and the other 2 vice-sect leaders nodded slightly before they shifted their attention to the floating island. This floating island was also the highest floating island in front of everyone's eyes. It was like an emperor standing in the best place, overlooking all living things and looking down on heaven and earth. At this moment, a domineering and invincible aura could be felt coming from the vast mansion on the floating island. Facing this aura, even some of the weaker golden flame elders felt pressured. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Qing Hua, one of the 3 great guardians of the fire worship sect, cried out in surprise. A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from the 2 guardians of Zoroastrianism and Hall Master Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, the others were shocked when they heard Qing Hua's words. It did not cross their minds. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage during his closed-door cultivation. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was the highest cultivation stage for humans and saint beasts in the Dao Martial Saint land. This cultivation level was also known as the Immortal Ascension Transformation. Anyone whose cultivation base had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, would be able to attract the heaven and earth tribulation. As long as one passed the tribulation, one would have the opportunity to ascend. After ascending to the heaven ascension, one would be able to ascend to a higher level, the Devata realm, and become a true celestial. The Zoroastrianism is going to have a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? After they regained their senses, the people led by the 2 vice-sect leaders of Fire Worship Sect had an expression of joy on their faces. One should know that, before today, among the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint land, only the Zoroastrianism did not have a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This had always been a worry for the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism. Now that they knew the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, this worry was lifted. In their opinion, this was the best news for them. This news was more effective than any medicine. A domineering and invincible aura continued to emanate from the floating island in front of them as though it would never stop. Meanwhile, on the Saint Island, under the clouds under the feet of the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism, a group of Saint Lan disciples was in a panic. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Although the disciples of the Four Symbols Sanctums had also sensed the aura, they did not feel much pressure since they were far away. Even so, they were still very curious. What's this aura? It's so domineering. It's as though it's invincible. I don't know. I think it's coming from the Saint Land. Similar conversations could be heard everywhere in the Four Symbols Sanctums. The Saint Land disciples were in a panic while the disciples of the Four Symbols Sanctums were still in a daze. A loud voice rang in everyone's ears on the Zoroastrianism island as though it was magical. Let me tell everyone a piece of good news. Lord Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism has successfully broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. The voice rang in everyone's ears on the Zoroastrianism island. The content of the words was like a bolt from the blue. The group of Zoroastrianism elders and disciples were stunned for a long time. In the end, the group of Zoroastrianism elders were the first to regain their senses. All of them had an excited expression on their faces. Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Lord Sect Leader has broken through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. The group of fire worship sect's disciples who regained their senses felt excited after they regained their senses. Since their sect leader of Zoroastrianism had become stronger, it meant their Zoroastrianism had become stronger as well. To the disciples of the fire worship sect, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. After about 15 minutes, the domineering and invincible aura finally disappeared. The group of elite disciples in the Saint Land sighed in relief. Although they knew the aura came from their sect leader of Zoroastrianism, they were mentally prepared. However, they still felt the pressure from the aura. It was a pressure that came from their souls. Whoosh! At the same time, on the highest floating island behind the clouds above the Saint Island, a tall and burly figure appeared out of thin air. Lord Sect Leader. Chapter 2160. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was a tall and burly middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe with red flames embroidered on it. It was similar to the robes worn by the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. Naturally, it was only similar because the flames embroidered on his white robe were unique. If one took a closer look, they would find that the flames embroidered on the sect leader of fire worship sect's robe seemed to form a long divine dragon that circled around his body. It was as though the true dragon was protecting him. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was tall and burly, he did not look boorish at all. Regardless of whether it was her figure or her face, every part was just right, almost perfect. There was a sense of majesty between his brows as though he could make all living things submit to him. It seems like I've caused quite a commotion this time. Even the three guardians and Hallmaster Lung are here. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism smiled faintly as he leaned forward. In just a blink of an eye, a vast and powerful invisible energy swept out toward the people who were bowing at him. However, it did not injure the crowd. When it approached the crowd, it turned into a gentle yet powerful formless energy that lifted them up. Is this the strength of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Everyone was shocked. Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader, for breaking through to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. In the end, Zifeng, Qing Xian, and Hong Yun were the first to regain their senses. They immediately congratulated the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Lang Ying and the others regained their senses when they heard the three guardians' words. Congratulations, Lord Sect Leader. Lang Ying and the others immediately congratulated the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was called Tang Xian. Previously, when his cultivation base was only at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was already the strongest person in Zoroastrianism. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Before this, he was ranked fourth on the Supreme Saint ranking. There were 3 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in front of him. Today, he who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time finally came out. His cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. He had officially become one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint land. Tang Xian nodded at the leaders of the Zoroastrianism with a smile, then asked, "Did anything happen in the sect while I was in seclusion?" Sect leader. The moment Tang Xian's words left his mouth, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall stepped forward and said with a solemn expression on his face, "The missing saintess of our Zoroastrianism has returned to our sect." The vice hall master of the enforcement hall was none other than Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall who had sent Kerr and her mother to the enforcement hall. The missing saintess? Hearing Jiang Qin's words, Tang Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He lost his composure and asked excitedly, "Is that true?" Tang Xian's loss of composure and agitation frightened Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was so shocked that he did not regain his senses for a long time. The others, including the 3 great guardians of the Zoroastrianism, looked at Tang Xian in shock as well. They could not figure it out. Why was the sect leader so excited when he heard the saintess had returned? They could not help but think about it. After the saintess had gone missing, the sect had not appointed a new saintess for a long time. It seemed like the sect leader had no intention of appointing a new saintess. Could it be because the saintess possesses a violet innate spiritual root that Lord Sect Leader thinks she's unique? Or is it because the saintess is the reincarnation of a goddess? They could not help but speculate inwardly. Of course, they did not believe in the so-called reincarnation of the goddess. They only felt that it was a fabrication. It's true. At this moment, Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, was the first to regain his senses. He hesitated for a moment before he continued to say, "However, the saintess violated the rules of the Zoroastrianism when she went missing. Not only did she have a husband, but she even gave birth to a daughter. She and her daughter are now." Just as Frigid Eagle was about to say that the saintess and her daughter were temporarily detained in the enforcement hall, Tang Xian interrupted him sternly. "What? The saintess has a husband? She even gave birth to a daughter with him." Tang Xian's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. His voice was filled with rage. As his anger rose, a domineering and nearly unparalleled aura appeared on his body again, and it swept out in a devastating manner. This time, even some of the weaker golden flame elders felt pressured. On the Saints' Island under the clouds, the group of Saint Lan's elite disciples who had just heaved a sigh of relief suddenly felt the aura that was even more terrifying than before. For a moment, they were pressured to the point of suffocation. This time, those with a weaker cultivation base were bleeding from all 7 of their orifices. They were either sitting on the ground, lying on the ground, or kneeling on the ground. What's going on? The aura of someone who has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is already so terrifying. How terrifying would it be if a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage unleashed his full strength? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage is too terrifying. As expected of someone who stands at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint land. In the Saint land of Zoroastrianism, the group of Silver Flame Elders, Bronze Flame Elders, and True Disciples were shocked. After a few breaths, the domineering and invincible aura disappeared again. The group of elders and disciples in the Saint land of Zoroastrianism sighed in relief. Especially those elite disciples with weaker cultivations, they felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, as if they had picked up their lives. Behind the clouds in the sky above the Saint land of Zoroastrianism. "What's going on?" Tang Xian asked coldly as he stared at Lang Ying. It was as though he could see through everything. "Lord Sect Leader, the saint girl went missing when she was still an infant. When Gan Ru Yen, Guardian Qing Hua's direct disciple, found her, she was already married and pregnant." Lang Ying braced himself and replied to the enraged Tang Xian. After that, Gan Ru Yen brought the saint girl back to the sect. However, she didn't tell anyone, including Guardian Qing Hua, about this. Instead, she hid the saint girl in her mansion. She even allowed the saint girl to give birth to her child. A few years later, Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, received a report from Wen Yen, the direct disciple of sanctum leader Lu Tai from the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Jiang Qin then brought the saint girl and her child back to the enforcement hall to await Lord Sect Leader's decision after he comes out of closed-door cultivation. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been rendered speechless by the enraged Tang Xian. On the other hand, Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, explained the entire story to Tang Xian. Guardian Qinghua, was it Ru Yan who found the saint girl? Tang Xian asked as he looked at Qinghua after listening to Lang Ying's story. At this moment, his tone was much calmer. Nobody knew if it was because Qinghua was a guardian with a high status in Zoroastrianism, or because his anger had subsided. Yes. Qinghua nodded. That girl found the saint girl in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She was indeed in the wrong. Not only did she not report this matter, but she even hid the saint girl and allowed her to give birth to her child. Sect leader, I've already ordered that girl to surrender herself to the enforcement hall. I'll accept whatever punishment sect leader wants to mete out to her. As soon as Qinghua finished speaking, he sighed. It was as though he had aged a few years. Ru Yan is the saint girl's twin sister. It's normal for her to protect the saint girl. You don't have to take this matter to heart. Guardian Qinghua. Tang Xian shook his head. His eyes were cold as he asked angrily, I just want to know who the saint girl's husband is. Who's so daring as to blaspheme the saint girl of Zoroastrianism? When Tang Xian reached the end of his sentence, his voice began to tremble. It was a tremble of fear. However, in other people's ears, it sounded like a tremble of anger. As the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian was terrified when he found out the saint girl had a husband and even gave birth to a daughter. This was something the others did not notice. Otherwise, they would not be able to comprehend this. They would have been shocked. Lord Sect Leader. At this moment, Lang Ying spoke again. We've asked the saint girl who her husband is, but she's unwilling to tell us. We didn't dare to torture or force the saint girl to tell us before we received your order, Lord Sect Leader. You did the right thing. Tang Xian took a deep breath to calm the fear in his heart. He nodded and said, Since Ru Yan found the saint girl in the lower province, the man must be from the lower province as well. If the saint girl doesn't want to tell us, we'll start with Ru Yan and find out more about the man. Tang Xian's anxious voice was laced with a hint of fear. That was right, it was fear again. Nobody knew what kind of secret the saint girl of Zoroastrianism was hiding. She was able to strike fear in the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Hallmaster Lung, bring me to see that girl, Ru Yan. After I find out about that man's background from her, I'll personally head to the lower province and bring that man back. Tang Xian's words shocked the high-ranking officials of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2161. Even though the higher-ups of Zoroastrianism already knew about it, that Holy Maiden had an extraordinary status in the eyes of the sect leader. However, they did not expect that the sect leader would not hesitate to make a move personally in order to find the person who defiled the saintess. Lord Hierarch. At this moment, Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, had no choice but to remind them. Currently, all the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land have lost their function. They can no longer send people to the lower province. Although Tang Xian was the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. Due to this reason, he did not know much about the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The interdomain teleportation array has lost its function? We can't teleport people to the lower province anymore? Tang Xian could not help but frown when he heard Lang Ying's reminder. He asked in a deep voice, What happened? Lang Ying told Tang Xian about the rumors that had spread in the Dao Martial Saint Land. These rumors were all about the devil race from the land of exile invading the Debussy subterranean and causing the interdomain teleportation portal to lose its function. In this case, the devil clans from the land of exile might have invaded the lower province again? Tang Xian's expression instantly turned serious after hearing Lang Ying's story. Then, he looked at the two vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. Although it's not 100% certain that the devil clans will return to the Dao Martial Saint Land, it's still possible. Have you sent any elders or disciples out to purchase supplies in case of an emergency? Lord Sect Leader, we've ordered our men to purchase a large amount of resources. Even if the devil clan really invades the upper province, Zoroastrianism will be able to fight against them while being self-sufficient. One of the vice sect masters said. The other vice sect master also nodded. Very good. Tang Xian nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Lang Ying and said, Hall Master Lung, bring me to Ru Yen. After meeting her, bring me to the saintess of Zoroastrianism who has been missing for many years, and the daughter of her and that reckless man from the lower province. When Tang Xian mentioned the men from the lower province, apart from the anger in his eyes, there was also fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. It was really hard for him to imagine. If that person knew that the saintess of Zoroastrianism had fallen in love with another man and had even given birth to a daughter, how angry would he be? He had witnessed the terror of that person decades ago. Even now, he still had a deep impression of it. Yes, Lord Hierarch. Lang Ying replied respectfully and turned to lead the way. Guardian Qinghua, if that girl Ru Yen is willing to cooperate, I can let bygones be bygones on account of her eagerness to protect her younger sister. But if she doesn't want to cooperate, I can only punish her according to the rules. Before he left, Tang Xian glanced at Qinghua once more. Only after he finished speaking to Qinghua did he leave with Ice Hawk. Qinghua could only smile wryly when he heard Tang Xian's words. He knew his disciple very well. She would never betray her sister's man without her sister's permission. Senior brother Qinghua, you're too lenient with your disciple. Hong Yun sighed. Although she looked young, she was not much younger than Qinghua. She was from the same generation as Qinghua. On this day, news of Tang Xian, a disciple of Zoroastrianism, coming out of closed-door cultivation and successfully breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage spread from Zoroastrianism. It did not take long for the news to spread in the Western region, shocking everyone in the Western region. Lord Hierarch of Saint Sect has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form? After the great guardian of Saint Sect passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended, there's another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Saint Sect? Lord Hierarch of Saint Sect has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the Western region, people who worshipped Zoroastrianism were extremely excited when they learned that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As time passed, the news spread out of the Western region and the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. The entire Dao Martial Saint Land was in an uproar. Zoroastrianism had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was a big deal to the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. After all, previously, among the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land, only Zhuangzi Buddhism and Heaven Divination sect each had a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The strongest person in Zoroastrianism was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Naturally, Tang Xian was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from being ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking, he was also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Previously, the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from Zhuangzi Buddhism and Heaven Divination sect had joined forces to kill Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Then, they would lead the 2 great sects to divide the cultivation resources of Zoroastrianism. However, Tang Xian still managed to escape even when the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage joined forces. This was because Tang Xian knew a terrifying movement divine ability. Moreover, it was a rare movement divine ability called the evasion divine ability. Once he cast it, even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to find him. After Tang Xian had escaped from the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the 2 great sects, he did not forget to threaten them. If they dared to attack anyone from Zoroastrianism, he would break into the 2 sects with his escape art, and kill all the other people from the 2 sects. With Tang Xian's strength and the mysterious escape divine ability, apart from the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, nobody in the 2 great sects was a match for him. One could imagine that once Tang Xian chose to fight to the death, the 2 great sects would definitely suffer heavy losses. After all, although the 2 powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were powerful, it was impossible for them to protect everyone in the 2 great sections. There were bound to be some people whom they could not protect. It was also because of this that Zoroastrianism was able to preserve itself and continue to contend against the two great religions. It can be said that the reason why Zoroastrianism still existed in this world was mostly because of the mysterious movement technique that sect leader Tang Xian had mastered. Tang Xian made a breakthrough? Damn it! He actually broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When his cultivation base was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was already not afraid of Lord High Priest of our Heaven Divination sect with his movement divine ability. Now that he has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm afraid his strength is comparable to Lord High Priest with his movement divine ability. I wonder where he obtained that movement divine ability. It's said that the movement divine ability is of a higher grade than most of the high-grade movement divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's right. If there's a higher grade divine ability, then the movement divine ability that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism has mastered must be a higher grade divine ability. It's a good thing the sect leader of Zoroastrianism didn't share his movement divine ability. Otherwise, it would only take 3 to 5 people from Zoroastrianism to master that divine ability to create chaos in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When news of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, spread to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect, the elders and disciples of the two great sects were shocked. Many of them were worried. Would Tang Xian come looking for trouble with the Zhuangzi Buddhism and the Heaven Divination sect? Previously, Tang Xian did not come looking for trouble with them because although his movement divine ability was terrifying, it was not enough to defeat powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it was uncertain now. This was because Tang Xian was no longer a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from Tang Xian himself, nobody knew the origin of the mysterious movement divine ability that he had mastered. Tang Xian was the only one who knew. The movement divine ability he mastered did not belong to the mundane realm. Instead, it was a movement divine ability that was superior to the mundane realm. The divine ability was passed down to him by a mysterious powerhouse who had appeared in the Zoroastrianism a few decades ago. At that time, the mysterious powerhouse had asked him to do something for him, so he had given him the movement divine ability as a reward. Due to the movement divine ability, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had successfully protected the Zoroastrianism from the other two great sects, who had lost the protection of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. All of these were the secrets in Tang Xian's heart that he would never tell anyone. Time flew by like a white steed. Time was like sand that could not be grasped. It flowed through the gaps between one's fingers. In the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian did not know how much time had passed. He continued to cultivate without any rest. He had broken through and encountered a bottleneck. He continued to push himself to the limit. In the face of his lightning-fast cultivation speed, his innate talent in the martial Dao due to his violet innate spiritual root, and the flow of time in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. So what if he was stuck in a bottleneck? The 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage? He was already close to breaking through. The 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage? He continued to break through. The 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It was a little difficult, but he continued to break through. The 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage? So what if it was more difficult? He continued to break through. The 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? I've broken through. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 2162. As waves of vast and majestic aura swept out from Duan Ling Tian's body, his opened eyes were also as bright as two small scorching suns, dazzling and eye-catching. Nobody dared to look at Duan Ling Tian's eyes at this moment. Otherwise, they would be blinded by the light. Ha 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 ha. When the light in Duan Ling Tian's eyes gradually dimmed, he could not help but laugh heartily. His laughter was filled with unbridled arrogance. At this moment, it was as though all the frustrations in his heart had been swept away. And all of this was because of the cultivation he had now. The 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to this stage, one's soul would reach the unity of heaven and man. This was the foundation of the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. The reason a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage could live forever was because one's soul had reached the unity of heaven and man when one was at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. When my cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, I should be able to tear open the space barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Now that my cultivation base is at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, I should be able to tear open the space barrier even without the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he rose to his feet and descended from the sky. I wonder how long I've been in closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he went to look for Hua Lao. Not bad. You've broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The soul of a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage in this mundane realm has reached the unity of heaven and man. If you use your innate ability to attack the soul, I don't think anyone below the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to withstand your attack. This was the first thing Hua Lao said to Duan Lingtian when he saw him again. The soul-attacking innate ability referred to the soul-attacking technique that Duan Lingtian had created by combining his spiritual power and the strange pupil after his transformation. In the past, Duan Lingtian had mostly used this technique to harass his opponents and distract them. And now, after hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian also realized, now that his cultivation base had broken through to the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Heavenly Soul form, his innate ability would be even more terrifying if he cast it again. Hua Lao, this time, how long did I spend in seclusion? Right now, this was what Duan Lingtian cared about the most. He wanted to know how long he had been in seclusion this time. After all, if he had been in seclusion for a long time, the leader of Zoroastrianism might have already come out of seclusion. Once the sect leader of Zoroastrianism came out of seclusion, Kerr and her mother would definitely be in danger. That was not what he wanted to see. 3 years. Hua Lao replied as though he could hear the urgency in Duan Lingtian's voice. 3 years. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. It's been so long. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the 3 years Hua Lao had spoken of was the time in the outside world. 3 years in the outside world was equivalent to 30 years in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's been 3 years. I wonder if the sect leader of Zoroastrianism has come out of seclusion? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he thought of this. I hope he hasn't come out of seclusion yet. After all, it's not unusual for a powerhouse with his cultivation base to go into seclusion for 8 to 10 years. Although this was what Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he was still anxious. Currently, all he wanted to do was to hurry to the sect of Zoroastrianism and rescue Kerr and their daughter. Then, he would think of a way to return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. 3 years had passed. The lower province should have been completely occupied by the devil clans, right? His family and his friends were still in the lower district. Hua Lao, I have to leave this place now. Can you remind me to avoid those killing formations? Duan Lingtian said to Hua Lao. Without waiting for Hua Lao's reply, he left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and appeared in the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he reappeared in the pseudo-realm after 3 years. The 3 devils who have ascended a long time ago actually left behind a pseudo-realm and killed so many powerhouses in the Saint Province realm. Now that we humans have lost those powerhouses, we'll definitely suffer a great loss when facing the devils. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. After leaving this place, I'll make a trip to Sin City before returning to Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. What he wanted to do the most now was to return to Zoroastrianism and rescue Kerr and their daughter. However, when he thought about how the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were still unaware that the devil clans had arrived in the Saint Province realm, he could not help but feel anxious. Previously, there were rumors that the devil clans would return to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and invade the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, most of the people in the upper province were only nervous in the beginning. In the end, they didn't think much of it. However, I'm certain the devil clans have already arrived in the Saint Province realm, and their first stop is the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I must let everyone in the upper province know about this. As for the deaths of the group of powerhouses who entered this pseudo-realm 3 years ago, I'm sure everyone in the upper province has already heard about it. However, they might not know that the culprits behind all of this are 3 eminent celestials from the Devil Clan. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian planned to go to Sin City to reveal the truth before returning to Zoroastrianism. Everyone in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had the right to know the truth. Let's go. Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears, reminding Duan Ling Tian to head to the spatial barrier between this pseudo-realm and the upper province. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After putting the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away, he began to make his move. 3 years ago, there were many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage who died here. There must be many valuable cultivation resources in their spatial rings. It's a pity their spatial rings were destroyed by the power of the killing formations, causing the cultivation resources to disappear as well. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he thought about this. Since the spatial rings were destroyed, it was only natural that the items inside were destroyed as well. Under Hua Lao's guidance, Duan Ling Tian avoided one killing formation after another, and finally arrived at the spatial barrier that led to the upper province. Huh! Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. As it turned out, when Duan Ling Tian arrived at the spatial barrier, he discovered many dried bloodstains on the ground. Based on how dried the bloodstains were, it was obvious they were left behind a few years ago. It seems like someone came to investigate after the powerhouses were killed. I'm afraid they're all dead. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he thought about this. I hope there aren't many people who came to investigate. Otherwise, the Saint Province realm will lose another batch of powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. Duan Ling Tian knew very well. Those who were capable of tearing open the spatial barrier and coming here from the upper province were at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was certain the dried bloodstains belonged to powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. However, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that there were 2 people from the upper province realm who came to the upper province realm. Although 2 people from the upper province had entered the Saint Province realm, they did not die. They had only paid a hefty price. If Duan Ling Tian knew about this, he would not have sighed. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword had appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was the 1000 Inscription Saint sword that he had obtained from the Ground Axe Alliance when he first arrived in Sin City. Break! At the same time, the Sun Saint origin in Duan Ling Tian's body surged out like a raging dragon into the 1000 Inscription Saint sword in his hand. Swoosh! The 1000 Inscription Saint sword that contained the profundity of the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart sword flew out and slashed at the void in front of him. All of a sudden, rip! Along with a tearing sound, a crack appeared in the void in front of him. It was a very small crack, less than a foot wide. Now that my cultivation base has broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sun Saint origin in my body is much stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it's still lacking compared to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was easy for Duan Ling Tian to notice this when he swung his sword earlier. This verified Hua Lao's words. As the power of the sun fused into his body and mixed with the power in his body, the advantage would become smaller and smaller as time went on. When he passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realm, the sun force would be much stronger than before. Even if his energy had been fused with the sun force, he would no longer have an advantage over those with the same cultivation base. At that time, the sun force would only give him some of the characteristics of the sun flame. It seems like if I don't cast the elementary devouring tactic or use the Jasper Celestial Sword, I won't be able to tear open the space barrier and return to the upper province. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he immediately cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duan Ling Tian's body. It greedily devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in its surroundings. It looked like a bottomless pit. However, it was not a bottomless pit. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit. Break! Chapter 2163. Swoosh. The 1,000 inscription saint sword that contained Duan Ling Tian's son Saint Origin that had been raised to its limit flew out under the sword-wielding art that was compatible with the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Rip. Another ripping sound rang in the air. The tear in the void that had yet to close up suddenly expanded from less than a foot long to more than 10 feet long. It was the same sword, but due to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Ling Tian had cast, its destructive power had increased to a whole new level. It's time for me to leave. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian flew into the tear in the void and disappeared into the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent devils. After entering the tear in the void, Duan Ling Tian only saw darkness in front of him for a moment before he saw light again. When he saw light again, Duan Ling Tian saw a familiar scene. 3 years ago, Duan Ling Tian had entered the pseudo-realm created by the 3 eminent celestials through the tear in the void in this place. I'm out. I'm finally out. Although Duan Ling Tian was mentally prepared, he still felt as though he had been given a new lease of life when he came out. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was unbridled and carefree. Although only 3 years had passed in the outside world, he had been cultivating day and night in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 30 years. He had used these 30 years of cultivation in exchange for his current cultivation base. From now on, I, Duan Ling Tian, no longer have to hide my identity in the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'm Duan Ling Tian. I'll never change my name. Without warning, Duan Ling Tian removed the loose black robe he was wearing and put on a long purple robe. Moreover, his face had also reverted to its original appearance. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and elegant. This was Duan Ling Tian's true appearance. Currently, his cultivation base had broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Ling Tian was confident he would not be afraid as long as he did not encounter someone at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, how many people had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Sin City. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes flashed as he looked towards the south. It was the direction of Sin City. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian moved as though he had transformed into a gust of wind as he flew towards Sin City. After 3 years, Duan Ling Tian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he had returned to Sin City. Duan Ling Tian had only left Sin City for 3 years in the outside world. However, in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian had left Sin City for 30 years. The world had changed in 30 years. It was no wonder Duan Ling Tian felt this way. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood. Perhaps, it had something to do with the fact that he dared to enter Sin City with his true appearance. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian's face was, naturally, the center of attention. This person. He looks familiar. Yes. I think I've seen him somewhere before. However, I can't recall where. I think he looks familiar as well. Duan Ling Tian heard similar comments as he walked. Many people said he looked familiar, but they could not recall where they had seen him. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. These people felt that he looked familiar because they had seen his portrait before. 3.5 years ago, after he had killed Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, he had completely enraged the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xie Kong Sun had been looking for him everywhere and had even distributed his portrait. Not only had he issued a bounty for him, but he had even spread the news that he had obtained 2 Super Saint weapons. If it was 3 years ago, he would not have been able to enter Sin City with his true appearance. Even if he had disguised himself, as long as he did not wear a loose robe that concealed his figure, he would have been recognized immediately. At that time, he had witnessed the madness of the sectless cultivators in Sin City. Whoosh! After entering Sin City, Duan Ling Tian leaped into the air and shot up into the sky like a rocket. In just a blink of an eye, he was above the central area of Sin City. I remember now. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian leaped into the air, the sectless cultivator who was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's appearance finally remembered where he had seen this face before. He's Duan Ling Tian, the prodigy of Zoroastrianism. Duan Ling Tian. He's the one who obtained 2 Super Saint weapons. He's the one who killed Xiezong, the son of the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. When the sectless cultivator recognized Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but exclaim loudly. Duan Ling Tian? I remember now. He's Duan Ling Tian. I still have his portrait in my hand. It's him. It's him. His appearance and build are the same. Duan Ling Tian is here. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This Duan Ling Tian is bold enough to show himself in front of us? 3 years ago, this Duan Ling Tian went missing. We sectless cultivators turned Sin City upside down, but we couldn't find him. Now, he's here on his own accord? Perhaps, he thinks that after 3 years, we have already forgotten about him. After confirming Duan Ling Tian's identity, many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Some sectless cultivators even stared at Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air. Greed could be seen in their eyes. At this moment, they really wanted to capture Duan Ling Tian and send him to the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism in exchange for the reward they had been dreaming of. However, for the time being, no one was willing to be the one to take the lead. Good day, everyone in Sin City. I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he hovered in the air above the center of Sin City. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with Sun Saint origin, so it entered the ears of most people in Sin City. For a moment, the entire Sin City was in an uproar. Duan Ling Tian? This name sounds familiar. How can it not be? Duan Ling Tian is the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism. He's also the person who was hunted down by the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism 3 years ago. In order to find him, the Golden Lion King has increased the reward time and time again. Now, the bounty is even scarier. It's him. Could it be the same person? Why do I feel like it's not the same person? If it's that Duan Ling Tian, let alone being so high profile, I'm afraid he wouldn't even dare to show himself in Sin City, right? Won't we know if it's the same person if we go over and take a look? The voice seems to be coming from the center of the city. Let's go over. Similar voices could be heard all over the city of Sin. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, many figures flew out from various parts of Sin City. However, they only had one goal in mind. They were heading to the center of Sin City. It's really that Duan Ling Tian. He looks exactly the same as the portrait. Even his body shape is exactly the same. Isn't he a little too bold? How dare he show himself in Sin City so openly? Isn't he afraid of death? Is he crazy? It's possible. In the past 3 years, he must have lived like a rat under the pursuit of the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Maybe that's why he's crazy. More and more people gathered in the central area of the city of Sin. When their gazes landed on the purple figure in the sky, they immediately recognized him. It was the person who was wanted by the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xie Kong Sun. He was the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter rang in the air. It was getting closer and clearer. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. What a waste of effort. Since you've come knocking on my door, why don't you follow me to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and meet the Golden Lion King? The Golden Lion King wants to meet you even in his dreams. A burly middle-aged man with a stocky build appeared as he laughed. His body seemed to be burning with flames as he flew from afar. From afar, he looked like a fireball as he flew toward Duan Ling Tian. That's Kong Zhen. As the burly middle-aged man approached Duan Ling Tian, many sectless cultivators recognized him and cried out in surprise. Kong Zhen? The person who's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking? A powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Some of the sectless cultivators regained their senses. They vaguely remembered where they had heard Kong Zhen's name. That's him. Kong Zhen, the powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage who's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. One of the sectless cultivators who had cried out earlier said confidently. I didn't expect him to beat us to it. One of the sectless cultivators could not help but sigh when he saw Kong Zhen was getting closer to Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian, the prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism, is quite talented, it has only been 3 years. Coupled with the fact that the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism is hunting him down, I don't think he's made much progress. 3 years ago, he was thousands of miles away from Lord Kong Zhen. It's been 3 years since then. let alone the fact that he's being chased by the Black Kshetra sect's Golden Lion King. Even if he could, it's impossible for him to catch up to Lord Kongzhan. I agree. Lord Kongzhan is a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. Chapter 2164. When Kongzhan appeared, many sectless cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Based on their words, they all agreed that Duan Ling Tian would be captured by Kongzhan and sent to Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. After all, even a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage would be tempted by Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King's bounty. It's a pity the two super saint weapons on him were taken away by the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Otherwise, Kongzhan wouldn't have just obtained the bounty from the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He would have obtained two super saint weapons instead. You're overthinking it. If Duan Ling Tian had two super saint weapons, do you think Kongzhan would have a chance to kill him? That's right. Although Sin City has lost many powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above 3 years ago, we still have 1 or 2 powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. If Duan Ling Tian had a super saint weapon, they would have killed him a long time ago. At the same time, many sectless cultivators sighed. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he heard their words. When did the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism take away my super saint weapon? Where did you get this news from? For this reason, Duan Ling Tian intentionally glanced into his spatial ring and noticed the Devil Seal tablet was still lying there quietly. This made him even more puzzled. Who was the one who spread the news? Moreover, based on the sectless cultivators' words, it seemed like they believed the news. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He knew the Supreme Elder was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking, second only to Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. However, Duan Ling Tian had never seen the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism before. How could the Supreme Elder have taken away his super saint weapon? Strange. How strange. These words were enough to express Duan Ling Tian's feelings at this moment. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, Supreme Elder of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. 6 months ago, the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism had claimed that he had taken 2 super saint Duan Ling Tian. He said that when Duan Ling Tian had hidden the 2 super saint weapons somewhere, he had offered to spare Duan Ling Tian's life to force Duan Ling Tian to hand the 2 super saint weapons over to him. The Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi sect, Supreme Elder of the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Duan Ling sect. The Supreme Elder to Duan Zhuangzi was the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi. The Duan Ling Tian to Duan Ling Tian's peoples to Duan Tian's. Him Zhen was the Ling Tian Kong Duan Ling Tian. However, because the news spread like wildfire, many people still believed it. Of course, there were more people who were skeptical. That was until the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xie Kongsun, stepped forward and announced that he would reduce the bounty on Duan Ling Tian. Only then were the remaining people convinced. In the past, the Golden Lion King had increased the bounty again and again, but no one was willing to help. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had 2 super holy weapons in his possession. Even if the Golden Lion King offered a bounty, could it be more attractive than 2 super holy weapons? No one bothered with him at all. When Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, found out that Duan Ling Tian had lost the 2 super saint weapons, he seemed to have lost his patience and increased the bounty on Duan Ling Tian again. Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as they were targeting Duan Ling Tian, they were no longer aiming for the super saint weapon. Instead, they were aiming for the reward Xie Kongsun had promised them. After all, in their eyes, Duan Ling Tian no longer had any super saint weapons in his possession. Most people did not expect this. The Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism claimed that he had snatched the 2 super saint weapons from Duan Ling Tian because he did not want others to beat him to it. He wanted to keep the 2 super saint weapons for himself. He was very smart. He asked the Golden Lion King, Xie Kongsun, to cooperate and reduce the bounty on Duan Ling Tian. That way, the others would think that Xie Kongsun had confirmed that the 2 super saint weapons were in the hands of the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. That was why he had reduced the bounty at that time. In truth, this was just a facade deliberately created to make people believe the Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism statement. Stop right there. When Kong Zhan was only a few tens of meters away from Duanling Tian looked at him with a gaze that was like a bolt of lightning as he shouted out coldly. Duanling Tian's cold shout was extremely sudden, and even Kong Zhan was shocked to the point of being stunned, and then he unconsciously stopped moving. If you dare to take another step forward, you'll die. Before Kong Zhan could regain his senses, Duanling Tian had already opened his mouth and shouted coldly again. His voice was cold, but there was no room for doubt in his tone. His words were extremely domineering. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Even Kong Zhan was stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's overbearing words before he regained his senses. Heavens! Is this Duanling Tian crazy? How dare he provoke Lord Kong Zhan? In my opinion, he's trying to provoke Lord Kong Zhan so that Lord Kong Zhan will kill him. That way, he won't have to face the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism anymore. I think so too. After all, if he faces the Golden Lion King won't let him die so easily. He'll most likely torture him before he dies. After all, Xie Zong, who he killed, is the only son of the Golden Lion King. Many of the sectless cultivators regained their senses. Some of them looked at Duanling Tian as though they had just seen a ghost. Some of them thought Duanling Tian was seeking his own death. However, was Duanling Tian really seeking his own death? Humph. A cold grunt sounded out abruptly. It was Kong Zhan that had recovered from his shock, and the gaze he shot at Duanling Tian was slightly ghastly. Duanling Tian, if you want to die, then I won't allow you to. I'll use you to exchange for the reward offered by the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Then, I'll give the Golden Lion King a condition. The condition is that I'll personally witness you being tortured to death. When Kong Zhan reached the end of his sentence, the way he looked at Duanling Tian changed. It was as though he was looking at a dead man. In Kong Zhan's eyes, Duanling Tian was indeed no different from a dead man. This was because the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism would never let Duanling Tian go. I'll repeat this one last time. If you dare to take half a step closer to me, you'll die. Duanling Tian added impatiently when he saw Kong Zhan's robe fluttering as he charged toward Duanling Tian again. His tone was even colder now. Die. I'd like to see what makes you think you're qualified to say that to me. This time, Kong Zhan was not stunned by Duanling Tian's words. After he sneered, the saint origin on his body surged like flames. His robe swelled up and fluttered loudly. In the next moment, his body moved as he continued to charge toward Duanling Tian. He only had one objective. He wanted to capture Duanling Tian and send him to the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xie Kong Sun, to claim the reward. You're seeking death. When Duanling Tian saw how stubborn Kong Zhan was, his left eye, strange pupil, flashed. Whoosh! A soul attack in the form of a divine dragon shot out toward Kong Zhan at a ridiculously fast speed. Oh no! When Duanling Tian's soul attack shot out, Kong Zhan, who had just made his move, seemed to have noticed something. His expression changed abruptly. However, this was destined to be the last expression he would show in his life. This was because the moment he reacted, the soul attack in the form of a divine dragon had already entered his body. It did not leave any wounds on his body as it continued to move toward his soul. Duanling Tian's current cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When he had broken through from the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only had his saint origin improved, but his soul had also improved as well. The 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Heavenly Soul form. When one's cultivation base had broken through to this stage, one's soul would undergo another transformation and reach the Heaven-Man Unity stage. For this reason, Duanling Tian's soul was much stronger than Kong Zhan's soul when his cultivation base was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Under such circumstances, Duanling Tian's soul was still intact. Duanling Tian's soul attack easily destroyed Kong Zhan's soul and killed him. Whoosh! Under the shocked gazes of the sectless cultivators, Kong Zhan, who was flying toward Duanling Tian, seemed to have lost his sense of direction. After flying for a distance, he fell from the sky in a parabola. Bang! A loud sound rang in the air as Kong Zhan was smashed into a pile of meat under everyone's watchful eyes. This scene continuously shocked the eyes of the group of independent cultivators, causing their expressions to change. Some of them with a higher cultivation base looked at Duanling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. How's it possible for Duan Ling Tian to be so strong? That's Kong Zhan, a cultivator at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked 93rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. He didn't even make a move, but Kong Zhan fell from the sky as though he had lost control and was smashed into a pile of meat. He didn't make a move? Didn't you notice the fleeting soul aura earlier? Duan Ling Tian used a soul attack. Soul attack? That's impossible. I've never heard of Duan Ling Tian using a soul attack. Some of the sectless cultivators were certain that Duan Ling Tian had something to do with Kong Zhan's death. Some of them were certain that Kong Zhan's death was an accident and had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the crowd of sectless cultivators was divided into two camps. However, Duan Ling Tian did not pay any attention to the sectless cultivators. He pricked his finger, and a drop of blood flowed out from his finger before it rose into the air. Is Duan Ling Tian trying to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Some of the sectless cultivators quickly noticed Duan Ling Tian's action. All of their attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian also swore on the lightning penalty oath. Today I, Duan Ling Tian, swear that if I'm lying, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning penalty. Chapter 2165. Duan Ling Tian had not gotten to the point. However, the sectless cultivators present on the scene could not help but hold their breaths when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At this moment, all of their attention was on Duan Ling Tian. Most of them could not help but feel puzzled. What's Duan Ling Tian trying to say? He's actually willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it. Is he trying to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that he doesn't have any super saint weapons? There's no need to prove it, right? After all, Supreme Elder Xuanzi Buddhism has already proven it. Even so, there must be some people who are skeptical. If Duan Ling Tian swears on the lightning penalty oath, it'll be a completely different story. Many sectless cultivators speculated. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian said, 3 years ago in the north of Sin City, the treasure vault that was suspected to be left behind by eminent celestials killed many powerhouses. The culprits were the 3 eminent celestials who left behind the treasure vault. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the sectless cultivators present on the scene did not react at all. After all, this was something that everyone knew about. Why did Duan Ling Tian bring this up? Does he need to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove it? I'm afraid there's no one in the upper province who doesn't know about this, right? Many sectless cultivators frowned. The 3 eminent celestials were powerhouses from the devil clans who were left behind in the Dao Martial Saint land during the human-devil era. In order to survive, they hid in the mortal continent and spent a long time improving their cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian continued to speak. When the sectless cultivators heard Duan Ling Tian's words, horror dawned on them. They could no longer maintain their composure. Devil clans? The 3 eminent celestials who left behind the treasure vault are actually from the devil clans? Really? Duan Ling Tian already swore on the lightning penalty oath. Seeing how he didn't attract the lightning penalty after saying that, it's enough to prove that he's telling the truth. Oh my god! I really didn't expect that the trap was actually left behind by a devil expert. Previously, many people, including me, were puzzled. What kind of expert would be bored enough to open up an independent space to kill later generations? If it was the devil clan, then it would be explainable. Since Duan Ling Tian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, the group of sectless cultivators did not doubt his words. Moreover, what Duan Ling Tian said was also true. This solved many people's doubts. When the Dao Martial Saint land was divided into 2, the upper province and the lower province, they set up a formation in each of the upper province and the lower province. The formation in the lower province will automatically activate when the devil clans from the land of exile descend again. After the formation in the lower province is activated, the formation in the upper province will be activated as well. The activation of the formation in the upper province will open up the entrance to the independent space that they created in the upper province and lure human powerhouses into it. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, those whose cultivation base is below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage will be eliminated after they enter the inner realm. In fact, they're considered lucky. They're lucky because almost all of them died. Duan Lingtian's tone was heavy when he spoke. Although those dead human powerhouses had nothing to do with him, from a human's point of view, he felt sad for their deaths. So that's how it is. Then, does this mean the devil clans have returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Horror dawned on the group of devil cultivators when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were waiting for his confirmation. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. The devil clans from the land of exile have indeed invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, they entered the lower province 3 years ago. I'm 100% certain of this. If there's any falsehood in my words, the lightning penalty oath I left behind earlier is still valid. Duan Lingtian's voice was heavy when he spoke. Since Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, the group of sectless cultivators present on the scene did not doubt his words at all. For this reason, they began to panic. The devil clans had really returned. In the past, due to the fact that the inter-province transportation formations in the upper province could no longer transport people to the lower province, many people had speculated that the devil clans had invaded the lower province because there was a gap in the spatial barrier between the Dao Martial Saint Land and the land of exile. However, that was mostly just a guess. Most people in the upper province only panicked for a moment before they cast this matter to the back of their minds. However, today, there was someone who swore on the lightning penalty oath that the devil clans had invaded the lower province. Moreover, the lightning penalty oath did not punish him with lightning to kill him. This was enough to prove that the devil clans were not lying. This person was not lying. The devil clans have actually returned. Damn it! Doesn't that mean that the second human devil era is coming to the world? Those 3 eminent celestials were restless before they ascended to the upper province. They even left behind a trap that killed so many of our powerhouses. If the devil clans invade the upper province, I'm afraid we won't be able to contend with them since we've lost so many powerhouses. It has been 3 years since the devil clans invaded the lower province. They must be waiting for an opportunity to invade the upper province. Or perhaps, they're planning to attack the upper province after they've completely occupied the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before the devil clans invade the upper province. The sectless cultivators began to panic when they heard Duan Lingtian's explanation. Duan Lingtian, how do you know so much about this? One of the sectless cultivators asked loudly. His voice was loud enough to drown out the commotion. The sectless cultivators fell silent and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. That was right. How did Duan Lingtian know so much about this? Since they had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, they did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. However, they were curious about how Duan Lingtian knew about this. How do I know so much about this? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "It's because I entered the independent space left behind by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago. I'm the only one who survived after those powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated." Whoosh! The crowd burst into an uproar when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, most of the sectless cultivators were still skeptical. Based on what you're saying, you also entered the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils 3 years ago? Moreover, you managed to pass the initial test and stayed? What a joke! As far as I know, those powerhouses below the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage were eliminated. Are you trying to say you were already at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, your strength was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? The sectless cultivators questioned Duan Lingtian. I can understand your doubts. However, if I were to tell you about my other identity, perhaps all of you would no longer doubt me. Duan Lingtian said. Identity? What identity? Many sectless cultivators frowned. They did not understand what Duan Lingtian meant. Swoosh! While the sectless cultivators were still frowning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a long black robe to cover his entire body. This long black robe was the same one he wore when he appeared in public as the black-robed man. Duan Lingtian's face and body were covered by the black robe. The black-robed man. The sectless cultivators were dumbfounded. Was Duan Lingtian not the same as the black-robed man who became famous in Sin City 3 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, the black-robed man appeared after Duan Lingtian killed Xie Zong, the son of the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Does this mean the black-robed man is Duan Ling Tian? If that's the case, doesn't this mean Duan Ling Tian hasn't left Sin City all this while? He just changed his identity, an identity that no one would have thought of. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian is the black-robed man. This world is too small. It's too surreal. The sectless cultivators present on the scene sighed when they saw Duan Ling Tian's disguise. Not many people suspected Duan Ling Tian's identity as the black-robed man. If Duan Ling Tian was the black-robed man, no one would recognize him after he entered the trap left behind by the three eminent devils. As far as they knew, the black-robed man had indeed entered the trap and was not eliminated. Duan Ling Tian, since you're the black-robed man and didn't die in that place, why didn't you come out earlier and tell us about the devil clans invading the Dao Martial Saint Land? That's right. Don't you know that if you told us earlier, we would have been able to guard against the invasion earlier? Duan Ling Tian, you're being unkind. Many sectless cultivators criticized Duan Ling Tian. It was as though Duan Ling Tian would be a sinner if the devil clans annihilated the human race. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted. How do you know I didn't come out today? You only came out today? Many people were stunned when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Impossible. The Supreme Elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism announced that he took 2 Super Saint weapons from you a year ago. It's impossible for you to stay in that place until today. Chapter 2166. A year ago? You took away the 2 Super Saint weapons in my hands? Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh when he saw the sectless cultivators looking at him. As the person in question, how come I didn't know about it? In addition, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath earlier. If what I say now is false, the lightning penalty oath will definitely come true, and the lightning penalty will be imposed on me. Do you think I'm being punished by the lightning penalty? Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. He was disappointed by the intellect of the sectless cultivators in front of him. How could they believe what they said? How ridiculous! Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the significance of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Otherwise, he would not have thought so. In the eyes of ordinary people, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was invincible. They were like gods. How many people would think a powerhouse at that level would make such a statement in order to obtain the Super Saint weapons? When the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism first made the statement, many people were skeptical. However, these people still believed him. Moreover, with the cooperation of the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the doubts in their hearts were dispelled. The sectless cultivators fell silent when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After a while, one of the sectless cultivators looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze and asked, "Does this mean you still have the 2 Super Saint weapons?" Duan Ling Tian could sense the greed in the eyes of the sectless cultivators as they looked at him. Duan Ling Tian knew very well. If it was not for Kong Zhan's example, many sectless cultivators would have already attacked him and snatched the Super Saint weapon in his hands. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard the sectless cultivator's question. No. The sectless cultivator was stunned. Didn't you say you've been staying in the independent space created by the 3 eminent devils for the past 3 years? If that's the case, Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism wouldn't have snatched your Super Saint weapons. Just now, you also admitted to this point? Why are you saying it's not with you now? The sectless cultivator was confused. The other sectless cultivators were confused as well. I said I don't have the 2 Super Saint weapons. I only have 1 Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. I've never seen the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword. Duan Ling Tian, Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Xie Kong Sun from the Zhuangzi clan Xie Kong Sun. Duan eminent at the end ends. Due to the restriction of the lightning penalty oath, the people in the surroundings did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. I remember 3 years ago, Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, said Duan Ling Tian's sword was suspected to be the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, but he wasn't 100% certain. One of the sectless cultivators recalled. That seems to be the case. Many sectless cultivators nodded in agreement. Maybe it's the Super Saint weapon, the Nine-Cloud Sword. Some of the sectless cultivators said as they looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was a peerless treasure. I don't have the Super Saint weapon, the Nine-Cloud Sword, either. However, Duan Ling Tian's words mercilessly refuted their speculation. At this moment, all of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian. A furious roar that sounded like a lion's roar resonated in the distance. As soon as the voice left his mouth, a tall figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. Based on this, one could see that this person was extremely fast. The speed of this person was so fast that it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was an old man with a height of 2 meters. Not only was he tall, but he was also muscular. From afar, he looked like a human-shaped beast. The old man had white hair that stood on end. His face was covered with a white curly beard. Coupled with his large head, he looked like a gigantic lion's head. Apart from that, under the old man's thick eyebrows were a pair of eyes that were as large as gongs. When he glared, he looked like an angry Vajra. When the old man appeared, a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It seemed as though the air around him had turned stagnant. Golden Lion King. It's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Some of the sectless cultivators could not help but exclaim when they recognized the old man. I didn't expect the Golden Lion King to come so quickly. It seems like he's well informed. This means there are a lot of Zhuangzi Buddhism's eyes and ears in Sin City. When he learned that Duan Ling Tian has appeared in Sin City, he must have dropped everything and rushed over. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. It's a good opportunity to avenge his son. I'm afraid Duan Ling Tian is in grave danger today. As the sectless cultivators discussed among themselves, they could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. It was as though they were certain Duan Ling Tian would die in the hands of the Golden Lion King. At this moment, it seemed as though they had completely forgotten about it. Duan Ling Tian had only escaped from the independent realm left behind by the 3 eminent celestials today. In order to return to the upper province from the independent realm, one had to tear open the space barrier. One had to be at least at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage to tear open the space barrier between the independent realm and the upper province. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to appear in such a manner. The old man who looked like a lion stopped in his tracks and looked at Duan Ling Tian. I don't care why you appeared in such a manner. You'll definitely die today. Since Duan Ling Tian was not in disguise, the Golden Lion King recognized him with just a glance. Saint Origin surged out of the Golden Lion King's body as soon as he recognized Duan Ling Tian. It was a terrifying and oppressive aura that caused many sectless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base to retreat. You're the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun? When the Golden Lion King looked at Duan Ling Tian was also looking at the Golden Lion King. This was his first time meeting the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. In the past, he had only met the Green Bat King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, the Green Bat King had died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent celestials. Roar! However, the Golden Lion King only responded to Duan Ling Tian with a low roar. One could vaguely hear the extreme anger contained in this low roar. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, vast and majestic Saint Origin gushed out of the Golden Lion King's body, causing him to look as though he had turned into a blazing sun, dazzling and dazzling. The Golden Lion King is going to make his move. Many people were shocked when they saw this. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the Golden Lion King's figure shot toward Duan Ling Tian at an exaggerated speed. It was as though he had borrowed the force of the explosion to propel himself forward. He disappeared? In the eyes of many sectless cultivators, it seemed as though the Golden Lion King had vanished into thin air. Naturally, the Golden Lion King did not disappear. His speed was so fast that the sectless cultivators with a weaker cultivation base could not capture his movements. In the eyes of some sectless cultivators with a higher cultivation base, the Golden Lion King was like a ghost. Even if they tried their best to widen their eyes, they could only catch a fleeting afterimage. Fast. He's too fast. As expected of the Golden Lion King, who's ranked 3rd among the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism and ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was a famous powerhouse in the Dao martial saint land. However, today, he had made a move against Duan Ling Tian, a prodigious disciple of Zoroastrianism. It could be said that he was bullying the weak. The group of sectless cultivators present on the scene also thought that Xie Kong Sun was doomed. There was no doubt that Duan Ling Tian would die today when he faced Xie Kong Sun. However, would the truth be as they thought? The seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. His strength is indeed not bad. The sectless cultivators could only see afterimages of the Golden Lion King. However, Duan Ling Tian was able to see everything the Golden Lion King did. His every move was clearly seen by Duan Ling Tian. Elementary devouring tactic. Before the Golden Lion King made his move, Duan Ling Tian had already accumulated his Sun Saint energy. As soon as the Golden Lion King made his move, Duan Ling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and merged with Duan Ling Tian's body. It emitted a terrifying suction force that seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged into Duan Ling Tian's body at an alarming speed. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint energy rose to its limit. It was stronger than most powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, and was second only to powerhouses at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Boom! As soon as Duan Ling Tian cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Xie Kong Sun cast his assist-type divine ability as well. In just a blink of an eye, the saint origin in his body rose to another level. It was comparable to a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. In just a blink of an eye, Xie Kong Sun's strength was no weaker than Duan Ling Tian. He was on par with Duan Ling Tian. As expected of the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Your assist-type divine ability is not weak. However, if this is all you've got, I'm afraid you won't be able to avenge your son today. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as the Golden Lion King charged toward him like a phantom. Chapter 2167. Shameless Boasting. When Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but laugh out of anger. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Xie Kong Sun was the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. His cultivation base had long since broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could be considered one of the strongest powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao martial saint land. This could be seen from his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking. He, Xie Kong Sun, was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Most of the people who were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking had a similar cultivation base as him, but there were only a few people who were ranked higher than him. However, a young brat dared to boast shamelessly and did not take him seriously. How could he not be angry? Shameless boasting? Duan Ling Tian scoffed when he heard Xie Kong Sun's words. You'll find out soon enough if I boast shamelessly or not. I'd like to see it for myself. Xie Kong Sun said coldly as he cast his movement martial tactic and movement divine ability to charge toward Duan Ling Tian at an even faster speed. Right now, Xie Kong Sun was like an enraged lion that was about to tear apart the prey that was toying with him. Whoosh! As soon as Xie Kong Sun sped up, the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. When the Sun Saint origin in Duan Ling Tian's body was infused into the Jasper Celestial Sword, the Jasper Celestial Sword immediately shone brightly. A terrifying destructive aura spread out, causing the group of sectless cultivators to shudder. This is because you didn't teach your son well. When Duan Ling Tian spoke again, the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand suddenly transformed into a sword ray that shot out of his hand towards Xie Kong Sun. Apart from the Sun Saint origin that Duan Ling Tian had raised to its limit, it also contained the sword-wielding art that was given to him by the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Who would be a match for the sword-wielding art of the Sovereign Heart Sword? He just asked. Who else? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of the sectless cultivators, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand seemed to have disappeared into thin air. All that was left was the sound of the sword whistling in the air. In Xie Kong Sun's eyes, he saw a flash of sword gleam that was heading straight for him. How fast? This was the first thought that appeared in his mind before he could feel fear rising in his heart. Just as this thought popped up in his mind and fear rose in his heart, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Then, a cracking sound entered his ears. When he lowered his head, he was shocked to discover that his arm had been severed. His right arm had been severed from his body. It had been severed from his shoulder. Dazzling blood was gushing out of his severed arm. "This is because you slandered me for possessing the Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword." Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. Before Xie Kongsun could react and grab his severed arm with his left hand, Duan Lingtian's sword had severed Xie Kongsun's left arm from his shoulder. This time, even with Xie Kongsun's extraordinary strength, he could not help but groan. While he stopped the bleeding from the two severed arms, his figure also stopped in the void in the distance. However, he no longer paid any attention to the two severed arms. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and horror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought. Before today, Duan Lingtian, whom he had never paid any attention to, actually possessed such powerful and terrifying strength today. Any of the two swords Duan Lingtian had just swung out could have taken his life. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to be deliberately teasing him. That was why he didn't aim for the vital parts of his body. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Of this, he was absolutely certain. How is this possible? It's only been 3 years. How can he be so powerful? Could it be that he had another fortuitous encounter in the past 3 years? Xie Kongshuan couldn't believe it, nor was he willing to believe it. The person whom he had regarded as an ant in the past actually possessed strength that could easily kill him. At this moment, he even wondered if he was dreaming. Gasp, 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 gasp. At the same time, the group of sectless cultivators finally regained their senses. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, causing them to be unable to react in time. It was only when Xie Kongsun stopped charging at Duan Lingtian that they regained their senses. At the same time, they were shocked by the loss Xie Kongsun suffered in front of Duan Lingtian. Heavens! Can someone tell me? Am I dreaming? This is too inconceivable, right? A young sectless cultivator exclaimed in shock and disbelief. I find it unbelievable as well. Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of Xuanzi Buddhism, who's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had both of his arms severed by Duan Lingtian before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian? Another middle-aged sectless cultivator exclaimed. He stared at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. His gaze remained fixed on Duan Lingtian for a long time as though Duan Lingtian had some special charm. The Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Xuanzi Buddhism, has been crippled just like that? Although it's hard to believe, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. When the Golden Lion King came, he was so high-spirited like a lion. However, he's now like a stray dog. The Golden Lion King doesn't seem to have the time to come back to his senses. Perhaps, he's also puzzled as to how someone he once regarded as an ant could become even more powerful than him in such a short period of time. How can I not be confused if the Golden Lion King is confused? The strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in such a short time had not only shocked the Golden Lion King, but it had also shocked the group of young sectless cultivators. Before the Golden Lion King's arms were severed, although they knew Duan Lingtian was quite strong, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be stronger than the Golden Lion King. At that time, they had all agreed that Duan Lingtian would not be defeated. They had all agreed that Duan Lingtian would be killed by Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King. However, reality had given them a tight slap in the face. Not only was Duan Lingtian not killed by Xie Kongsun, but he had also severed both of Xie Kongsun's arms with just a wave of his hand, turning Xie Kongsun into a cripple. Run! The Golden Lion King, Xie Kongsun, who finally regained his senses and realized Duan Lingtian's strength was not a match for him, thought to himself immediately. Run! 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 As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Xie Kongsun made his move. However, he did not continue to charge toward Duan Lingtian. Instead, he turned around and charged in the opposite direction of Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds, it was the vast true essence raging on the surface of Xie Kongsun's body that shook the void, causing a series of air explosions to resound. At this moment, Xie Kongsun had unleashed all his strength and techniques. He did all he could to escape. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about avenging his son's death. All he wanted was to survive, even if the chances were slim. I'm going to use this sword to prove that I wasn't boasting earlier. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again when Xie Kongsun turned around to flee. The sectless cultivators in the surroundings shuddered when they heard his voice. Swoosh! An ear-piercing sword howl that lasted for a brief moment resounded in the air as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. When Xie Kongsun heard the sword cry, his body trembled violently as though he was a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He slowed down a little before he sped up again and continued to flee. Spurt! As soon as Xie Kongsun sped up, another soft sound rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a terrifying bloody hole appeared on the back of Xie Kongsun's head while he was fleeing. Blood was still gushing out of the hole as if it was free of charge. This scene caused the group of independent cultivators in the surroundings to fall into a dead silence. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian flying forward and taking Xie Kongsun's spatial ring before Xie Kongsun's body fell from the sky. They turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison as though they had discussed this beforehand. In the depths of their eyes, there was a look of fear. Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, had crippled him with just 2 sword strikes. Was that person really Xie Kongsun? Was he really the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the powerhouse ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking? Duan Lingtian, naturally, noticed the gazes of the sectless cultivators, but he ignored them. He had just devoured Xie Kongsun's innate spiritual root and was about to improve his innate spiritual root. However, even if Xie Kongsun possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, it was still a drop in the bucket for him. After all, his innate spiritual root was a violet innate spiritual root that was superior to indigo innate spiritual roots. I wonder when the color of my innate spiritual root will change from light violet to normal violet. Once it's successful, my innate talent will improve, and my cultivation speed will be even faster. At that time, with the help of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, my cultivation base will improve by leaps and bounds. Chapter 2168. Duan Lingtian killed Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 3 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. It was as easy as killing a chicken. The strength he displayed is not something a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage should possess. Someone among the group of sectless cultivators exclaimed in a trembling voice. It was precisely this exclamation of his that caused the remaining group of independent cultivators to recover from their shock, and astonishment appeared on their faces. That's right. The Golden Lion King, Xie Kongsun, from Zhuangzi Buddhism, is one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Even the strongest person at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land would take a long time to defeat Xie Kongsun, let alone kill him so easily. It's impossible for him to defeat Xie Kongsun within 100 moves. It seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? Although I don't want to believe it, that seems to be the case. His sword-wielding art is too terrifying. Even if the sword in his hand isn't the Traceless Sword or the Nine Clouds Sword, it's definitely a saint weapon that's not inferior to the 2 super saint weapons. I think so too. After the group of sectless cultivators regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves again. Naturally, the focus of their discussion was on Duan Lingtian. Based on their discussion, it seemed like Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, how could Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, be so weak? Apart from that, they also discovered that Duan Lingtian's sword was not simple. Even if it was not a super saint weapon, it was definitely a divine weapon that was much more powerful than an ordinary 1000 inscription saint weapon. Under normal circumstances, many people would be tempted by such a divine weapon. However, at this moment, none of the sectless cultivators present on the scene were tempted by it. At this moment, let alone the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, Even if they knew the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was still in Duan Ling Tian's possession, they still did not dare to covet it. What a joke! Currently, Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone one Super Saint artifact, even if there were 3 to 5 Super Saint artifacts, they would not dare to be greedy. They knew they would not even Duan Ling Tian's. If Duan Ling Tian's, they would be killed. At this moment, many people felt Duan Ling Tian was not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Is Duan Ling Tian S Saint Celestial is he S? S is Ling Tian's he, S heaven, S is S heaven. S Saints he kiss? Is? I think so too. Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, he's definitely ranked in the top 10 of the Supreme Saint ranking. I really don't know what Duan Ling Tian has gone through in these 3 years. His strength has actually risen to such a terrifying level. Perhaps, he managed to survive the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials and obtained many treasures left behind by the 3 eminent celestials. That's how he gained his current strength. That's possible. Different voices resonated in the air as the topic gradually shifted to the origin of Duan Ling Tian's strength. Everyone was speculating about it. The devil clans might invade the upper province at any time. Take care of yourselves. The group of sectless cultivators was still discussing and speculating when Duan Ling Tian said indifferently before he left like a gust of wind. When the sectless cultivators heard Duan Ling Tian's words and realized Duan Ling Tian had left, they finally regained their senses. At the same time, news of Duan Ling Tian's words under the lightning penalty oath began to spread like wildfire in Sin City. Not only that, but it also spread to the outside of Sin City. News of the Golden Lion King, one of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's 4 great Karmapa, being killed by Duan Ling Tian had also spread. Duan Ling Tian is the black-robed man who's famous in Sin City? 3 years ago, Duan Ling Tian entered the treasure vault left behind by the 3 eminent celestials who seemed to have passed the heavenly tribulation. It was confirmed that he was the only survivor among the 3 eminent celestials who managed to pass the heavenly tribulation. After 3 years, Duan Ling Tian managed to escape from the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials and went to Sin City to reveal the truth. He even swore on the lightning penalty oath so that people would believe him. The 3 eminent celestials are actually powerhouses from the devil clans. The formation that activated the trap is actually connected to the formation in the lower province. The formation in the lower province will only be activated when the devil clans from the land of exile come to the lower province again. As the news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. No one would have thought that the truth from 3 years ago would be like this. As it turned out, the treasure vault left behind by the 3 eminent celestials was actually a trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials from the devil clans. The trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils was meant to trap and kill the human powerhouses when the devils from the land of exile came to the Dao Martial Saint land again. This was to help their descendants. The devil clans have come? That guess from the past has come true. In order to verify that guess, we humans have lost so many powerhouses. How are we going to defend ourselves when the devil clans invade the upper province? Those 3 eminent celestials are really ruthless. They didn't forget to set us up before they ascended. Fortunately, we have Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that the devil clans had already invaded the lower province and could come to the upper province at any time. We have to be prepared. If the devil clans invade, it won't be a joke. Similar discussions began to spread in a small area near Sin City. In the end, the news began to spread in all directions. Based on the current speed, it would not take long before the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land would hear about this. And Duan Ling Tian's goal of going to the city of Sin to reveal the truth to the public had been achieved. Naturally, the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land were aware of this. The devil race from the land of exile had already arrived in the lower province and was about to invade the upper province. News of Duan Ling Tian's actions in Sin City spread like wildfire. It turns out that Duan Ling Tian did not obtain the 2 Super Saint artifacts back then. He only has 1 Super Saint weapon, and it's the Devil Seal tablet that he took back from Xiezong, the son of the Zhuangzi Buddhism Golden Lion King. Humph! That supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, actually use such a despicable method to make a false statement? He must have done that because he doesn't want us to snatch Duan Lingtian's Super Saint weapon so he can keep it for himself, right? Originally, I thought powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were godlike existences. They were high and mighty, and I believed their words unconditionally. I didn't expect it to be a scam. Liar. Liar. As the news that Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath spread, even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were pulled down from their pedestals. The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land realized this. Even powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land were no different from them. They were not as indifferent to fame and wealth as they had imagined. At the same time, even more shocking news spread to the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After 3 years, Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Even the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, is powerless in front of him? Heavens! Is this for real? If this is true, this is too ridiculous. That's right. Who's Xie Kong Sun? He's the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. He's one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Such a person is powerless in front of Duan Lingtian? I don't care if you believe it or not, but I don't. This is too ridiculous. You don't believe it? Let me tell you, I have a distant cousin who's a disciple of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. This news is definitely true. I'm sure it's true as well. I'm from Sin City. It's said that many sectless cultivators in Sin City saw what happened. The rumors are true. Duan Lingtian is indeed as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He severed Xie Kong Sun's arms with 2 strikes of his sword. When Xie Kong Sun turned around to flee, he struck again and killed Xie Kong Sun. Based on what you said, if Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Xie Kong Sun, he only needed 1 strike of his sword? He was just toying with Xie Kong Sun with the first 2 strikes? That's right. Most people who were close to Sin City believed Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong that they had no choice but to believe it. In places further away, only a small number of people believed it. In the borderlands of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, almost nobody believed it. After all, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, was a famous powerhouse in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 2169. The news from Sin City in the central region spread like wildfire. Even the Zoroastrianism in the western region received the news. Senior brother Duan Lingtian actually showed up? Moreover, he just came out of the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials who killed many powerhouses 3 years ago. As soon as he came out, he went to Sin City and swore on the lightning penalty oath to confirm that the devil clans from the land of exile had invaded the lower province. Heavens! The devil clans have really invaded the lower province. I'm afraid it won't be long before they invade the upper province. The Zoroastrianism was shocked by Duan Lingtian's confirmation that the devil clans had invaded the Dao Martial Saint Land. Since Duan Lingtian had sworn on the lightning penalty oath and was not killed by the lightning penalty, it meant that he was not lying. Everything he said was true. Although the Zoroastrianism people were shocked by the devil clan's invasion of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they were not afraid at all. After all, they were supported by one of the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Zoroastrianism. It was a force that stood at the peak of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If the devil clans had really invaded the upper province, they would be one of the human race's hopes. If they were afraid of the devil clans, the human race might as well surrender. I didn't expect the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, would lie. He was worried someone would snatch the Super Saint weapon from Duan Lingtian, so he didn't hesitate to make a false statement saying he had obtained the Super Saint weapon from Duan Lingtian. What's surprising is senior brother Duan Lingtian doesn't have 2 Super Saint weapons. He only has 1 Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet belongs to him. It's time for it to be returned to its rightful owner. News of this spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. At the same time, news of Duan Lingtian killing the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, had also spread. Senior brother Duanling Tian crippled Xie Kongsun's right arm and left arm with one strike before killing Xie Kongsun with one strike? From the beginning until the end, Xie Kongsun didn't even have a chance to retaliate? You must be kidding me. Although I admit that Duanling Tian's innate talent is very high, and his strength must have improved a lot after 3 years. Even so, it's not to the extent where Xie Kongsun is completely helpless, right? This was too ridiculous. That's Xie Kongsun we're talking about. Xie Kongsun is the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. His cultivation base has long broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He can be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. How could someone like that be powerless in front of senior brother Duanling Tian? It seems like senior brother Duanling Tian's cultivation base has already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? This news is too ridiculous. I don't believe it. News of Duanling Tian killing Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect, with 3 strikes had spread to the Zoroastrianism sect. However, almost no one believed that Duanling Tian possessed such strength. Even Lu Yun, Lu Mu, and the others who were close to Duanling Tian in the past felt that the news was too exaggerated and hard to believe when they heard it. Duanling Tian's innate talent was not bad. 3 years ago, he had even killed Xie Zong, the son of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect's Golden Lion King. However, they did not believe that Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 3 years. What a joke! After one entered the Saint Celestial stage, the gap between each form was like a huge chasm. It was extremely difficult for one to make a breakthrough. Even if there were peerless geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots in the history of the Zoroastrianism sect and the best cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it would take at least a few decades for them to break through from the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even a peerless genius with violet innate spiritual roots at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just 3 years. That's right. Therefore, this news is definitely fake news. Nobody in the Zoroastrianism sect believed that Duanling Tian had really killed Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. They thought it was fake news from Sin City. Duanling Tian? 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? How can such news be spread? Isn't he afraid of being laughed at? When the news reached the enforcement hall's elder Dong Lin couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, his eyes flashed coldly as he said, Duanling Tian, you've finally shown yourself? I can't believe you're still alive after falling into the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials. You're really lucky. I hope you'll stay alive and don't return to Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, even if I'm no match for you, my father will still kill you. Dong Lin's father was Dong Yuanjin, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall. When Dong Lin heard the news, Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, and his eldest direct disciple Bu Hong, had also heard the news. They also found it ridiculous. Duanling Tian is at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? This was definitely the biggest joke they had ever heard in their lives. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, behind the clouds above the Saint Island, there were many independent floating islands in the void. At the highest point, there was only one floating island. It was like a high and mighty emperor, looking disdainfully at all directions. This was the place where Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, cultivated. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. A muscular figure flew over from afar, and arrived at the highest point of the floating island in just a blink of an eye. Lord Sect Leader. The newcomer stood in the void and bowed respectfully to the floating island in front of him. His words were extremely humble and respectful. If a Zoroastrianism elder was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This person was one of the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Whoosh! As soon as the vice-sect leader of Fire Worship Sect finished speaking, a huge figure appeared out of thin air as though a gust of wind had blown past. The figure belonged to a tall and muscular middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe that was embroidered with red flames. It was similar to the robes worn by the Zoroastrianism elders and disciples. Naturally, it was only similar to the robes. The flames embroidered on his white robe were unique. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the robes were embroidered with flames. The middle-aged man's long robe was embroidered with flames. From top to bottom, the flames seemed to form a long divine dragon that circled around his body. It was as if a true dragon was protecting him. Although the middle-aged man was tall and muscular, his appearance was decent. He did not look boorish at all. Whether it was her figure or her face, every part was just right, almost perfect. Besides that, the space between this middle-aged man's brows seemed to be filled with a dignified aura that seemed capable of making all things submit before him. And he was the leader of Zoroastrianism. Tang Xian. Is something the matter? Even though Zoroastrianism was spreading the news from the city of Sin, Tang Xian, who was cultivating in his own place, was unaware of it. But he knew. Since the vice sect leader in front of him had come looking for him, there must be a reason. Sect leader. The vice sect master nodded and told Tang Xian about the demon race's arrival in the Debussy subterranean. The devil clans really came to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Even Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism whose cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had a grave expression on his face when he heard this. The devil clans from the land of exile were extremely powerful. Tang Xian had read about this in the records left behind by the Zoroastrianism since ancient times. There was no lack of powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the devil clans. In fact, there might even be half-step celestials who had successfully transcended the tribulation but had yet to ascend to the immortal world. Yes. The vice sect leader nodded. Then, he said with a complicated expression on his face, speaking of which, this news was confirmed by Duanling Tian, the prodigious disciple of our Zoroastrianism. Duanling Tian? The prodigious disciple of our Zoroastrianism who possesses 2 super saint weapons? Tang Xian asked as he looked at the vice sect leader. It had been some time since he came out of closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he had heard of Duanling Tian, the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism. Yes. The vice sect leader nodded again. It said that he also fell into the trap left behind by the 3 eminent celestials 3 years ago. However, while the others were eliminated and killed, he survived and stayed in the trap for 3 years. He only came out recently. He stayed in the trap for 3 years. Tang Xian nodded. It seems like that old man from the Zhuangzi Buddhism was lying. I was wondering when that old man became so fond of swearing on the lightning penalty oath. As it turns out, he had his eyes on the 2 super saint weapons in Duanling Tian's possession. That's why he deliberately spread false news. Lord Sect Leader, Duanling Tian only has 1 super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. He doesn't have the Traceless Sword. He has already sworn on the lightning penalty oath to confirm this. The vice sect leader added. Since the devil clans from the land of exile have descended, the Traceless Sword is not as useful as the Devil Seal Tablet. Tang Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. When his words entered the ears of the vice sect master, the latter deeply agreed with him. Chapter 2170. Apart from that, there's another piece of news. However, I think it's fake news. The vice sect leader of Zoroastrianism who was standing near Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, said after a moment of hesitation. What news? Tang Xian asked curiously. The news has something to do with Duanling Tian. It said that Duanling Tian managed to kill Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, in front of everyone in Sin City. The vice sect leader said. He killed Xie Kongsun with 3 strikes? Tang Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard this. If I'm not mistaken, Xie Kongsun from Zhuangzi Buddhism could be considered as one of the strongest powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. It's almost impossible to kill him with 3 strikes unless one's at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. That's what everyone thinks. The vice sect leader nodded. Due to this reason, not many people believe this news. Although Duanling Tian's innate talent is monstrous, it's absurd that he managed to kill Xie Kongsun with 3 strikes. Tang Xian nodded. He knew Duan Lingtian and knew it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be strong enough to kill Xie Kongsun with 3 strikes in just 3 years. Now that the devil clans are invading, all of you should be prepared. In 3 years, the devil clans must have taken root in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'm afraid it won't be long before the powerhouses from the devil clans set up an inter-province transportation formation and invade the upper province. Tang Xian said with a hint of dread on his face. Before that happens, the sect of Zoroastrianism must be prepared. Yes, Lord Sect Leader, the Vice Sect Leader replied respectfully. The Vice Sect Leader replied respectfully, but he didn't leave. Instead, he seemed to have something to say. Is there anything else? Tang Xian asked. Lord Hierarch. The Vice Sect Leader took a deep breath before he mustered up his courage and said, As far as I know, when you came out of closed-door cultivation, you brought the Saint Lady and her daughter out of the enforcement hall and placed them in your cultivation place. May I know when you gave the order to punish the Saint Lady and her daughter? The Vice Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall are already complaining about this matter. The Vice Sect Leader said with a bitter smile. Vice Hall Masters? Do you have any complaints? Tang Xian sneered. Their Hallmaster hasn't said anything yet. Why are they in such a hurry? Since when did I, Tang Xian, allow them to tell me what to do? Go and tell them. If anyone is dissatisfied with this matter, they can come and speak to me personally. Why don't you let them know and I'll go look for them? There was a hint of anger in Tang Xian's voice as he spoke. The Vice Sect Leader was shocked. He broke out in cold sweat as he hastily explained. Lord Hierarch, they only asked casually. They don't intend to make a big deal out of this matter. Since you already have a plan, Lord Hierarch, there's no need for you to pay attention to them. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. It seems like Lord Hierarch really doesn't want to punish the Saint Lady. The reincarnation of a goddess? Lord Hierarch has really lost his mind. Fortunately, Lord Hierarch is still normal in other aspects. The Vice Sect Leader felt slightly relieved when he thought of this. The sect leader of Zoroastrianism was the backbone of Zoroastrianism. He was also the guardian of Zoroastrianism. If something were to happen to him, Zoroastrianism would definitely decline and even be destroyed. Wait. Just as the Vice Sect Master was about to leave, Tang Xian called out to him again. Lord Hierarch, do you have any other instructions? The Vice Sect Leader stopped in his tracks and looked at Tang Xian respectfully again. In my name, make a statement to the outside world. Tang Xian looked at the Vice Sect Leader and said, The statement is to ask Duan Lingtian to return to Zoroastrianism. Also, promise him that as long as he returns to Zoroastrianism, the Zoroastrianism won't covet the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in his possession. If he doesn't believe me, he can hide the Devil Seal Tablet outside and return to Zoroastrianism. At that time I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, am willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to witness my promise to him. Tang Xian's words revealed his eagerness to have Duan Lingtian return to Zoroastrianism. Lord Hierarch, is it worth it for you to do this for a mere Duan Lingtian? The Vice Sect Leader was stunned. Naturally, it's not worth it for a mere Duan Lingtian. Tang Xian said indifferently. However, the Devil Seal Tablet in his possession is worth it. As long as he's a disciple of Zoroastrianism, he and the Devil Seal Tablet will be a great help to us in Zoroastrianism. Moreover, if the Devil clans invade the upper province and invade Zoroastrianism, I'm sure he'll be willing to lend me the Devil Seal Tablet. With my current strength, if I use the Devil Seal Tablet, none of the Devil clans below the Eminent Celestial would be a match for me. Tang Xian's eyes gleamed coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, as long as he could use the Devil Seal Tablet, the Super Saint weapon that was said to be the bane of the Devil clans, it would not affect him much no matter who had the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet was only useful to him in dealing with the Devil clans. Once the Devil race was forced to retreat, the Devil Seal Tombstone would be useless in his hands. For this reason, he did not object to the fact that the Duan Lingtian possessed the Devil Seal Tablet. Realization dawned on the Vice Sect Leader when he heard Tang Xian's words. Tang Xian also returned to his own place of cultivation. He returned to a room in his mansion on an independent island. It was the room where he usually lived and cultivated. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the mansion where Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, cultivated, there was a huge courtyard that occupied a lot of space. These courtyards were where Tang Xian usually received guests. Naturally, there were only a handful of people in the Dao Martial Saint Land who were qualified to be invited by Tang Xian. At this moment, 2 rooms in one of the courtyards were occupied. Apart from 2 identical twin sisters, there was a cute little girl who was about 8 or 9 years old with 2 pigtails. The twin sisters were none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Ke, and Ke's elder sister, Gong Ruyen. The little girl was Duan Lingtian and Ke's daughter, Duan Siling, Yu Yan. I noticed that the sect leader seemed to be very respectful to you when he was talking to you. Do you know why? Gong Ruyen looked at Ke in shock. She was shocked when she learned that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was as rare as a phoenix's feather in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When facing her twin sister, not only did she not show the attitude that a superior would show to an inferior, but she also showed the respectful attitude that an inferior would show to a superior in front of her twin sister. This caused her to be shocked, but at the same time, she was also puzzled. I don't know. Ke shook her head slightly as she hugged Duan Siling, who had fallen into a deep sleep. She was puzzled as well. This was the first time I saw him when he came to the enforcement hall. Initially, I thought he would follow the fire worship sect's rules and order me and Si Ling to be executed after he came out of closed-door cultivation. I didn't expect him to not be angry when he saw me. Instead, he was so cautious as though he was afraid of offending me. Gong Ruyen fell silent when she heard Ke's words. After a moment of silence, Gong Ruyen sighed again. Initially, I thought he would punish me according to the fire worship sect's rules since I didn't cooperate with him to reveal your man's background. However, I didn't expect he would release me from the enforcement hall just because of you. It seems like he really thinks you're the reincarnation of a goddess. Otherwise, I can't think of any other explanation. Gong Ruyen looked at Ke and sized her up for a long time. However, she could not find anything special about her younger sister other than the fact that she looked exactly like her. Reincarnation of a goddess? Ke remained silent when she heard Gong Ruyen's words. He only felt that this statement was too absurd and ridiculous. Apart from that, she had also heard from her twin sister that only the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism believed she was the reincarnation of a goddess. The other people, such as the 3 great guardians, the 2 sect leaders, and the other high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism, did not agree with this. Sister. All of a sudden, a purple bird flew in from the outside, accompanied by a series of hurried sounds. After flying in, she turned into a young girl in a purple robe. This purple-clad young lady was none other than Gong Ruyen's super divine beast, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock. She was also the closest person to Gong Ruyen. She was also by Gong Ruyen's side when she went to the lower province. What's wrong? Gong Ruyen asked curiously as she looked at the purple-clad young lady. Sister, there's news about Duan Lingtian. The purple-clad young lady sent a voice transmission to Gong Ruyen. Since she was in the cultivation place of the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, she was worried the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would overhear her words. Gong Ruyen's eyes lit up when she heard the purple-clad young lady's words. Before the purple-clad young lady could continue speaking, she sent another voice transmission to Ke. There's news about him. Ke trembled in excitement when she heard Gong Ruyen's voice transmission. Naturally, she knew who her sister was referring to. Chapter 2171. Sister, where is he now? How is he? Ke took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart. She immediately looked at Gong Ruyen and impatiently transmitted her voice to her through voice transmission. Said the last time he appeared was in Sin City. Gong Ruyen told Ke everything the purple-clad girl had told her through voice transmission. 3 years ago, he entered the upper heaven. What said was something that had spread throughout the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even Gong Ruyen thought it was ridiculous that the Duan Lingtian had killed Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Therefore, she did not mention it to Ke. She only told Ke about other things. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. You don't have to worry too much. Gong Ruyen comforted her after she finished speaking. A trap left behind by 3 eminent devil cultivators? He's the only one who survived? After knowing what her man had gone through, Ker's pretty face turned pale with fright. Although she wasn't by her man's side, she could guess that her man must have gone through a lot of hardships. Ker's heart ached for the man whom she treasured as much as her own life. Young master. Ker's eyes were filled with tears at some point. In the western region. In the sky above a mountain near the Zoroastrianism's estate. A tall purple figure stood proudly in the sky. The figure was a young man dressed in a long purple robe. He was tall and handsome. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were bright. He had a graceful bearing, and his body emitted a refreshing aura. As he stood there with an elegant demeanor, he seemed to cause everything around him to lose its splendor. I can't believe the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism has not only come out of closed-door cultivation, but his cultivation base has also broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Suddenly, the young man muttered softly. Fortunately, although he has come out of seclusion, he did not give the order to punish Ku'er and her daughter. However, we still have to think of a way to rescue them. I don't feel safe leaving them in the Zoroastrianism. Based on the young man's words, one could easily guess his identity. He was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned from Sin City in the central region. On his way back, Duan Ling Tian had heard that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had come out of closed-door cultivation and had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, becoming the 4th powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he heard about this. He was extremely worried about Ker and their daughter's safety. Under such circumstances, Duan Ling Tian hurried back to the Zoroastrianism's estate. After some investigation, he discovered that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had not punished Ker and their daughter yet. He could not help but sigh in relief. Duan Ling Tian hid outside the Zoroastrianism's estate, preparing to enter the Zoroastrianism's estate to rescue Ker and their daughter. With my current strength, I won't be a match for the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism even if I fully activate the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. I must find a good opportunity to rescue Ker and our daughter. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian knew his current strength very well. If he used all his techniques and fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, there was nothing he could do to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Don't tell me I have to enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again, and spend another year and a half to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself with a frown on his face. A year and a half referred to the time in the outside world. Who could be certain that the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism would not punish Ker and their daughter after a year and a half? Duan Ling Tian did not dare to take the risk. If he lost the bet and something happened to Ker and their daughter, he would never be able to forgive himself. Duan Ling Tian racked his brains, trying to think of a way to rescue Ker and their daughter from the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. At this moment, a statement came from the Zoroastrianism's estate. The statement was personally issued by the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian. The content of the statement was as follows. As the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian has invited Duan Ling Tian, the prodigious disciple of the Zoroastrianism, to return. He has also promised that the Zoroastrianism will not covet his grade-level saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If Duan Ling Tian is still worried, he can hide the Devil Seal Tablet outside and return alone. At that time, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, is willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove his promise to Duan Ling Tian. When the announcement was made, not only were the people around the Zoroastrianism's estate shocked, but even the elders and disciples of the Zoroastrianism sect were shocked. Lord Sect Leader is willing to make such a statement just to bring Duan Ling Tian back? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! It said that Lord Sect Leader values talents as much as his own life. I've finally seen it for myself today. With Lord Sect Leader's announcement, it's likely that senior brother Duan Ling Tian will return. Once he returns, I'm afraid the true ranking will change again. He'll definitely be ranked first on the true ranking. That's for sure. 3 years ago, senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. His cultivation base is no weaker than the person ranked first on the true ranking. Now that 3 years have passed, with his innate talent, he's definitely much stronger than he was 3 years ago. I'm really looking forward to senior brother Duan Lingtian's return. Ever since senior brother Duan Lingtian left, Zoroastrianism has been like a pool of stagnant water. It's not as lively as it was when senior brother Lingtian was around. While the people of Zoroastrianism discussed among themselves, the disciples of Zoroastrianism were overjoyed as well. Most of them hoped that Duan Lingtian would return. Senior brother Lingtian will have a chance to return? Junior brother Lingtian will be able to return. Many disciples of Zoroastrianism who were close to Duan Lingtian, including Lu Yun and Lu Mu, were excited when they heard about the announcement made by their sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Why would Lord sect leader make such a statement? As the saying went, some people were happy while others were sad. When Bu Hong, the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Zoroastrianism, heard about the announcement made by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, his expression turned grave. Lu Tai, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had a similar expression on his face. Although he really wanted to obtain the class-level divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession, since the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had made such a promise to Duan Lingtian, he no longer dared to think about obtaining the class-level divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. Damn it! How could Lord sect leader be so foolish? In the law enforcement hall, Elder Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he heard the announcement made by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian. Dong Lin's father, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin, narrowed his eyes when he heard about this. A terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. Outside the Zoroastrianism's residence. That sect leader of Zoroastrianism is really wishful thinking. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer when he heard the statement from Tang Xian, the leader of Zoroastrianism. There was nothing wrong with Tang Xian's promise. However, Tang Xian seemed to be desperate for talent and was protecting him. However, he was clear in his heart. The reason Tang Xian was acting like this was most likely because he possessed the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet. It just so happened that the Devil Seal Tablet was the bane of the Devil Race. Once the Devil Race invaded the upper region in the future, Zoroastrianism wouldn't have to fear the Devil Race's army if they had the Demon Sealing Tombstone to rely on. In fact, Tang Xian could even use the Demon Sealing Tombstone to deal with the Devil Race experts at a critical moment. And he couldn't possibly refuse. To Tang Xian, as long as the Devil Clansmen are repelled, the Devil Seal Tablet is worth less than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian was very clear about this. At Tang Xian's level of cultivation, there was no need for him to use the Devil Seal Tombstone unless his opponent was a Devil Race expert. As for Devil cultivators from the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was no need for him to use the Devil Seal Tablet since he was so powerful. If I possess another grade saint weapon like the Traceless Sword or the Nine Cloud Sword, I'm afraid he won't be so kind. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. If Tang Xian did not only possess the Devil Seal Tablet but also another offensive saint weapon such as the Traceless Sword and the Nine Cloud Sword, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, Tang Xian, would not have made such a statement. After all, whether it was the Traceless Sword or the Nine Cloud Sword, even Tang Xian would be tempted. If that's the case, I'll return to Zoroastrianism and meet the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian made up his mind as his eyes gleamed. Duan Lingtian did not think it was necessary for him to hide the Devil Seal Tablet, the general-grade saint weapon, outside. In any case, he believed Tang Xian would not dare to make a move on him since he did not want to risk the Devil Seal Tablet being in his possession. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was much lower than Tang Xian's, as a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, he was immune to any soul-searching secret tactic. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would use the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Zoroastrianism. I'm back. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian flew across the sky and entered the Zoroastrianism's estate. He directly flew over the White Tiger Sanctum's estate that was located east of the Zoroastrianism's estate. He did not bother concealing himself at all. He was completely different from how he was when he secretly left the Zoroastrianism's estate a few years ago. Chapter 2172. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who was flying in the air above the White Tiger Sanctum's estate, had also changed into the uniform of a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. It was difficult for a true disciple to not attract attention when he swaggered past the White Tiger Sanctum. Is that a true disciple of Zoroastrianism? The first people who noticed Duan Ling Tian were some White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. They were stunned when they saw a true disciple barging into their White Tiger Sanctum. Based on what they knew, there was a rule in Zoroastrianism that no Saint-Land disciple, regardless of whether it was an elite disciple or a true disciple, was allowed to enter the four symbol sanctums without the permission of the sanctum leader. However, a true disciple was currently flying past the White Tiger Sanctum as though no one was around. Based on the direction the true disciple was heading, it was obvious he had just returned from Zoroastrianism. Isn't he a little too bold? This is the White Tiger Sanctum of the four symbol sanctums. It's not a place where a true disciple like him can act as he pleases. Just wait and see. He'll be intercepted by our White Tiger Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder soon. He'll be sent to the enforcement hall. He's provoking the entire White Tiger Sanctum. Many White Tiger Sanctum's disciples were indignant as they discussed among themselves. What if he's a direct disciple of Lord Sanctum Leader, or one of the elders in White Tiger Sanctum? Some White Tiger Sanctum's disciples said. Impossible. Even if he's a direct disciple of Lord Sanctum Leader or any of the elders, he'll try his best to avoid our White Tiger Sanctum. It's impossible for him to be so arrogant. However, this person doesn't seem to care about our White Tiger Sanctum at all. This is a provocation to our White Tiger Sanctum. It's a provocation to the entire four symbols sanctum. Among the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples, there was no lack of people who were eager to stir up trouble. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave the White Tiger Sanctum's estate and enter the Saint Land. Hermph! Hermph! Two angry snorts rang in the air as the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Their target was Duan Ling Tian. They were getting closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian. Silver Flame Elder of the White Tiger Sanctum? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the aura of the two people who caused the sound of wind breaking. However, he did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he continued to walk towards the direction of the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. The Silver Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism were only at the third or fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. To him, there was no threat at all. Stop! How dare you! Two deafening roars that contained monstrous fury resounded at almost the same time. The two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum shouted at Duan Ling Tian at the same time. Then they arrived near Duan Ling Tian at the fastest speed and intercepted Duan Ling Tian from the front and back. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian was pincered by the two Silver Flame Elders. When Duan Ling Tian came to a halt, his true appearance was exposed to the two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum. They found him familiar. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian's current appearance was different from the one he disguised when he was in the Zoroastrianism a few years ago. Right now, he was showing others his original true face, without any disguise. The two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum found Duan Ling Tian's appearance familiar because they had seen Duan Ling Tian's portrait before. Elder Lin and Elder Zhong have made their move. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Sanctum's estate, a group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples who had come to watch the show recognized the two Silver Flame Elders of the White Tiger Sanctum who had intercepted the true disciple. I'm afraid this true disciple is in trouble. That's right. He's flying above our White Tiger Sanctum's estate. Even Lord Sanctum Leader's direct disciple wouldn't dare to be so high profile. Why do I find this true disciple familiar? I find him familiar as well. When the group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples arrived, many of them found Duan Ling Tian familiar as well. However, none of them could recall who he was. Naturally, it was only because they could not recall who he was. Just when the two White Tiger Sanctum's elders were staring at Duan Ling Tian fiercely as though they were about to do something to him, a shocked voice suddenly rang in the air. I remember him now. He's senior brother Duan Ling Tian. The voice came from one of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. When this disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with admiration. Be senior brother Duan Ling Tian. It seems like he's senior brother Duan Ling Tian. He's different from the senior brother Duan Ling Tian I saw a few years ago. Currently, senior brother Duan Ling Tian has restored his original appearance. I've seen his face in a portrait before. I've seen it before as well. Moreover, his body shape is no different from senior brother Duanling Tian in the portrait. In the past, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, had restored Duanling Tian's appearance and body shape in the portrait. He had also spread the portrait to the people of Zoroastrianism. Almost everyone in Zoroastrianism had seen the portrait of Duanling Tian. Previously, most of them did not realize it at first because their memories were a little blurry after a few years. Duanling Tian? Yeah. You're Duanling Tian. The two White Tiger Sanctum elders had, naturally, heard the discussion among the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. When they looked at Duanling Tian again, their expressions were no longer hostile. Instead, they looked more solemn. At this moment, they recalled the portrait they had seen a few years ago. The young man in the portrait perfectly matched the person in front of them. What? Elders, did you see someone impersonating me? When Duanling Tian saw the solemn and suspicious expressions on the two White Tiger Sanctum elders' faces, he could not help but shake his head and smile. Humph. So what if you're Duanling Tian? Every clan has its own rules. You're Duanling Tian, a true disciple. How can you disregard the rules and walk in the White Tiger Sanctum? Today, I'll send you to the enforcement hall and let them deal with you. One of the White Tiger Sanctum elders snorted coldly. Based on his words, it seemed as though he was going to arrest Duanling Tian. That's right. Even if Duanling Tian was invited back by Lord Sect Leader, you can't disobey the rules of the sect. Today, you'll have to go to the enforcement hall with us. The other White Tiger Sanctum elder chimed in. For a moment, the atmosphere that had eased up was once again filled with the smell of gunpowder. The group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples stared at Duanling Tian intently. They were curious about how Duanling Tian would react to the situation. Elders, if I'm not mistaken, the Zoroastrianism has a rule that states that Saint Lan disciples are not allowed to enter the four symbol sanctums. Apart from that, there's another rule. Duanling Tian looked at the two White Tiger Sanctum elders with a piercing gaze. If a Saint Lan disciple possesses the ability to defeat any of the sanctum leaders in the four symbol sanctums, he'll be able to disregard the rule and walk freely in the four symbol sanctums. Without waiting for the two White Tiger Sanctum's elders to reply, Duanling Tian continued to speak confidently. Duanling Tian had learned about the Zoroastrianism rule in the past, so he clearly remembered the rule's additional rule. You! Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the two White Tiger Sanctum elders' expressions changed drastically. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. In their hearts, the same absurd thought rose up in unison. Could it be that Duanling Tian possessed the ability to defeat the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? After all, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum was a Golden Flame elder of Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even among powerhouses at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum could be considered as one of the best. The group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples was shocked as well. All of them were dumbfounded. Does senior brother Duanling Tian intend to challenge the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? This was the same thought that appeared in their minds. If the White Tiger Sanctum really wants to settle the matter of me, Duanling Tian, passing by the White Tiger Sanctum today, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum can come out and fight me. If I lose, I'll personally go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. Duanling Tian's voice resonated in the air again. His voice was loud and clear as well. Duanling Tian's words clearly expressed his intention. Since the White Tiger Sanctum refuses to accept the fact that I, Duanling Tian, am here today, I, Duanling Tian, will challenge the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. If the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum wins, I'll personally go to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment. If the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum loses, I'll naturally be able to move freely in the White Tiger Sanctum's estate without violating the Zoroastrianism rule. Duanling Tian's words contained his son's saint origin. It did not take long before his words spread through the entire White Tiger Sanctum, shocking everyone in the White Tiger Sanctum. Duanling Tian? Senior brother Duanling Tian has returned? Sect leader has only made the announcement a few days ago, and he's already back? Not only has he returned, but he seems to have passed by our White Tiger Sanctum as well. However, based on his words, it seems like he intends to challenge Lord Sanctum leader? It seems like he's been stopped by someone. I remember there's a clause in the rule that states the Saint Lan's disciples are not allowed to enter the four symbol sanctums without permission. As long as a Saint Lan's disciple can defeat the sanctum leader of any of the four symbol sanctums, he'll be able to ignore the rule and walk freely in the four symbol sanctums. Is senior brother Duan Ling Tian trying to obtain the privilege to walk freely in the four symbol sanctums? As long as the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples were not in closed-door cultivation, they put down whatever they were doing and gathered in the direction of the voice. Apart from that, the remaining Silver Flame Elders and Bronze Flame Elders from the White Tiger Sanctum also made their way over to watch the commotion. While the White Tiger Sanctum was in an uproar because of Duan Ling Tian's words, Duan Ling Tian, you want to challenge me? Chapter 2173. Lord Sanctum Leader. Upon hearing the loud voice that resounded in the White Tiger Sanctum, the eyes of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples who had rushed to Duan Ling Tian brightened immediately. Judging from Lord Sanctum Leader's tone, he seems a little angry. How can he not be angry? Duan Ling Tian dares to bully Lord Sanctum Leader. With Lord Sanctum Leader's temper, how can he tolerate this? However, Duan Ling Tian actually dares to challenge Lord Sanctum Leader. Is he really confident he can defeat Lord Sanctum Leader? Many of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they were not certain if Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum. After all, they had witnessed Duan Ling Tian's monstrous strength a few years ago. When Duan Ling Tian was still in the Zoroastrianism, he had never been at a disadvantage no matter who he was up against. Moreover, he would always win whenever he initiated a battle. Today, as soon as he returned to the Zoroastrianism, he immediately challenged another person to a duel. This time, his target was not a Zoroastrianism disciple. Instead, it was a Golden Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism sect, who was also the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum. As the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums, he could be considered as one of the strongest Golden Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism sect. When they recalled Duan Ling Tian's past achievements and the strength of the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum, they were at a loss. They were not certain who was stronger. Lord Sanctum Leader is a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, while Duan Ling Tian was either one of the strongest powerhouses at the third or fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage 3 years ago. Now that 3 years have passed, it's hard to say if he's strong enough to defeat Lord Sanctum Leader. The further one goes on the path of cultivation, the slower one's progress becomes. This is especially true after the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage 3 years ago, with his innate talent, he might not be able to break through to the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 years. I think so too. Therefore, if Lord Altermaster fights with him, I think Lord Altermaster will win. I can't wait to see Lord Sanctum Lord torture him. How dare he act so presumptuously in our White Tiger Sanctum? Does he really think that there's no one in the White Tiger Sanctum who can stop him? In the end, most of the elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum sided with the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. They felt the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum would definitely emerge victorious in the duel with the Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! A deafening sound rang in the air. Before the group of White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with a weaker cultivation base could react, they saw another figure standing near Duan Ling Tian. The figure belonged to a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He was dressed in the robes of the Zoroastrianism elders. However, the flames embroidered on his robes were golden. Coupled with the golden flames that formed a huge tiger with the word King on its forehead, it was not difficult to identify him. He was the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, Lu Qing. Lu Qing's figure was tall and sturdy. His face was covered with a curly beard. He had a pair of large eyes and a pair of thick eyebrows. In addition to his fluffy hair, he gave off a valiant feeling. He looked like a tiger ready to hunt as he stood there. He gave off a dangerous vibe. Lord Sanctum Leader. Lord Sanctum Leader. As soon as Lu Qing appeared, the elders and disciples of the White Tiger Sanctum bowed respectfully at him. Lu Qing nodded calmly as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, Although I've never seen you before, I've heard about you. I know you're a rare prodigy in the Zoroastrianism. Moreover, you're the first person whom Lord Sanctum Leader personally invited back. I'm very impressed by you. Lu Qing said that he was impressed, but his tone was full of disdain. This was because he knew the reason the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism had invited Duan Lingtian back was because he wanted to borrow the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, from Duan Lingtian to deal with the devil clans when they invaded the Upper Province in the Zoroastrianism. I've heard of White Tiger Sanctum Lord Lu Qing. I've heard of you as well, Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. Duan Lingtian, I know you're quite talented. After so many years, I'm sure your cultivation base has improved a lot. However, do you really think you're a match for me? If that's the case, I have to say I'm very disappointed in you. At this moment, you're nothing but a brainless brute in my eyes. Lu Qing felt even more provoked by Duan Lingtian's calm tone. When he spoke again, his tone had become colder. Why don't we try and see if I'm a match for you? Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about Lu Qing's tone that was gradually turning cold. He still looked indifferent as though he did not take Lu Qing seriously at all. In fact, he did not take Lu Qing seriously at all. Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum and a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism, had a cultivation base at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. Putting aside his other techniques, his cultivation base alone was more than enough to defeat Lu Qing. After all, he was currently at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Lu Qing was infuriated when he saw Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously. Saint Origin surged out of his body and shrouded his body with a terrifying aura. Some of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples with a weaker cultivation base were forced to retreat by the aura. Where does Duan Lingtian get his courage from? He actually dares to look down on Lord Sanctum Leader. Duan Lingtian's indifference shocked the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples present on the scene. They did not know where Duan Lingtian got his courage from. It was as though he was certain he could defeat the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. Lord Sanctum Leader is angry. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian will lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die today. Many of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples could not help but shake their heads when they sensed Lu Qing's anger. They felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. Does Duan Lingtian really think he's invincible after being away for a few years? Let's make him suffer today and show him where he stands. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of Lord Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum? He's just seeking death. He's not seeking death. After all, Lord Sect Leader personally invited him back. It's impossible for Lord Sanctum Leader to kill him. However, I'm sure he'll definitely suffer a few superficial injuries today. Most of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples did not have high hopes for Duan Lingtian at all. They thought Duan Lingtian was just looking for a beating. Only a few of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples had a grave expression on their faces as they watched the situation unfold. They thought to themselves, Duan Lingtian is still as confident as before. Is it possible he's really confident he can defeat Lord Sanctum Leader? Of course, although they thought so, they did not dare to say it out loud. If they said it out loud, they would definitely be drowned in the saliva of the other White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples. Just as Lu Qing's Saint Qi surged and his figure flickered as he prepared to make his move. You're too slow. A slightly impatient voice rang out. It was Duan Lingtian frowning as he spoke to Lu Qing. This further enraged Lu Qing. Lu Qing was so enraged that his Saint Qi surged like an erupting volcano. Just as Lu Qing's body trembled violently because of Duan Lingtian and he was about to make his move again. Sanctum Leader Lu, since you're not going to make a move, I'll make a move first. Duan Lingtian's impatient voice rang out again. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's right hand reached out like a ghost. A dazzling golden light erupted in an instant. It was the vast Saint Qi that swept out from his body. To be more precise, it was the Sun Saint Origin. The Sun Saint Origin swept out from Duan Lingtian's right hand and transformed into a gigantic palm in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian's right hand transformed into a claw, the gigantic palm formed from the Sun Saint Origin also transformed into a gigantic claw and grabbed at Lu Qing, the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum. Boom! Rumble! It was as though a 5-fingered mountain had closed in on Lu Qing in an attempt to suppress him. Duan Lingtian's attack only contained his Saint Origin. He did not use any martial tactics, divine abilities, or saint weapons. However, his attack was so fast that it caught Lu Qing before he could do anything. When the gigantic claw grabbed Lu Qing, the domineering Sun Saint Origin swept out and crushed Lu Qing's Saint Origin mercilessly. Although Duanling Tian was only at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Sun Saint Origin in his body could not be compared to the Saint Origin of an ordinary powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His Sun Saint Origin was extremely close to the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With such a powerful force, it could easily crush the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, who was immobilized by the gigantic claw, let out a bestial roar. His face was flushed red as his Saint Origin surged. It was obvious he had used all his strength. However, he could not escape being crushed in the end. How's this possible? Chapter 2174. Duanling Tian made his move. He extended his right hand, and a gigantic hand appeared. It was as though it could grab the sun, moon, and stars. Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, was restrained by Duanling Tian before he could even make a move. He did not even have the strength to fight back. The group of White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples present on the scene were shocked when they saw this. An expression of disbelief could be seen on their faces. Prior to this, Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, was the epitome of strength in the eyes of the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples. However, today they witnessed it with their own eyes. Lu Qing did not even have the chance to make a move in front of a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism. When did the true disciple of the Zoroastrianism become so freakish? Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, the gigantic hand that was grabbing Lu Qing loosened its grip as Lu Qing continued to struggle. As soon as Duanling Tian loosened his clenched right fist, the gigantic hand formed from his Sun Saint Origin followed suit and loosened its fist as well. Naturally, this was done intentionally by Duanling Tian. After Lu Qing broke free from the gigantic hand's grip, he felt as though he was a fish swimming in the vast sea and a bird flying in the vast sky. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of joy at surviving a calamity in the depths of his heart. Naturally, after feeling joyful, he was terrified. He was terrified of Duanling Tian's strength. Whoosh! At this moment, before Lu Qing could regain his senses, Duanling Tian raised his right hand and pressed it down. At this moment, the gigantic hand in front of Lu Qing leaped up and landed on top of Lu Qing's head. When Duanling Tian pressed his right hand down, the gigantic hand that was hovering above Lu Qing's head descended as well. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down on Lu Qing. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. Lu Qing, who did not have time to react, was slapped down by the gigantic hand. It was as though he was being pressed down by the Five-Finger Mountain. After a few moments, boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering noises reverberated in the air. The White Tiger Sanctum's estate shook violently. The gigantic hand formed by Duanling Tian's Sun Saint Origin pressed down on Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. It smashed him into the ground, crushing him into the earth. Of course, Yang Kai did not kill him. When he pressed Lu Qing into the ground, the Sun Saint Qi condensed into a giant hand dissipated with a single thought. However, even so, Lu Qing, who was not seriously injured, was still covered in dust. Being forcefully pressed onto the ground, his entire body was embedded into the ground. How could he not be dejected? To the White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, the Sanctum leader of their White Tiger Sanctum was knocked to the ground by a true disciple. Not only that, but he was also pressed into the ground as though he had turned into a human specimen. While the group of White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples were dumbfounded, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Sanctum leader Lu, I'm sorry for the offense. Duanling Tian glanced at Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, who had just gotten up from the ground. He did not care about Lu Qing's grave expression as he said these words and left. Currently, Yang Kai did not feel any sense of accomplishment when he defeated someone at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, even if his opponent was the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism. If it was not for the people from White Tiger Sanctum stopping him, he would not have made a move at all. After Duan Lingtian left, the people from White Tiger Sanctum, including Sanctum leader Lu Qing, no longer dared to stop him. It's only been a few years, but Duan Lingtian has become so strong? After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Qing's face turned pale. At the same time, he was reminded of something, and his eyes widened. Could it be that the news from the City of Sin is true? Did Duan Lingtian really kill Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism? Previously, Lu Qing had heard the news of Duan Lingtian killing Xie Kongsun. However, like most people, he did not believe it. He thought it was just a fantasy story. However, when he recalled the scene earlier, he began to believe it. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian made his move, he felt as though a gigantic mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel suffocated. The gigantic hand formed by Duan Lingtian's saint origin, in particular, seemed to contain the might of heaven and earth. No matter how hard Lu Qing tried, he could not break free from it at all. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to form such a gigantic hand with just his saint origin. I feel like he's at the peak of the sixth or seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. The moment he thought of this, Lu Qing's eyes were filled with shock. To grow to such an extent in just a few years. What kind of fortuitous encounter did that Duan Lingtian encounter? For a moment, in the depths of Lu Qing's eyes, besides shock and disbelief, there was also a glimmer of envy and jealousy. In his opinion, if it wasn't for his fortuitous encounter, Duan Lingtian definitely wouldn't have been able to possess such terrifying strength in just a few short years. When Lu Qing sensed the few elders from the White Tiger Sanctum who had regained their senses looking at him, his face turned green and white. He did not even greet them before he left like a gust of wind. He had completely lost his face as the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum today. If he had known this would happen, he would have pretended to be in closed-door cultivation and allowed Duan Lingtian to pass by. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The few elders from the White Tiger Sanctum who regained their senses first were all Silver Flame elders. They looked at each other and smiled wryly when they saw their Sanctum leader had left without saying a word. I can't believe Duan Lingtian has grown to such an extent in just 3 to 4 years. How shocking! One of the Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum sighed emotionally. That's right. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Lord Sanctum leader of our White Tiger Sanctum is like a 3-year-old child in front of him. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to defeat Lord Sanctum leader so easily, right? It's very likely that Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe that he could have such achievements in such a short time. Seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? Doesn't that mean the news about Duan Lingtian killing Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, is true? Based on the current situation, it's possible that it's true. Initially, the few Silver Flame elders from the White Tiger Sanctum were amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength. After a while, the group of White Tiger Sanctum's Bronze Flame elders and disciples from the White Tiger Sanctum joined in the discussion when they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. In the end, they confirmed one thing. Their Zoroastrianism's prodigious disciple, Duan Lingtian, had most likely killed Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Apart from being the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, and a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Xie Kongsun is ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. If senior brother Duan Lingtian has killed him, doesn't that mean senior brother Duan Lingtian has replaced Xie Kongsun and is ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking? One of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples muttered to himself. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. Based on the time, the Supreme Saint ranking should be out soon. I think it'll spread to the Western region and the Zoroastrianism in a few days. Another White Tiger Sanctum's disciple chimed in. However, the group of White Tiger Sanctum's elders and disciples were unaware of this. With the Central region as the center, the new Supreme Saint ranking began to spread in all directions. Those who did not believe Duan Lingtian had killed Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King of Black Kshetra sect, widened their eyes when they saw the person who was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. They remained silent for a long time. They could only feel their faces burning as they faced the Supreme Saint ranking. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian, a disciple from the Zoroastrianism Heaven sect, had really killed Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the four great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. They could choose not to believe the rumors, but they had no choice but to believe the Supreme Saint ranking. Saint Land. It's been a long time. In the faraway western region's base of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian had entered the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism after leaving the White Tiger Sanctum. After arriving near the Saint Island, Duan Ling Tian did not enter the Saint Island nor did he return to his residence outside the Saint Island. Instead, he soared into the air and passed through the clouds before he arrived near a group of floating islands. Duan Ling Tian continued to rise into the sky until he arrived at the highest point of the floating island before he finally came to a halt. Duan Ling Tian has returned because I've heard about the sect leader's announcement. Duan Ling Tian stood in the air and looked at the highest floating island in front of him. He said calmly, "I've come to look for you because I hope you'll keep your promise and swear on the lightning penalty oath." From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm. It was as though he did not need to bow to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In fact, this was indeed the case. Duan Ling Tian? He's back. Chapter 2175. When the patrolling elder found out the person who had come was Duan Ling Tian, the true disciple of the Zoroastrianism, he did not show himself. Instead, he turned around and continued his patrol. He knew about the announcement made by the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to return so soon. I wonder how strong Duan Ling Tian has become after so many years? The patrolling elder thought to himself as he left. However, I'm definitely no match for him. After all, he managed to kill Xie Zong, the son of the Golden Lion King, the leader of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, 3 years ago. Currently, I'm only slightly stronger than Xie Zong at that time. Regarding this, the patrolling elder was well aware of his own capabilities. Although he was a Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism, he was only an ordinary Silver Flame Elder. His cultivation base was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Perhaps, he might be comparable to Duan Ling Tian from 3 years ago. However, he was certain the gap between him and Xie Zong was huge. Duan Ling Tian's voice clearly reached the floating island and the vast mansion on the floating island where Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, cultivated. At this moment, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism was not the only one who cultivated. Duan Ling Tian? He's back? Gan Ru Yen, who was in a courtyard in the vast mansion, trembled when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. A shocked expression appeared on her face. She had heard about the announcement made by the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism. However, she did not expect Duan Ling Tian to return so soon. It had only been 3 days since the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism made the announcement, right? However, what she did not know was that Duan Ling Tian had already known about this when this announcement was made about Zoroastrianism. This was because Duan Ling Tian had been hiding outside the Zoroastrianism encampment, constantly keeping an eye on Zoroastrianism. He had endured for 3 days. To him, each day felt like a year. The reason why he endured it was because he was worried that if he returned to Zoroastrianism too quickly, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would think that the Devil Seal tablet was with him. "Young master." A low cry sounded. A woman who looked exactly like Gan Ru Yen ran out from a room in the courtyard. Once she appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. The woman was none other than Kerr, who had just put her daughter to sleep. She had just coaxed her daughter to sleep when the voice that had haunted her for many years entered her ears. She wanted to let her know that her young master had returned to Zoroastrianism. "Yu Yen, you mustn't act rashly. If you reveal that he's your man, Lord Sect Leader won't let him go." Gan Ru Yan's expression tensed up when she saw her younger sister rushing out of the room. She rushed to Kerr's side like a gust of wind and reminded her with a solemn expression on her face. "Sister, I know. Kerr nodded. That was her man. She regarded her man's life as more important than her own. How could she act rashly and do anything that would harm him? She missed him so much that she could not wait to rush out and reunite with him. However, when she thought about the consequences, she suppressed her urge to do so. Kerr's face was covered in tears. They were tears of excitement. Young master, do you know that Kerr is here? Don't blame Kerr. It's not that Kerr doesn't want to see you, but she can't see you. At the very least, she can't see you for the time being. At this moment, Kerr felt as though a knife was being twisted in her heart. As the saying went, husband and wife were connected by heart. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. However, he did not know why. After a while, he regained his senses and waited for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to come out. However, before Duan Lingtian could wait for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to come out, 3 uninvited guests appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling could be heard as though 3 gusts of wind had blown past. Then, 3 figures appeared near Duan Lingtian. After revealing themselves, the 3 ghost-like figures also revealed their true appearances. One of them was an old man dressed in green, the other was a young man dressed in purple, and the last one was a beautiful woman dressed in red. The old man had a head of white hair, and he looked like an immortal. The young man was handsome and elegant, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. The beautiful woman was beautiful. Her graceful figure and beautiful face were enough to make one's imagination run wild. Guardian Qing Hua. When the 3 of them appeared, Duan Lingtian's gaze instantly landed on the old man in green who had a sage-like demeanor. He took the initiative to greet him. In the past, he had met this old man once. At that time, the old man wanted to take him as his disciple, but he had rejected him. Due to this reason, he knew the old man was one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Qing Hua. The 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism are also known as the 3 guardians of wind, fire, and cloud. They're Zifeng, Qing Hua, and Hong Yun. I think the young man dressed in purple and the beautiful woman dressed in red next to Guardian Qing Hua are Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hong Yun. As Duan Lingtian greeted Qing Hua, he could not help but speculate inwardly. Among the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, the strongest one is Guardian Zifeng. It's said that his cultivation base has already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's one of the pillars of Zoroastrianism. The second one is Guardian Qing Hua. He's also Gon Ruyan's master. His cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's considered one of the strongest in the Dao Martial Saint land. He's ranked in the top 20 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Finally, there's Guardian Hong Yun. Although she's a woman, her cultivation base is at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She's one of the few female powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian had heard about the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism a few years ago. Due to this reason, he instantly recognized Zifeng and Hong Yun, the 2 guardians of Zoroastrianism whom he had not met before today. If it was in the past, he might feel a little restrained when facing the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. However, at this moment, he did not feel any restraint at all. After all, with his current strength, he was not afraid of them at all if they were to fight with their lives on the line. Duan Lingtian, you're finally willing to come back. Qing Hua looked at Duan Lingtian intently. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly before he looked at the 2 people standing next to Qing Hua. If I'm not mistaken, both of you must be Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hong Yun, right? Duan Lingtian spoke casually. It was as though he was speaking to the 2 guardians of Zoroastrianism as equals. With his current strength, he was indeed qualified to speak to the guardians of Zoroastrianism as equals. Qing Hua's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's casual words. He could overlook Duan Lingtian's rudeness, but it did not mean the other 2 guardians could do the same. As expected, both Guardian Zifeng and Guardian Hong Yun's expressions darkened when they heard Duan Lingtian's rudeness. Protector Hong Yun, in particular, was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from her face. As the guardians of Zoroastrianism, their positions in Zoroastrianism were second only to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Usually, even the 2 vice-sect leaders of Zoroastrianism would treat them with respect. Not to mention the other golden flame elders, silver flame elders, and even bronze flame elders. However, today, A true disciple of Zoroastrianism had spoken to them so casually without any respect. It was as though he was not facing the guardians of Zoroastrianism, but a true disciple like him. How could the two guardians of Zoroastrianism who were usually high and mighty not be angry? "How dare you!" Guardian Hong Yun shouted suddenly. Her expression darkened as she glared at Duan Lingtian. She asked coldly, "You're Duan Lingtian, right? Do you know who you're talking to?" Guardian Hong Yun's voice became colder as she spoke. It was as though her voice came from an extremely cold ice cave. "How dare you act so arrogantly and disrespect your elders just because of your innate talent? Didn't your sectless master teach you manners?" Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Guardian Hong Yun spoke again. Her voice was as cold as before. Guardian Zifeng looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. From the beginning until the end, he did not say anything. This was because Guardian Hong Yun had already said what he wanted to say. "Duan Lingtian, hurry up and apologize to the two guardians." Qinghua reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission when he recalled his direct disciple, Gan Ruyen, had asked him to take care of Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Qinghua's voice transmission. He continued to look at Guardian Hong Yun fearlessly. "Did I get the wrong person? You're not Guardian Hong Yun?" Duan Lingtian's tone was as calm as before. It was as though he did not notice Guardian Hong Yun's anger. He was like a hothead. "You?" Qinghua's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so stubborn after he heard his voice transmission. He decided to ignore Duan Lingtian. "Ruyen, it's not that I've let you down, but Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. It's not a bad thing to let him suffer today." In Qinghua's opinion, Duan Lingtian was different. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a completely different person compared to the Duan Lingtian in the past. In the past, although Duan Lingtian was also arrogant and unruly, he was definitely not as arrogant and conceited as he was now. He knew no matter how angry Guardian Hong Yun was, she would not kill Duan Lingtian and ruin the plan of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2176. Ever since I, Hong Yun, have broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and became a guardian of Zoroastrianism, this is my first time seeing such an arrogant and conceited disciple of Zoroastrianism like you. Guardian Hong Yun's expression darkened when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of admitting his mistake. Her voice turned colder as well. Her voice was so cold it seemed as though it could freeze 10,000 miles. "I won't kill you today out of respect for the sect leader. However, I'll teach you how to behave and how to respect your elders." Protector Hong Yun no longer held back her anger as she spoke. The moment her words left her mouth, she did not seem to have made any movements, but an invisible energy swept out from her body. It was as though it had transformed into a roaring dragon that charged towards Duan Lingtian. The invisible energy was vast and majestic. Although it was not as powerful as Hong Yun's full strength, it was enough to send an ordinary cultivator below the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage flying if he was caught off guard. Even a cultivator at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be injured if he was not prepared. The saint origin in Hong Yun's body roared and transformed into an invisible energy that surged out. She seemed to have seen Duan Lingtian being sent flying by her attack. At this moment, even Zifeng and Qinghua did not think it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to withstand Hong Yun's attack. However, would the outcome be as they had expected? Swoosh! The invisible energy that surged out of Guardian Hong Yun's body was only a few feet away from Duan Lingtian. It was about to hit Duan Lingtian. All of a sudden, "Humph!" Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Similarly, he did not make any move, but an invisible energy surged out of his body and collided with the invisible energy that surged out of Guardian Hong Yun's body. Boom! Along with a loud bang, a deafening sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Waves of majestic airwaves swept out and set off gusts of strong wind, causing Duan Lingtian and Hong Yun's robes to flutter noisily. The red-cloaked guardians stood in place, not moving an inch. Duan Lingtian was the same. In an instant, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. How is this possible? When Qinghua regained his senses, he could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He would never have thought that Duan Ling Tian was actually able to neutralize the attack of Hong Yun Protector. One had to know that this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Perhaps, only a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to do this. Even Protector Zi Feng couldn't help but reveal some surprise in his eyes. Protector Qing Hua was not the only one who was shocked by the scene before him. Even he himself was shocked. Of course, the person who was most shocked was neither Qing Hua nor Zi Feng. Instead, it was Protector Hong Yun. I underestimated you. Protector Hong Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. She stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "No wonder you are so arrogant. So you have something to rely on." She paused for a moment when she reached the end of her sentence. After a while, Protector Hong Yun's words suddenly changed. "However, I'll let you know that you can't be so arrogant and disrespectful just because you have some strength." As soon as Hong Yun finished speaking, her red robe fluttered in the air. Whoosh! She seemed to have transformed into a red bolt of lightning as she charged toward Duan Lingtian. She looked as though she would not let this matter rest until she taught him a lesson. As a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, although Hong Yun did not unleash her full strength when she attacked, it still pressured Duan Lingtian. Protector Hong Yun, unleash your full strength. As Hong Yun charged toward Duan Lingtian reminded her to unleash her full strength. How arrogant! Hong Yun, who was halfway to Duan Lingtian, was furious when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A layer of frost appeared on her beautiful face. At the same time that her delicate body trembled slightly from anger, waves of increasingly majestic and vast aura also spread out from her body. It was like a stormy sea, wave after wave, as if it would never stop. Qing Hua shook his head. Although Duan Lingtian had managed to disperse the invisible energy that swept out from Protector Hong Yun's body, Qing Hua did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Protector Hong Yun. Protector Hong Yun was his junior sister, so he knew very well how strong she was. Hong Yun, the protector of Zoroastrianism, was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Of course, Hong Yun's ranking on the Supreme Saint leaderboard had not been so high 3 years ago. 3 years ago, many powerhouses at or above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage had died in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Many of them were even stronger than Hong Yun. Due to this reason, the Supreme Saint ranking was reshuffled. Many people who were originally at the bottom of the ranking jumped up a few ranks. It was the same for Hong Yun. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian did not continue to warn Hong Yun. Instead, he cast his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, when he saw Hong Yun did not intend to unleash her full strength even after hearing his warning. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was cast, it caused ripples to appear in the space where Duan Lingtian was standing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a flash of lightning, the wave-like ripples twisted into a turbulent whirlpool. Waves of devouring force swept out from within, as though it could devour everything. In just a blink of an eye, all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around Duan Lingtian was devoured by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Sun Saint origin in Duan Lingtian's body soared until it reached its limit before it stopped. Whoosh! Even so, the Sun Saint origin in his body still emitted a powerful aura. Hong Yun's expression changed when she sensed the powerful aura. Her eyes widened. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? She could clearly sense it. After Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability, the Saint origin in his body had risen to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it was not as simple as an ordinary powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Duan Lingtian's Saint origin was not as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was not much weaker. At the very least, before she cast her assist-type divine ability, her Saint origin was not as strong as Duan Lingtian's Saint origin. Good. Very good. At this moment, Hong Yun no longer said anything about Duan Lingtian's arrogance. After all, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, he was qualified to speak to them as equals. In this case, Duan Lingtian's previous actions could not be considered as arrogant and conceited. Disrespectful? Hong Yun and the other 2 guardians of the Zoroastrianism only had a higher status compared to Duan Lingtian. The reason they addressed themselves as seniors was because they were stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Now that Duan Ling Tian had displayed strength that was not inferior to theirs, it was, naturally, inappropriate for them to address themselves as seniors. Disrespectful? Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed so far, they did not think he was disrespectful. After all, he had treated them as equals from the beginning until the end. The reason why they thought Duan Ling Tian was disrespectful was because Duan Ling Tian was far weaker than them. However, even so, after seeing Duan Ling Tian's powerful strength, Hong Yun had no intention of backing down. In fact, she was even a little excited. Hua! In an instant, Hong Yun did not dare to be careless. She immediately cast her assist-type divine ability and increased her Saint Origin Qi. In the end, her Saint Origin Qi was no weaker than Duan Ling Tian's. How is this possible? Qing Hua and Zi Feng came back to their senses and looked at each other. They could see the horror and disbelief in each other's eyes. What Protector Hong Yun could discover, they could also discover. Because of this, they were also shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Now it seems that the Golden Lion King Xie Kong Sun, one of the 4 great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, might really be killed by him. Qing Hua said to Zi Feng through voice transmission. If he really killed Xie Kong Sun with 3 strikes, I'm afraid Hong Yun is no match for him. Zi Feng replied through voice transmission with a solemn expression on his face. That's right. Qing Hua smiled wryly. While Protector Qing Hua and Protector Zi Feng were communicating via voice transmission. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Hong Yun had already begun to fight. In the beginning, both of them did not use any martial tactics or offensive or defensive divine abilities. They only used their strength to fight. Boom, 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 boom. 2 forces that were comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage collided again and again, causing the void to tremble as a gust of wind swept out. It was earth-shattering. After a series of exchanges, both of them were evenly matched. How's this possible? At some point, the patrolling elder who had left earlier had returned. He had only returned when he heard the commotion. Who would have thought he would witness an unforgettable scene as soon as he returned? Duan Ling Tian, a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism sect, was fighting Hong Yun, one of the 3 guardians of the Zoroastrianism sect. They were evenly matched. Guardian Hong Yun is a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She's ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Ling Tian is actually evenly matched with her? At this moment, the patrolling elder could not help but wonder if he was dreaming. However, the reality before his eyes seemed to be telling him that this was not a dream. Everything in front of him was not a dream. It was real. Is it true that Duan Ling Tian killed Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect? Chapter 2177. After a few rounds of probing, Hong Yun took out her weapon. It was a crimson whip. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long whip danced in the air like a ferocious crimson snake. It gave off an inexplicable pressure. Hong Yun channeled the saint origin in her body into the red whip in her hand. Whoosh. A terrifying aura surged out of the red whip. It was as though the crimson snake was unleashing its might. It was obvious the whip in Hong Yun's hand was not an ordinary saint weapon. A 1,000 inscription saint weapon? Duan Ling Tian could tell it was a 1,000 inscription saint weapon when he sensed the terrifying aura from the long whip in Hong Yun's hand. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand as well. Naturally, this sword was not the Jasper Celestial sword. It was a 1,000 inscription saint sword. He had obtained the 1,000 inscription saint sword from the Ground Axe Alliance when he had just arrived in Sin City 3 years ago. Coincidentally, he had bumped into the 1,000 inscription saint sword. If he had come to Sin City at any other time, even if it was just 15 minutes later, he would not have encountered such a good thing. It could be said that he was fated to obtain this 1,000 inscription saint sword. Moreover, when Duan Ling Tian first obtained the 1,000 inscription saint sword, he had to carefully hide it so no one would discover it. However, now that he had obtained it, he was qualified to possess it. The qualifications referred to the strength that allowed him to protect the 1,000 inscription saint sword. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, those who were weaker than him would not dare to provoke him, let alone snatch the 1,000 inscription saint sword from him. Those who were stronger than him had 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Naturally, they would not covet the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword in his hand. When the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, Duan Lingtian's aura changed drastically. It was as though he was a completely different person. With this sword in hand, the world was mine. There was nothing more than this. The moment he took out the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword, Duan Lingtian poured the boundless saint force of the sun into the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword without reservation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of sword whistling could be heard as the tip of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword emitted dazzling sword rays that looked extremely dazzling. Duan Lingtian, take this! Guardian Hong Yun cried out in a delicate voice. She held the long whip in her hand as she charged towards Duan Lingtian in an imposing manner. The long whip in her hand seemed to have come alive at this moment. It looked more and more like a red-crimson drill snake. Protector Hong Yun now regarded Duan Lingtian as her greatest enemy. She no longer dared to regard Duan Lingtian as a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. For this reason, she did not hold back at all when she made her move. It was as though she would not stop until she defeated Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Protector Hong Yun moved like the wind. Because of her red robe, she looked like a fiery red meteor that lit up the entire sky. Bas! As for the long whip in her hand, it was like a red snake that had been lying dormant for a long time. It was impossible to guard against it. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes when he saw Protector Hong Yun charging towards him with the long whip in her hand. In the next moment, another wave of powerful aura surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a sword with an imposing aura that shot into the sky. It was as though he could penetrate and slash through everything. Imperial sword technique. With just a thought, the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flew out of his hand as though it had been given life by Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! As soon as the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword in Duan Lingtian's hand disappeared, the sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. The sword ray appeared in front of Protector Hong Yun before she could reach Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, it was close to Hong Yun's hand that was holding the long whip. Sword chi surged as it shot out. Waves of extremely sharp aura shocked Protector Hong Yun so much that her body suddenly trembled. When she regained her senses, she discovered it was too late for her to block the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword that was moving at a speed that was beyond the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the blink of an eye, the Red Protector seemed to see the scene of his hand that was holding the long whip being crippled. Watch out! Zifeng and Qing Hua's expressions changed when they regained their senses. They immediately rushed toward Protector Hong Yun in an attempt to save her. Unfortunately, they were too late. Even Protector Zifeng could not save Protector Hong Yun in time. Be merciful when possible. At this critical moment, a majestic voice rang in the air as though it came from all directions. As soon as the voice rang in the air, both Protector Zifeng and Protector Qing Xian were pleasantly surprised. It was as if they had found a life-saving straw in an instant. Naturally, it was not the straw that saved them. Clang! A deafening sound reverberated in the air as a translucent wall appeared between Protector Hong Yun and the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. It was this wall that blocked the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. When the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword was about to run out of energy, the wall collapsed. At this moment, the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword no longer posed a threat to Protector Hong Yun. For this reason, Duan Lingtian recalled the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword with just a thought. He did not allow it to continue attacking Protector Hong Yun, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. At the same time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something as he looked at the sky nearby. Over there, a figure gradually appeared. When the figure appeared, he revealed his true appearance. He was a tall and burly middle-aged man. He wore a long white robe that was embroidered with fiery red flames. His attire is similar to the attire of the elders and disciples of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, it was only similar. This was because he noticed that the flames embroidered on the white robe of the middle-aged man was something he had never seen before in Zoroastrianism. It was as though it was one of a kind. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the flames on the white robe were similar to the flames. Flames were embroidered on his robe. From top to bottom, they seemed to form a long divine dragon that revolved around his body. It was as if a true dragon was protecting him. Moreover, although the man was tall and burly, his appearance was very proper. He did not look boorish at all. Regardless of whether it was her figure or her face, every part was just right, almost perfect. The space between his brows was filled with a sense of majesty, as if it could turn all living things upside down and make all living things submit to him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also guessed the other party's identity. The leader of Zoroastrianism, Tang Xian. Are you finally willing to come out? Duan Ling Tian stared at Tang Xian as he muttered to himself. Back when he was testing the waters with Protector Hong Yun and they were evenly matched, Protector Hong Yun said, Hua Lao told him that there was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage lurking in the dark, spying on him. At that time, he knew who that person was. In the Zoroastrianism, only sect leader Tang Xian was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. There was no need for him to guess. In order to lure the other party out, Guardian Hong Yun took out her 1,000 inscription saint weapon and was about to fight him. He also took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword and activated it with all his might. He also performed the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. He flew out with his sword as if he was going to cripple Hong Yun. He had done this to force Tang Xian, who was hiding in the dark, to make a move. From the beginning until the end, although Guardian Hong Yun had been rude to him, he knew it was only natural. After all, Guardian Hong Yun did not know his current strength. Thinking about it, if he were Protector Hong Yun, perhaps he would be even more impolite. For this reason, he did not intend to cripple Guardian Hong Yun. He was prepared to recall the 1,000 inscription saint sword at any time. He would not allow the 1,000 inscription saint sword to cripple Guardian Hong Yun. As it turned out, his plan worked. Tang Xian, the leader of Zoroastrianism, no longer hid in the dark. He walked out and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian stared at Tang Xian was also looking at him. Aren't you worried that if I didn't make a move, you wouldn't be able to retrieve your sword in time? After all, your sword's speed was not slow at all. However, I'm curious. How did you find out I was hiding in the dark? Tang Xian asked again when he reached the end of his sentence. Tang Xian's words entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, shocking Duan Ling Tian. He saw through me. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. He felt naked in front of Tang Xian. It was as though there were no secrets in front of Tang Xian. At the same time, Protector Zifeng, Protector Qing Hua, and the surviving Protector Hong Yun were stunned when they heard Tang Xian's words. I didn't expect you to see through me, sect leader. However, even if you didn't make a move earlier, nothing would have happened to Guardian Hong Yun. As for how I found out you were hiding in the dark, it was just a coincidence. Duan Ling Tian replied. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism were enlightened. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian had only used his sword to force their sect leader to make a move. He did not intend to cripple anyone. You can control the sword as you please. Your attainments in the way of the sword are rarely seen in this world. Chapter 2178. Rarely seen in this world. This was Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, evaluation of Duan Ling Tian's attainment in the Sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. After all, he cultivated the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was a Sword Dao ultimate technique that was superior to all other sword techniques in the mundane realm. Naturally, he was slightly surprised by Tang Xian's judgment. As expected of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Rarely seen in this world? At the same time, the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism regained their senses. Their faces were filled with shock when they heard Tang Xian's words. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to say such words. They did not expect their sect leader of Zoroastrianism would use the words rarely seen in this world to praise Duan Ling Tian's attainment in the Sword Dao. It should be noted that the words rarely seen in this world meant something else. Rarely seen in this world meant that it was rare in this world. However, when they recalled Duan Ling Tian's brief sword strike, Zifeng and Qing Hua felt relieved. Let alone their sect leader, Even they had never seen anyone who had cultivated the sword-wielding technique to such an extent. As for Hong Yun, although she knew Duan Ling Tian did not intend to cripple her hand that was holding the saint weapon, she could not help but shudder when she recalled the earlier scene. Fast. Too fast. The sword strike that was as swift as a ghost had arrived in front of her before she could even react. By the time she regained her senses, it was already too late for her to block the attack. If the sect leader did not make a move, and if Duan Ling Tian did not intend to cripple her hand would have been in grave danger. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like the rumors are true. With the strength you displayed earlier and your attainment in the sword Dao, it won't be difficult for you to kill the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Tang Xian looked at Duan Ling Tian as though Duan Ling Tian was a peerless treasure. In fact, in his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was indeed a peerless treasure. After all, Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than Hong Yun from Zoroastrianism. This could be seen from the battle earlier. If it was a battle to the death, Hong Yun would have died in less than 10 moves. Yes. I killed Xie Kong Sun. Duan Ling Tian nodded. You really killed Xie Kong Sun in 3 moves? Hong Yun could not help but ask when Duan Ling Tian admitted that he had killed Xie Kong Sun. Her voice was filled with eagerness as though she wanted to know the answer to her question. Although Duan Ling Tian's sword strike earlier had almost crippled one of her hands. However, that was because she was not prepared for Duan Ling Tian's sword-wielding technique. Otherwise, she would not have been in such a sorry state. Naturally, although she was caught off guard, she was still aware that she was far from being a match for Duan Ling Tian. She asked this question to confirm if Duan Ling Tian had really killed Xie Kong Sun with 3 moves. If it was true, it meant Duan Ling Tian had not used his full strength when they fought earlier. After all, although she was stronger than Xie Kong Sun, she was not much stronger. If I wanted to kill him from the beginning, 1 move would have been enough. Duan Ling Tian replied as he glanced at Hong Yun indifferently. You're right. Guardian Hong Yun. The entire place fell silent immediately. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent words reverberated in their ears, allowing them to deeply feel the strong confidence in Duan Ling Tian's words. It was a confidence that was beyond doubt. He killed Xie Kong Sun with 1 move? At that moment, Protector Zi Feng, Protector Qing Hua, and Protector Hong Yun all realized the same thing. Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Among the 3 of them, only Zi Feng was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Guardian Zi Feng, if you were to fight Duan Ling Tian, would you be confident? Protector Hong Yun secretly took in a breath of cold air. She looked at Protector Zi Feng and asked through voice transmission. If he's really able to kill Xie Kong Sun with 1 move, I'm no match for him. Zi Feng pondered for a moment before he replied through voice transmission. It seems like he hid a lot of his strength when he fought me. Guardian Hong Yun smiled wryly. Little did she know that Duan Ling Tian's true strength came from the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, in his possession. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he was almost invincible against those below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage once he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword. Good, good. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, was the first one to regain his senses. He smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After so many years, we finally have a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in our Fire Worship Sect. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, Zi Feng, Qing Hua, and Hong Yun no longer dared to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. They could not help but feel excited when they heard Tang Xian's words. From today onward, Zoroastrianism would have a 4th powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. This was extremely significant to Zoroastrianism. Most importantly, they realized the new powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above was not as simple as a mere powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. From today onward, you, Duan Ling Tian, are the 4th guardian of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Ling Tian. Tang Xian looked at Duan Ling Tian and solemnly announced in front of the other 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. Me? The guardian of Zoroastrianism? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Tang Xian's sudden announcement. He was stunned. Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian. Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian. As soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian was still in a daze. Meanwhile, Zifeng, Qinghua, and Hong Yun congratulated Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. In this world where the strong were revered, strength was everything. Duan Lingtian's strength had also obtained their acknowledgement. Thank you, guardians. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and quickly thanked the three of them. At the same time, he felt as though he was in a dream. Did he really become a guardian of Zoroastrianism just like that? When he thought about the days when he had just joined Zoroastrianism, it felt like a lifetime ago. The three guardians smiled in response to Duan Lingtian's gratitude. Then they tactfully bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Tang Xian before they took their leave. When they left, they were filled with a myriad of emotions. They felt as though the world had gone crazy. Not long ago, they had thought that Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had become someone who was on par with them. He was now the fourth guardian of Zoroastrianism, Lingtian. This was especially true for Qinghua. He was one of the three guardians of Zoroastrianism who had interacted with Duan Lingtian a long time ago. To think that I even wanted to take him as my disciple. When Qinghua recalled his naive actions in the past, he felt a burning sensation on his old face. He wished he could dig a hole and hide in it right now. After the three guardians left, Tang Xian raised his hand and pricked his finger. Whoosh! As a drop of blood rose into the air, Tang Xian swore on the lightning penalty oath that he had promised to Duan Lingtian in the announcement he had made earlier. The lightning penalty oath was a promise that no one from Zoroastrianism would lay their hands on the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession. This was also a promise he had made earlier. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder resounded in the sky, bearing witness to Tang Xian's lightning penalty oath. Guardian Lingtian, with your current strength, you're fully qualified to possess the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. However, since I've made a promise, I'll have to fulfill it. Tang Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Thank you, sect leader. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. Guardian Lingtian, weren't you curious earlier? How did I know you didn't really want to cripple Guardian Hong Yun? Tang Xian asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was indeed curious about this. However, he did not voice his doubts out loud. That's because not only did your sword not have any killing intent, but it also did not have any hostility. This means your battle with Guardian Hong Yun was more like a sparring session. Since it was a sparring session, it's only natural that you wouldn't cripple each other's limbs. Tang Xian explained with a smile. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. At the same time, he was shocked by how meticulous this sect leader of Zoroastrianism was. It seems like even though I've become a guardian of Zoroastrianism, I'll still have to come up with a plan if I want to rescue Kerr and our daughter. Otherwise, if Tang Xian finds out, not only will I be in danger, but Kerr and our daughter will also be in danger. Duan Lingtian became even more wary of Tang Xian when he saw how meticulous Tang Xian was. In his opinion, the only benefit of becoming a guardian of Zoroastrianism was that it would be much easier for him to move around in Zoroastrianism. What he was interested in was the many privileges a guardian of Zoroastrianism would have in Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, a guardian's position was extremely high. It was second only to the sect leader and above the vice-sect leaders, Golden Flame Elders, and Silver Flame Elders. Guardian Lingtian. Tang Xian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he said to Duan Lingtian, in 3 days, I'll personally crown you in the central square of the Saint Island in front of all the elders and disciples in the Saint Land. At that time, everyone in the Zoroastrianism, the Western region, and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land will know that there's a fourth guardian in Zoroastrianism. The guardian of Zoroastrianism is Duan Lingtian. He's also the #1 prodigy in Zoroastrianism and the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Tang Xian reached the end of his sentence, he gave Duan Lingtian a very high evaluation. The #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In fact, previously, there was only one #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land in the sectless cultivator world. That person was Pei Si Hai, the direct disciple of the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Nie Wu Tian. Chapter 2179. Naturally, only the sectless cultivators acknowledged Pei Si Hai as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. The sects in the Upper Province, including Zoroastrianism, Zhuangzi Buddhism, and the Heaven Divination sect, did not acknowledge Pei Si Hai as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. This was because there was no evidence to prove Pei Si Hai was younger than 100 years old. However, Duan Lingtian was different. Everyone knew Duan Lingtian's age. This was because Duan Lingtian came from the Debussy subterranean. There were many legends about Duan Lingtian in the Lower Province. When they learned the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, had appeared in the Lower Province, many people from the major forces in the Upper Province and sectless cultivators in the Upper Province had left for the Lower Province. At the same time, they had also investigated Duan Lingtian, the owner of the Devil Seal Tablet, including Duan Lingtian's age. Their investigation even traced back to the Mortal Continent and the 10 great dynasties at a remote corner of the Mortal Continent, and even the Darkstone Empire, Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Crimson Sky Kingdom, Swallow Mountain County, Aurora City, Fresh Breeze Town, and the Li Clan. Duan Lingtian was born in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. For this reason, it was easy to verify Duan Lingtian's age. Not even 50 years old. Duan Lingtian is not even 50 years old. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, could not help but feel shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian and recalled the information he had obtained from the people he had sent to the Lower Province. Pei Si Hai was not even 50 years old, but his strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Put aside the fact that Pei Si Hai was not even 100 years old. Even if he was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Pei Si Hai, a sectless cultivator who was not even 100 years old, had reached the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Sorry. Our Zoroastrianism's guardian, Duan Lingtian, is a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage below the age of 50. Being less than 100 years old and being less than 50 years old were two completely different concepts. Sect leader, you flatter me. When Duan Lingtian heard Pei Si Hai praising him as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land, he could not help but feel excited even though he had been through a lot. The #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. This was not a title that anyone could obtain. Only the most outstanding person in the Dao Martial Saint land was qualified to be given this unique title. Because of this, even though Duan Lingtian's heart had been tempered thousands of times along the way, when he heard the title given to him by the hierarch of Zoroastrianism, it was difficult for him to maintain his composure. I'm not exaggerating. It's the truth. Tang Xian said with a smile. His eyes narrowed. The more he looked at Duan Lingtian, the more he liked him. Sect leader, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Tang Xian. After Tang Xian nodded in response, he descended from the sky and flew through the clouds toward the Saint Island. He did not forget the reason he returned to Zoroastrianism. He wanted to save Kerr and their daughter. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Kerr and their daughter were no longer in the enforcement hall on the Saint Island. Instead, they were in the cultivation place of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Usually, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, would personally monitor them. Naturally, it was not strange that Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, there were only a handful of people in the fire worship sect who knew about this matter. Apart from the people involved, only the hallmaster of the enforcement hall and a few vice hallmasters knew about this. It's a pity that the saint has been defiled by someone from the Lower Province. Once that person appears and learns about this, he'll definitely be furious. He might even vent his anger on me. The saint's past life doesn't seem to be as simple as that person's cousin. After Duan Lingtian left, Tang Xian muttered to himself. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. The person he was afraid of was the person he spoke of. If this didn't happen, I could have tried to introduce Duan Lingtian to that person. However, I can't even protect myself now, let alone introduce Duan Lingtian to that person. Tang Xian could not help but sigh when he thought of this. The fear in his eyes did not lessen at all. Tang Xian shook his head helplessly before he returned to his cultivation place. Fortunately, no one saw this. Otherwise they would have been shocked. Who was this person who could make Tang Xian, who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, so fearful? Earlier, when Duan Lingtian and Hong Yun were fighting, the commotion was loud. Even Gon Ruyen, who was hiding in the residence of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, heard the commotion clearly. There's no commotion? However, she discovered that there was no commotion at all. Young master. Will he be all right? Ker's beautiful face tensed up slightly. She was slightly worried. Ker had also heard the commotion from outside earlier. She vaguely guessed that it was most likely related to her young master. Hence, her heart was hanging in the air due to worry. Don't worry. Gon Ruyen comforted her. The fact that the sect leader has personally asked him to come back shows how important he is. Even so, I'm sure he'll be fine. Although Gon Ruyen said this, she secretly added another sentence in her heart. Naturally, this was under the premise that he did not reveal his identity. When the sect leader had found her and asked who her sister's man was, she had clearly sensed the anger in the sect leader's voice. If the sect leader found out that her sister's man was Duanling Tian, even if Duanling Tian did not die, he would at least be skinned alive, right? Yes. Naturally, Ker was unaware of this. For this reason, she felt slightly relieved when Gon Ruyen comforted her. Of course, her desire to reunite with the man she had chosen for her entire life was as strong as ever. She was not the only one who wanted to be reunited with her man. She wanted to reunite with her family as well. This was what she had been dreaming of all these years. When Duanling Tian descended from the sky and entered the Saint Island, news of him returning to the Zoroastrianism, swaggering into the White Tiger Sanctum, and easily defeating Lu Qing, the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, had spread from the White Tiger Sanctum to the four symbol sanctums. Whether it was the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, or the Black Turtle Sanctum, this news spread like wildfire. After a few years, Duanling Tian has returned and easily defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum? Is this for real? Why does this sound a little exaggerated? I think it's a little exaggerated as well. The sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum is a Golden Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. Golden Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism are powerhouses at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. If this is true, since Duanling Tian can easily defeat a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, does this mean his strength is at least at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Or even stronger? Heavens! What did senior brother Duanling Tian go through in these few years? He actually possesses such terrifying strength. A commotion broke out in the Azure Dragon Sanctum and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. The group of elders and disciples kept talking about Duanling Tian. As for the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was even livelier. As expected of senior brother Duanling Tian from our Black Turtle Sanctum. It has only been a few years, but he's already able to defeat a Golden Flame Elder in our sanctum. Based on senior brother Duanling Tian's progress, apart from Lord Sect Leader, no one in our Zoroastrianism will be able to defeat him in a few years' time. Amazing. Senior brother Duanling Tian is really amazing. That's the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, but he actually defeated him with just a slap. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples learned that Duanling Tian had returned and defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, they were extremely excited. It was as though the person who defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum was not Duanling Tian, but them. It has only been a few years, and he has already grown so strong? In the Black Turtle Sanctum, Guaxiong, the enforcement elder who was close to Duanling Tian, was stunned when he received the news. When he regained his senses, he could not help but sigh in shock. Do you think the news about Duanling Tian killing the Golden Lion King, Xie Kongsun, one of the four great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, from Sin City in the central region is true? At this moment, many people in the four symbols sanctums recalled the news that they had heard before. At that time, almost everyone thought that this was unrealistic, fake news. However, today, Duanling Tian had returned to Zoroastrianism and defeated the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, a powerhouse whose cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, with just a flip of his hand. I think the news might be true. Someone said. I still don't think it's true. Although Duanling Tian managed to defeat the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, it only means his strength is at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. However, not only is Xie Kongsun, the Golden Lion King from Zhuangzi Buddhism, a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he's ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. Many people said. In the end, Most people did not think Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to kill Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. They were certain the news was fake. The news of Duan Ling Tian defeating the sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his hand swept through the 4 symbol sanctums and began to spread to the Saint Land. In the Saint Land, Duan Ling Tian entered the Saint Island and immediately made his way to the enforcement hall. From the beginning until the end, he did not stop at all. Kerr, wait for me. Chapter 2180. Duan Ling Tian had gone to the enforcement hall because of Kerr. To be more precise, it was for Kerr and their daughter. If he had the chance, he would immediately bring Kerr and their daughter out of the enforcement hall so they could leave Zoroastrianism and reunite with their family. Naturally, he did not think it was realistic. Put aside the fact that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, could extend his divine consciousness to monitor the enforcement hall at any time. Even if Tang Xian was not monitoring the enforcement hall, the people in the enforcement hall would be able to contact him immediately. Duan Ling Tian knew his limits. If Tang Xian intervened, even if he managed to bring Kerr and their daughter out of the enforcement hall, they would not be able to leave Zoroastrianism. If Kerr and our daughter aren't in any danger for now, I can enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate and break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as soon as possible. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he made his way to the enforcement hall. As long as my cultivation base breaks through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I won't be afraid of Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, with the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence as he thought to himself. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, if he unleashed his full strength, not many people below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land would be able to withstand a blow from him. If his cultivation base was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, his strength would be even more terrifying with the help of the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. At that time, even ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to withstand a blow from him. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the enforcement hall. However, I'll have to find an excuse to come to the enforcement hall today. I can't let people know I'm here for Kerr and our daughter. Should I say I'm here for Gong Ruyen? That's a good idea. After all, I've come to look for her before. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to use Gong Ruyen as an excuse, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, a better excuse. I almost forgot about him. If it's not for his help, I wouldn't have been able to leave the Zoroastrianisms. Since I'm Duan Ling Tian have Duan Ling Tians. Of Zoroastrian Celestials. Not to Ling Tian Celestial Xian. Zan Xian to his sect, it's Luan's the sect, Celestial 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 Celestial. Duan Celestial Can Celestial Tian. The person Duan Ling Tian referred to was none other than Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. He was also the father of Dong Lin, the Enforcement Hall's elder who had a conflict with Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian had never met Dong Yuanjin before, Dong Yuanjin had tried to kill him time and time again. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian had long regarded Dong Yuanjin as his mortal enemy. If he had the chance, he would not let Dong Yuanjin go. Golden Crow's Wings. After entering the Enforcement Hall's area, Duan Ling Tian did not wait for the Enforcement Hall's patrolling elder to react. He had already mobilized the Sun Saint origin in his body and cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. In just a blink of an eye, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Ling Tian's back. From afar, it looked like 2 burning fireballs. After the wings took form, Duan Ling Tian flapped his wings. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As a series of muffled noises reverberated in the air, Duan Ling Tian shot toward the depths of the enforcement hall like an arrow that had left its bow. His speed was not much slower than an ordinary powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who's that? Who's that? When Duan Ling Tian left like a gust of wind, a few patrolling elders arrived at the spot where Duan Ling Tian had been. However, they did not discover anything. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had already arrived at the eastern side of the enforcement hall. This was also the forbidden area in the enforcement hall that was mentioned by others when he was on duty a few years ago. It was said that the hall master of the enforcement hall, and a few vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, usually cultivated in the forbidden area. The reason this place was called a forbidden area was because ordinary elders and disciples of the enforcement hall were restricted from entering and exiting this place. The enforcement hall had its own rules, and they were not allowed to enter this place for no reason. Naturally, there were exceptions. For example, the children and direct disciples of the hall master and vice hall masters of the enforcement hall could enter and leave the forbidden area freely. Nobody would say anything about their entry and exit. After entering the forbidden area of the enforcement hall, Duan Ling Tian came to a halt. Dong Yuan Jin, come out here. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he shouted. His voice contained rich Sun Saint origin. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice reverberated throughout the entire law enforcement hall's forbidden area. There was a quiet little valley in the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. The valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. There was a waterfall in the north, and one could faintly hear the sound of water splashing from the waterfall. In the open space in front of the waterfall, there was a mansion. The mansion was surrounded by mountains and rivers. It looked very comfortable. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in the air, the silence in the small valley was broken. The people inside were shocked. Who's that? In the mansion in the small valley, the expression of the enforcement hall's elder, Dong Lin, changed drastically when he heard the explosive shouts from outside. He did not expect someone would be so bold as to ask his father, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, to get out of here. Moreover, he felt the voice was familiar. It was as though he had heard it before, but he could not recall where. At the same time, the people in the valley were also shocked. Who's that? How dare he cause trouble in the enforcement hall? Based on his voice, he must be Vice Hall Master Dong's enemy. However, Vice Hall Master Dong's enemy is really bold. How dare he trespass in the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism and ask Vice Hall Master Dong to get out of here? I'd like to see who's here. The people who were shocked were either the other Vice Hall Masters of the enforcement hall, their children, or direct disciples. When they heard the provocative voice, they could not suppress their curiosity. One by one, they leaped into the air and flew toward the source of the voice. They wanted to see who dared to cause trouble in the enforcement hall of Zoroastrianism. After he shouted, Duan Ling Tian stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be waiting leisurely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air, figures began to fly over from all directions. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Ling Tian and formed a circle around him. And these people were basically the children and direct disciples of some law enforcement hall's vice hall master. They came from the forbidden area of the enforcement hall under Duan Ling Tian's feet. Ha! Why does this person look so familiar? Look at the exclusive uniform he's wearing. It's obvious he's a true disciple of our Zoroastrianism. However, since when did our fire worship sect have such a person as a true disciple? Not only did he trespass on our enforcement hall's forbidden area, but he even threatened to ask Vice Hall Master Dong to come out. Why do I find this true disciple so familiar? Don't you think so too? I have the same feeling. The more I look at him, the more familiar he looks. So I'm not alone. A group of people surrounded Duan Ling Tian and pointed at Duan Ling Tian. Many of them who found Duan Ling Tian familiar frowned as though they were thinking hard about something. I remember now. All of a sudden, an exclamation rang in the air, startling the people in the surroundings. Immediately, the gazes of the surrounding people fell on the person who had cried out in alarm. The person who exclaimed was a young man. When he saw so many people looking at him, he did not wait for them to urge him to speak before he hastily said, "He's Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian." The moment the young man's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. After a long time, the group of people finally regained their senses. They shifted their attention from the young man to the true disciple of the Zoroastrianism, who was hovering in the air not far away. I remember now. He's Duan Ling Tian. I've seen his portrait before. I remember now. He's indeed Duan Ling Tian. I've seen his portrait 3 years ago, but I couldn't recall it earlier. Me too. It's really Duan Ling Tian. He's back so soon? It's only been 3 days since the sect leader made the announcement, right? Soon after, the group of people who came to watch also recognized Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has enmity with Vice Hall Master Dong? Many people could not help but have a puzzled expression on their faces when they recalled Duan Ling Tian's shout earlier. I'm not too sure about that. All I know is that Duan Ling Tian and Vice Hall Master Dong's son, Dong Lin, had quite a conflict. Some of the people present on the scene knew what had happened. Duan Ling Tian. All of a sudden, a furious shout resonated from below. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a figure rose into the air and appeared near Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. He stood in the air, facing off against Duan Ling Tian. It's Elder Dong Lin. Someone recognized the person as soon as he appeared. Dong Lin was the son of Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. There was almost no one in the Enforcement Hall who did not know him. Duan Ling Tian, don't think that just because Lord Sect Leader made the announcement that you're allowed to return, it's equivalent to obtaining a death exemption token. Chapter 2181. Dong Lin could be considered as an old acquaintance of Duan Ling Tian. It was also because of Dong Lin that the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Dong Yuanjin, viewed Duan Ling Tian as a thorn in his side. He could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian as soon as possible. Death exemption golden medallion? Upon hearing Dong Lin's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but glance at Dong Lin for a moment. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. I'm sorry, I don't know about others, but I, Duan Ling Tian, really don't need that thing in front of you, Dong Lin. Whoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, it immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Dong Lin in unison. After all, Duan Ling Tian's words were obviously provoking Dong Lin. Of course, they also knew that Duan Ling Tian really did not need the death exemption golden medallion in front of Dong Lin because once they fought, Dong Lin was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. The two of them were on completely different levels. This was a foregone conclusion a few years ago. Based on the comparison of their talents, it was difficult to change this fact. You! Dong Lin was infuriated when he heard Duan Ling Tian's provocative words. However, he did not know what to say in response. This was because what Duan Ling Tian said was the truth. Even if Duan Ling Tian did not have the death exemption golden medallion, there was no need to fear him because he was no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. However, even if this was the truth, he still could not help but feel furious when Duan Ling Tian used this to provoke him. Just as many people were looking at Dong Lin mockingly, causing him to feel ashamed of himself, a voice suddenly rang out. A thunderous voice rang out at the right time. You, Duan Ling Tian, don't need the death exemption golden medallion in front of him. What about me? Accompanying this voice was a middle-aged man who stepped into the air and appeared in front of Dong Lin in the blink of an eye, protecting Dong Lin behind him. It was this middle-aged man who had said those words. The middle-aged man had a sturdy build. He stood in front of Dong Lin like an iron tower, majestic and domineering. Whoosh! When the middle-aged man appeared, it was as if a gust of wind had blown past him. At the same time, an old man in plain clothes appeared beside Dong Lin. He stood silently behind the middle-aged man like a servant. It's Vice Hall Master Dong. It's said that Elder Yang is a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage who's on par with Vice Hall Master Dong. I also heard my master mention this Elder Yang. He said that this Elder Yang's strength is not below his. Your teacher is Vice Hall Master Jiang? Yes. When the middle-aged man and the old man behind him appeared one after another, the crowd couldn't help but whisper to each other. As they spoke, their identities were exposed. Dong Yuanjin? When Duan Ling Tian heard the crowd's whispers, he looked at the middle-aged man coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as though it could tear anything apart. All this while, he had always followed the principle of not offending others if they didn't offend him. Putting everything else aside, he had a clear conscience about what he had done to Dong Yuanjin's son, Dong Lin. However, Dong Yuanjin had tried to kill him just to stand up for Dong Lin. How could Dong Lin tolerate this? Duan Ling Tian, you're the boldest true disciple I've ever seen in the history of Zoroastrianism. Although this was Dong Yuanjin's first time meeting Duan Lingtian, it did not affect his hostility toward Duan Lingtian. You're just a true disciple. Not only did you trespass in the enforcement hall, but you even trespassed in the enforcement hall's forbidden area. After trespassing in the enforcement hall's forbidden area, you even dared to shout at me, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, to come out. Dong Yuanjin emphasized the word scram as he spoke. Although Dong Yuanjin had a calm expression on his face, the crowd could clearly sense the murderous intent that was emanating from his body. It was a murderous intent that was born from extreme anger. They knew that the vice hall master of the enforcement hall was truly enraged. In the history of Zoroastrianism, I don't think there's ever been a true disciple as bold as Duan Lingtian. Not only has there never been a true disciple like him in the history of Zoroastrianism, but I don't think there's a true disciple like him in the history of the other two great sects either. I really don't know where Duan Lingtian got his courage from. Not only did he trespass in the enforcement hall's forbidden area, but he even dared to shout at Vice Hall Master Dong to come out. Doesn't he know that his crimes are enough for the enforcement hall to punish him for multiple crimes? Even if Duan Lingtian was personally invited back by the sect leader, with all the crimes he has committed, even if he doesn't die this time, I'm afraid he'll lose a layer of skin. I really don't know what he's thinking. The crowd exclaimed at Duan Lingtian's boldness. At the same time, they felt that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. You flatter me. Hearing Dong Yuanjin's sarcastic words, Duan Lingtian replied calmly. His response immediately infuriated Dong Yuanjin, and his eyes revealed a ghastly killing intent as if he was about to devour Dong Yuanjin. You flatter him? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian can't tell Vice Hall Master Dong is mocking him? I think he's doing it on purpose. Duan Lingtian's reply caused an uproar among the crowd. They didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so stubborn at this time. Doesn't he know that he's in big trouble? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Dong Yuanjin was so angry that he started laughing. He laughed for a while before he finally stopped. After he stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an even colder gaze. Duan Lingtian, believe it or not, even if the sect leader personally invited you back, I can still send you to the enforcement hall's punishment hall today. You'll suffer all kinds of torture and suffer a fate worse than death. As he spoke, Dong Yuanjin's voice became extremely cold. When the surrounding crowd heard his words, they felt as if the surrounding temperature had dropped by a few degrees. From this, they could sense Dong Yuanjin's anger. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian, waiting to see how Duan Lingtian would respond to Dong Yuanjin. I'm sorry, I don't believe you. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly. His tone was as indifferent as before. Dong Yuanjin's face twisted in anger. Duan Lingtian continued, I remember you asked me something earlier. Now, I can give you an answer. I'm sorry, but I don't need the death exemption token in front of your son, Dong Lin. I don't even need it in front of you, Dong Yuanjin. You want me, Duan Lingtian, to be afraid of your threats? I'm sorry, I don't know about others, but you, Dong Yuanjin, are not qualified to do that. Duan Lingtian's words were not only rude, but he also fell out with Dong Yuanjin. You, Dong Yuanjin, are not qualified to do that. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Only the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. The crowd was obviously stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. The onlookers were not the only ones who were stunned. Even the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, Dong Yuanjin, his son, Dong Lin, and the old man behind him were completely stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. They would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian would be so arrogant. They could not believe that Duan Lingtian would be so arrogant. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. After a while, many of the onlookers regained their senses and spoke in unison. They all felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. Duan Lingtian, you're courting death. Dong Lin shouted coldly after he regained his senses. His eyes were fierce. Although Dong Yuanjin did not say anything, his eyes turned cold in an instant, and his body emitted a bone-chilling aura. It was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze water into ice. Just as the atmosphere became so tense that it could explode at any time. Those who humiliate my master die. As the old man shouted angrily, the old man behind Dong Yuanjin disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was charging toward Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed. Boom! 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 A thunderous voice rang in the air as the old man attacked Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. He did not hold back at all when he attacked Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he attacked Duan Ling Tian as soon as he attacked Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. He did not seem to be afraid of Duan Ling Tian because the leader of Zoroastrianism had personally invited him back. I'm sorry. If that's all you have, I'm afraid it's not enough to kill me. Duan Ling Tian's calm voice rang out again. Even in the face of the old man's storm-like attacks, his body was still as immovable as a mountain. When the crowd heard Duan Ling Tian's calm words, before they could react, they saw Duan Ling Tian suddenly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist before he vanished into thin air before their eyes. Bang! When Duan Ling Tian's fist disappeared before their eyes, a thunderous sound rang in their ears. In the next moment, they were shocked to see Duan Ling Tian's old man. Elder Yang, the old servant next to Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was not much weaker than Dong Yuanjin. Chapter 2182. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the old man who charged toward Duan Ling Tian with lightning speed suddenly exploded into a mist of blood before he could even get close to Duan Ling Tian. Bang! At the same time, a thunderous explosion rang in their ears, causing their eardrums to vibrate. The speed of sound was slower than the speed of light after all. For this reason, they saw the old man being killed before they heard the explosion. Gasp! 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 After a moment of silence, the sound of rapid inhalation of cold air rang out in a timely manner. Swoosh! 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 At the same time, many pairs of eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian. There was a hint of shock and disbelief in the depths of their eyes. They knew very well who the old man was. He was the old servant of Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. His cultivation base was at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he was ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, such a person was killed by Duan Ling Tian with just a punch. What did this mean? This meant that a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing in front of Duan Ling Tian. No, no, no. Impossible. Impossible. A trembling voice that was filled with shock and disbelief resonated in the air. It was none other than Elder Dong Lin from the enforcement hall, who was stunned for a moment when he saw Duan Ling Tian killing the old man with just one punch. When he came back to his senses, he even felt that he was dreaming. He hurriedly reached out and pinched his thigh, then raised his hand and slapped himself in the face with a paw sound. Whether it was the pain in his leg or the pain in his face, they were clearly and mercilessly telling him the truth. He was not dreaming. Everything he saw just now was real. Duan Ling Tian had indeed killed Elder Yang, who was not much weaker than his father, with just a punch. Dong Lin's voice was trembling when he spoke. Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall, no longer had a cold expression on his face. It was replaced with an expression of shock and disbelief. The scene from just now constantly assaulted his eyeballs, his heart, and his soul. This was his first time feeling so shocked. He killed Elder Yang with just a punch. I'm afraid even a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to do that. Dong Yuanjin's body began to tremble when he thought of this. At the same time, fear began to rise in his heart. Once it rose, it could no longer be suppressed. Moreover, it rapidly spread, and in the end, it even affected his soul, causing his soul to tremble. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, apart from the shock and disbelief in his eyes, there was also a hint of dread and fear in them. The strength Duan Ling Tian revealed caused him to be terrified, and it was even to the extent that he did not have the slightest intention to go against Duan Ling Tian. He was too strong. Duan Ling Tian's strength was too strong. Once upon a time, in his eyes, the Duan Ling Tian was just a lowly existence that could be trampled upon by him. He didn't even need to personally make a move to toy with the Duan Ling Tian and even kill the Duan Ling Tian. But today, after a few years, the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed made him realize that Duan Ling Tian's strength was far from enough. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The current Duan Ling Tian was no longer the Duan Ling Tian of a few years ago. Duan Ling Tian now had the strength to easily crush Dong Yuanjin. No matter how unwilling he was to accept this reality, he had no choice but to accept it. Because this was reality, a reality that could not be changed. A trace of regret spread in his heart. Of course, it was not that he regretted offending the Duan Ling Tian, but that he regretted not killing the Duan Ling Tian himself earlier. In his opinion, this was not the case. If he had personally killed the Duan Ling Tian a few years ago, it would have been impossible for the Duan Ling Tian to leave the Zoroastrianism alive. How terrifying! How terrifying! Yes, how terrifying! He killed a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage with just one punch. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be so strong, right? In the Zoroastrianism, I'm afraid only Lord Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall would be able to kill Elder Yang with just one punch, right? Doesn't this mean Duan Ling Tian's strength is not inferior to Lord Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall? Although it's still hard to believe, it seems to be the truth. The onlookers could not help but sigh when they regained their senses. Their voices were filled with shock. Just now, the sudden change in the situation before their eyes had left them a little dazed. Initially, they did not think highly of Duan Ling Tian. However, as soon as Duan Ling Tian made his move, his strength was beyond their imagination. He killed the old servant by Dong Yuanjin's side with just a punch. Moreover, the old servant was not an ordinary servant. He was a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he wanted to, he could become a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. Most importantly, Dong Yuanjin was not weak at all. The old servant next to Dong Yuanjin was not much weaker than him. Since Duan Ling Tian could kill the old servant with just one punch, it meant he could kill Dong Yuanjin with just one punch as well. Naturally, even if he could not kill Dong Yuanjin with just one punch, what about 2 punches? 3 punches? Why are there so many people here? Just as the atmosphere of the scene had once again become strangely silent, a cry of surprise was heard. It was somewhat late, but it still broke the silent atmosphere of the scene. Accompanying him was a swift figure. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the group of people. Vice Hall Master Jiang. Everyone present on the scene recognized the person. He was none other than the other Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jiang Qin. Vice Hall Master Jiang? When Duan Ling Tian heard the whispers in the crowd, he shifted his gaze from the Dong father and son to the person who had just arrived. He asked coldly, "Are you Jiang Qin, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall?" Jiang Qin was the person who had sent his wife and daughter to the Enforcement Hall. A few years ago, when he was on duty in the Enforcement Hall, he had only heard of Jiang Qin, but he had never seen him before. However, he knew Jiang Qin. Among the Vice Hall Masters in the Enforcement Hall, only one of them had the surname Jiang. Jiang Qin regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's cold voice. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. With just a glance, he noticed that Duan Ling Tian looked slightly familiar. When he recalled the news he had just heard, a thought flashed through his mind. The person in the portrait matched perfectly with the person in front of him. Duan Ling Tian? Jiang Qin could not help but gasp when he recalled who the person in front of him was. He had just returned from outside, and he had heard about how Duan Ling Tian had defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm. He was deeply shocked by this. Although he had never met Duan Ling Tian, he had heard of Duan Ling Tian more than once. Now, after a few years, the true disciple of Zoroastrianism had become so powerful? Even he couldn't help but feel shocked by this. Could it be that the news from the city of Sin is also true? Did the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, really die in the hands of Duan Ling Tian? When he learned that Duan Ling Tian had the strength to defeat the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm, this thought had crossed his mind more than once. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Now, he only needed to confirm it. Duan Ling Tian, what are you trying to do? Suddenly, Jiang Qin noticed that Duan Ling Tian's gaze gradually turned cold. Duan Ling Tian raised his right hand and emitted a cold aura. His saint origin gathered in his right hand in the blink of an eye. This cold aura was directed at Jiang Qin. Almost as soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the saint origin in his body surged as he prepared himself. Duan Lingtian's right hand suddenly pressed down. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the sun saint origin in Duan Lingtian's right hand surged and transformed into a palm print that was as huge as a mountain before it slammed down on Jiang Qin. Wherever the palm print passed, the saint origin that had just risen in Jiang Qin's body was shattered. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated in the air as Jiang Qin was slammed down by Duan Lingtian's palm. He landed in the enforcement hall's forbidden area, causing the entire place to shake violently. When the gigantic palm print that was completely formed by Sun Saint origin dissipated, everyone present saw Jiang Qin being slammed into the ground by Duan Lingtian. His entire body was embedded in the ground. It was a comical and pathetic sight. The scene that the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum had experienced earlier was also repeated on Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. However, when everyone saw this scene, they were speechless. They only felt a chill run down their spines. This was especially true for Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. His eyes were wide open. As a Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, he knew Jiang Qin's strength very well. Although Jiang Qin was not as strong as him, he was on par with Old Yang, the old servant next to him. If Duan Lingtian was able to kill Old Yang with a single punch because of luck, Dong Yuanjin found it difficult to think so now. Barf! Jiang Qin, who had climbed up from the human-shaped crater, spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He no longer looked as spirited as before. His face was covered in dirt and he looked wretched. Duan Lingtian. Then, he raised his head and glared at Duan Lingtian in the air. He growled. What are you doing? This is the first time I, Jiang Qin, have seen you. Why did you hurt me? At this moment, Jiang Qin's heart was at a loss, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 2183. Why did I hurt you? Upon hearing Jiang Qin's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently before he said unhurriedly, It's nothing. I just don't like you. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Originally, when the group of people present on the scene saw Duan Lingtian had only spoken a few words to Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, before making a move on Jiang Qin, they thought Jiang Qin had offended Duan Lingtian in the past. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would attack Jiang Qin for such a reason. He attacked Vice Hall Master Jiang because he doesn't like him? Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too domineering? Even if he's domineering, he has the strength to back it up. I can see that with Duan Lingtian's current strength, I'm afraid Lord Hall Master is the only one in the Enforcement Hall who's capable of defeating him. Naturally, it's only a possibility. That's right. Up until now, the strength he has displayed is too terrifying. He killed a powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a punch and suppressed another powerhouse at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a flip of his palm. If there's anyone who's capable of this, I think it's Lord Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lord Sect Leader of the Zoroastrianism, and the Three Lords Guardians. Me too. The crowd began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their words, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the other side, originally, Jiang Qin was still wondering if he had unintentionally offended Duan Lingtian, and that was why Duan Lingtian attacked him without saying a word. If that was the case, he would accept it even if he was injured by Duan Lingtian. After all, he was the one who had offended Duan Lingtian first. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was stunned for a moment before his body trembled violently. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of dazzling blood. You! Jiang Qin was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. He pointed a trembling finger at Duan Lingtian and muttered to himself for a long time, but he did not manage to finish his sentence. What could he say? What should he say? Jiang Qin was completely confused. As for taking revenge, he did not have the guts to do so. What a joke. Retaliate? He would be asking for it. He had not killed Duan Lingtian. He had only heard that Duan Lingtian had defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum easily. Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian's attack earlier had made him realize how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength was. I'm afraid even Lord Hallmaster might not be as strong as him. Moreover, although he injured me, the Deputy Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall is against the rules to a certain extent. He can ignore the rules with his current strength. Perhaps, even if he kills me today, nothing will happen to him. After all, not only is he a powerhouse whose strength is not inferior to our Law Enforcement Hall's Hallmaster, he's also a martial arts genius who's not even 50 years old. Such a person means a lot to Zoroastrianism. Even if he kills all the Deputy Hallmasters of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Hierarch and the Guardians might not blame him. As for the others, they don't have the right to blame him. Many thoughts flashed through Jiang Qin's mind in an instant. At this moment, the anger in his heart had completely vanished. This was because he knew that no matter how angry he was, it would be useless. He could not do anything to Duan Lingtian. What? Deputy Hallmaster Jiang. Do you still have a problem with me? Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Qin and asked calmly. Although his tone was calm, it was no different from a bolt from the blue in Jiang Qin's ears. Jiang Qin was so shocked that he immediately regained his senses. He quickly shook his head and said, No. At this point, did he still dare to have an opinion? If he did, what if Duan Lingtian killed him in a fit of rage? A bad life is better than a good death. This was Jiang Qin's most direct thought. After his voice fell, Jiang Qin also found that the surrounding group of people looked at him with a somewhat strange gaze. For a moment, he felt extremely humiliated. However, he could only endure it silently. At this moment, Jiang Qin would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian would be so ruthless. He did not think that Duan Lingtian was targeting him because he sent Duan Lingtian's wife and daughter to the Law Enforcement Hall, causing them to be separated. If he had not acted according to the rules of Zoroastrianism and had no intention of targeting Kerr and her daughter, he would not have survived. That's good. Duan Lingtian looked at Jiang Qin deeply before he turned his gaze back to Dong Yuanjin. He said calmly, Deputy Hallmaster Dong, now is the time to settle the matter between you and me. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Suddenly, the group of people's eyes turned to Dong Yuanjin. From the roar that Duan Lingtian let out when he first arrived, they could tell that he was here for the Deputy Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall. Duan Lingtian, don't be too arrogant. Before Dong Yuanjin could say anything, his son, Dong Lin, had already jumped out and growled. Don't worry. Although I don't know how you managed to become so powerful in just a few years, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the fire worship sect with just this little bit of strength? Let alone Zoroastrianism. Even the Law Enforcement Hall isn't afraid of you. When Lord Lang Ying, the Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall, arrives, you'll be in big trouble. When Dong Lin reached the end of his sentence, he brought up Lang Ying, the Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall, in an attempt to intimidate Duan Lingtian. The Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lang Ying? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Dong Lin's words. A glint flashed in his eyes. A few years ago, when he was on duty in the Law Enforcement Hall, he had heard about Lang Ying, the Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall. He knew Lang Ying was one of the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism. Lang Ying's cultivation base could break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage at any time. That's right. Lord Lang Ying is a powerhouse at the peak of the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. When Dong Lin saw Duan Lingtian narrowing his eyes, he thought Duan Lingtian was afraid. He calmed down immediately and said proudly, You're right. So what? At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes as a sneer appeared on his face. Put aside the fact that Lang Ying, the Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall, isn't here. Even if he's here, I, Duan Lingtian, have nothing to fear. Even if he's here, he won't be able to change the fate of Dong Lin and his son. Dong Lin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. You. Dong Yuanjin's eyes widened as his heart trembled. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was so strong that he could disregard the Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall? Dong Yuanjin could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian again and said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, I remember that although there were some conflicts between you and my son back then, you didn't escalate the conflict. As for me, I never thought of standing up for him. Could it be that you've come here today to settle old scores? Are you here to escalate the conflict? Many people were moved by Dong Yuanjin's words. Does that mean Duan Ling Tian came to our law enforcement hall today because of the small conflict he had with Elder Dong Lin a few years ago? Isn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? It's just a small conflict. Is there a need to be so aggressive? I guess it's because he didn't have the strength to challenge Vice Hall Master Dong a few years ago, so he chose to hide it. Now that he has the strength to challenge Vice Hall Master Dong, it's only natural for him to show up. Humph. If Vice Hall Master Dong wanted to deal with him a few years ago, do you think he would still be alive? Vice Hall Master Dong must be regretting not dealing with him back then and leaving such a huge threat behind, right? After hearing Dong Yuanjin's words, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. They secretly criticized Duan Ling Tian for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. They felt that Duan Ling Tian was making a mountain out of a molehill, and was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. So what if someone like Duan Ling Tian has a high innate talent? His strength may be very strong, but I don't agree with his conduct and character. He's gone too far. If Vice Hall Master Dong really wanted to kill him a few years ago, do you think he would still be alive? The crowd whispered among themselves, but they were all supporting Dong Yuanjin. This was enough to show that Dong Yuanjin's words were true. Dong Yuanjin's words had successfully changed the public's opinion. He portrayed himself as someone who did not get rid of Duan Ling Tian and ended up being harmed instead. He portrayed Duan Ling Tian as someone who did not know what was good for him and would repay evil with good. Duan Ling Tian did not care about what others thought. Even so, he was still displeased to see the effect of Dong Yuanjin's words. Dong Yuanjin, I didn't expect you to still be struggling at this point. Duan Ling Tian looked coldly at Dong Yuanjin and said mockingly, since you're making yourself sound so pitiful, I'll give you a chance to live. If you grab hold of this chance, I won't kill you and your father today. If you don't blame me, Duan Ling Tian, for being merciless. Duan Ling Tian's words were loud and clear. What chance? Dong Yuanjin asked. He had a bad feeling about this. In the next moment, his bad feeling came true. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath in front of everyone that you didn't kill me when I was still practicing Zoroastrianism 3 years ago, I'll spare your life today. Chapter 2184. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath in front of everyone that you didn't kill me when I was still practicing Zoroastrianism 3 years ago, I'll spare both of your lives today. Duan Ling Tian's words echoed in Dong Yuanjin's mind. Swear on the lightning penalty oath? 3 years ago, when Duan Ling Tian was still in the fire worship sect, he did not order his men to kill Duan Ling Tian? Dong Yuanjin's face turned green when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Swear on my ass. If he swore on the lightning penalty oath, would he not be killed by the lightning penalty? It was fine for him to lie in front of a group of people who did not know what was going on. However, he had to swear on the lightning penalty oath? That was no joke. Now, Dong Yuanjin felt like he had shot himself in the foot. He had said so much in the beginning because he wanted to stand on the moral high ground and arouse others' pity. However, Duan Ling Tian had returned him to his original state with just a few words. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had mercilessly destroyed the lie that he had painstakingly made up. What? You don't dare to swear? Duan Ling Tian did not intend to let Dong Yuanjin off so easily. He asked mockingly, Vice Hall Master Dong, are you feeling guilty? Naturally, Dong Yuanjin did not respond to Duan Ling Tian's question. What could he say? That everything he had said earlier was a lie? That he had slandered Duan Ling Tian? At the same time, Dong Yuanjin realized something. Duan Ling Tian had come today to seek revenge. After all, Dong Yuanjin had tried his best to kill Duan Ling Tian in the past. It was just that he did not make a move himself. Vice Hall Master Dong doesn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath as Duan Ling Tian has requested? Many people in the crowd were confused when they saw Dong Yuanjin keeping quiet. Didn't he say the conflict between Duan Ling Tian and his son, Dong Lin, was only a small conflict? Didn't he say he had never thought of standing up for his son? Why is he afraid to swear on the lightning penalty oath at such a critical moment? More and more people were puzzled. Don't tell me you can't see it? He's just spouting nonsense. His purpose is to stand on the moral high ground and make us stand on his side. He wants to use our strength to condemn Duan Ling Tian. Some people came back to their senses and became much more clear-headed. They voiced their own judgments. So that's how it is. To think I thought he was telling the truth. As it turns out, he's just using us. Vice Hall Master Dong, you are truly too much to deceive us like this. As it turns out, Vice Hall Master Dong once wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. No wonder Duan Ling Tian barged into the enforcement hall and asked Vice Hall Master Dong to get his ass out here. Duan Ling Tian's after all. He tried to kill me before. Seeing how Dong Yuanjin did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that Duan Ling Tian had asked him to swear on, the people present on the scene realized they had been deceived by Dong Yuanjin. They immediately changed their stance and supported Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not care if these people supported him or not. Duan Ling Tian had asked Dong Yuanjin to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although he wanted Dong Yuanjin to reveal his true colors in front of everyone, he was more annoyed by Dong Yuanjin's moral high ground. He did not care about the feelings of the bystanders. Duan Ling Tian, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of my father swearing on the lightning penalty oath? At this moment, Dong Lin stepped forward and glared at Duan Ling Tian as he said haughtily, "You're right." Dong Lin did not seem to understand the situation at all. Lin er. Dong Yuanjin's expression changed drastically when Dong Lin stepped forward. He hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. His heartbeat quickened for no reason. This was because when Duan Ling Tian asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he could sense a hint of impatience in Duan Ling Tian's calm voice. It was as though Duan Ling Tian's patience had reached its limit. Noisy! As soon as Dong Lin finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian frowned and said impatiently in a low voice, "Stop it." Duan Ling Tian casually waved his hand at Dong Lin as soon as he finished speaking. With a simple wave of Duan Ling Tian's hand, a vast and majestic energy swept out like a raging worm toward Dong Lin at an exaggerated speed. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the flood dragon passed, thunderous sounds of air exploding could be heard. It was deafening. In just a blink of an eye, the flood dragon was already close to Dong Lin. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Dong Lin. No. Dong Yuanjin came to his senses and let out a sorrowful cry. Then, he rushed out to rescue his son. However, when he was halfway there, the WYRM dragon had already swallowed Dong Lin in one gulp. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air, and a bloody mist filled the air. The flood dragon seemed to have eaten too much and exploded. It disappeared in just a blink of an eye. As for Dong Lin, he had completely disappeared. It was as though he had never existed in the first place. Gasp! 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 After a moment of silence, the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air again. It did not stop for a long time. With a wave of his hand, another person was killed. When the group of people looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was only fear in their eyes. Fortunately, he didn't kill me. Jiang Qin, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Ling Tian killing Dong Lin without saying a word. When he recalled how Duan Ling Tian had killed Dong Yuanjin's old servant, Elder Yang, he suddenly realized how lucky he was. Duan Ling Tian was a god of death. Duan Ling Tian. Dong Yuanjin's eyes turned red when he saw his son being killed by Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Killing intent surged out of his body as he said in a low voice, enunciating every syllable that came out of his mouth. His voice was incomparably cold, causing those who heard his voice to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, causing many of the spectators to shudder. Duan Ling Tian looked at Dong Yuanjin, preparing to kill him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling and cranes shrieking, the people present on the scene could only feel a gust of swift wind coming from the depths of the forbidden area of the enforcement hall. It blew so hard that their robes fluttered. At the same time, a vast and majestic aura began to spread out. Most of the people present on the scene were familiar with this majestic aura. It's Lord Hallmaster. Many people's eyes lit up. Lord Hallmaster has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from being the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jiang Qin was also at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, he could sense the change in Lang Ying's aura from the majestic aura. Compared to before, Lang Ying's aura had also risen by a level. Lang Ying was a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was only natural that his aura had risen to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Since Jiang Qin could confirm this, Dong Yuanjin, who was also the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall and stronger than Jiang Qin naturally, could sense this as well. Lord Hall Master. In an instant, Dong Yuanjin calmed down and suppressed the anger in his heart. With my strength, it's impossible for me to defeat Duan Lingtian. I can only rely on Lord Hall Master if I want to seek revenge. Dong Yuanjin thought to himself. When Dong Yuanjin sensed Lang Ying's cultivation base had risen to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he felt as though he was grasping at straws. Lord Hall Master. Not only did Duan Lingtian trespass into the Enforcement Hall, but he even trespassed into the Enforcement Hall's forbidden area and killed an elder of the Enforcement Hall. Lord Hall Master, please uphold justice for the Enforcement Hall. Dong Yuanjin's shout also contained a rich amount of Saint Qi and spread far and wide. His voice not only spread through the Enforcement Hall's forbidden area, but it also spread through the entire Enforcement Hall. Duan Lingtian trespassed into the Enforcement Hall? Not only did he trespass into the Enforcement Hall, but he even trespassed into the Enforcement Hall's forbidden area? He even killed an elder of the Enforcement Hall? Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too bold? This voice sounds familiar. It sounds like Vice Hall Master Dong's voice. A commotion broke out in the Enforcement Hall. Although many of them wanted to go to the Enforcement Hall's forbidden area to join in the fun, they stopped when they thought about the strict rules in the Enforcement Hall. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian thinks the Enforcement Hall is the White Tiger Sanctum? Don't tell me he thinks our Lord Hall Master is as weak as the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum? That's possible. Humph. Lord Hall Master is not someone the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum can compare to. If Lord Hall Master makes a move, he'll be able to defeat the Sanctum Leader of White Tiger Sanctum as well. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Enforcement Hall. Based on the words of the Enforcement Hall's elders and disciples, it was obvious they were confident in their Hall Master. In the Enforcement Hall's forbidden area. Do you think your Hall Master, Lang Ying, will be able to save your life? Duan Lingtian looked at Dong Yuanjin with a mocking smile on his face. If that's the case, I'll give you a chance. I won't kill you now. When Hall Master Lang Ying arrives, I'll kill you in front of him. He wanted Dong Yuanjin to know what despair was. Dong Yuanjin felt uneasy when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. How arrogant! As soon as Dong Yuanjin heard Duan Lingtian's words, a furious voice rang in the air from the forbidden area of the Enforcement Hall. Chapter 2185. How arrogant! At the same time, another figure appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's line of sight. Although the figure was quite a distance away, Duan Lingtian could still tell it was an old man. In just a blink of an eye, the old man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. The old man looked very unkempt. His clothes were untidy, and he looked like an old beggar. However, when the old man who looked like an old beggar appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, everyone present on the scene was filled with respect. Lord Hall Master. Many Dao venerables cried out in unison. They clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the unkempt old man. The old man was none other than the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lang Ying. Congratulations, Lord Hall Master. You've successfully broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. From now on, you'll live as long as heaven and earth. Jiang Qin, one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, took the initiative to congratulate Lang Ying. A hint of excitement could be heard in his voice when he congratulated Lang Ying. There was finally a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Enforcement Hall. Congratulations, Lord Hall Master. Dong Yuanjin, who was also a Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and another Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall who had come early in the morning to watch the show, also congratulated Lang Ying after Jiang Qin spoke first. Since Jiang Qin had discovered that the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall had broken through to the 7th form, It was only natural that the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall had discovered it as well. The few Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall congratulated Lang Ying for breaking through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. An uproar broke out among the people present on the scene. The Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form? Lord Hall Master has broken through? Since the Vice Hall Masters have congratulated the Hall Master, this matter should be true. Lord Hall Master's breakthrough means there's a 5th powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Zoroastrianism. The Enforcement Hall finally has a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After whispering to each other for a while, the people present all congratulated the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Lang Ying, for making a breakthrough in his cultivation. The gazes with which the group looked at Lang Ying became even more respectful. A powerhouse whose cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, would not only possess extraordinary strength, but they would also have an endless lifespan. They would live as long as heaven and earth and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Facing everyone's congratulations, Icehawk nodded and smiled in response. Jiang Qin, why are you in such a sorry state? Lang Ying asked with a frown when he saw Jiang Qin was in a wretched state. He was even more disheveled than him. Before Jiang Qin could reply, Dong Yuanjin had already said to Lang Ying, Lord Hall Master, Vice Hall Master Jiang was injured by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, my son, Dong Lin, an elder of the Enforcement Hall, was also killed by Duan Lingtian. He died without a complete corpse. Dong Yuanjin's tone was filled with endless anger as he spoke. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, as if they were filled with blood. Dong Lin was his only son. Dong Yuanjin had put in a lot of effort into Dong Lin. However, all his efforts were in vain because Dong Lin was killed by Duan Lingtian. To be able to injure Vice Hall Master Jiang to such a state, it seems like Duan Lingtian must have had a fortuitous encounter in recent years. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to become so strong in such a short time. Lang Ying thought to himself when he heard Dong Yuanjin's words. You're the true disciple, Duan Lingtian? When Lang Ying's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, the smile on his face had disappeared. It was replaced by a cold expression as though he was unapproachable. You're the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lang Ying? Duan Lingtian did not reply to Lang Ying's question. Instead, he mimicked Lang Ying's question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lang Ying's expression darkened. How dare you? Dong Yuanjin, who was standing nearby, was the first to step forward. He glared at Duan Lingtian as he shouted, Duan Lingtian, do you really think you can do whatever you want in the Enforcement Hall just because you're stronger than Vice Hall Master Jiang? A true disciple like you has no right to be so presumptuous in front of the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lord Lang Ying. When Dong Yuanjin saw Lang Ying, the uneasiness that rose in his heart because of Duan Lingtian disappeared. In his opinion, Lang Ying was not weak at all. With the current strength of the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, he could easily crush Duan Lingtian. Even though Dong Yuanjin was shouting hysterically, he was ignored by Duan Lingtian. No matter how loudly he shouted, Duan Lingtian did not even look at him from the beginning until the end. Duan Lingtian, how dare you? Lang Ying's expression darkened when he heard Dong Yuanjin's words. He said coldly to Duan Lingtian, according to the sect's rules, killing a fellow disciple is punishable by death. Duan Lingtian, since you've entered the Enforcement Hall today, don't even think about leaving alive. Lang Ying's words left no room for doubt. Based on his words, it was as though he intended to kill Duan Lingtian. Lord Hall Master. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall looked at Lang Ying and reminded him through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was personally invited back by Lord Sect Leader 3 days ago. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to execute him before we obtain Lord Sect Leader's permission. Lord Sect Leader personally issued a declaration 3 days ago? What declaration? Lang Ying was unaware of this since he had been in closed-door cultivation recently. However, after the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall explained through voice transmission, Lang Ying finally understood what had happened. He suddenly realized something. Indeed, it would not be appropriate for them to execute Duan Lingtian before they obtained Lord Sect Leader's permission from Zoroastrianism. Lord Sect Leader must have issued such a declaration because he wants to use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in Duan Lingtian's possession when the devil clans invade the upper province. If I execute Duan Lingtian, the devil seal tablet that Duan Lingtian hid outside might be sealed. That would ruin Lord Sect Leader's plan. Lang Ying made up his mind when he thought of this. He could punish Duan Lingtian, but he could not execute Duan Lingtian. Hall Master Lang Ying, we'll have to see if you're capable of keeping me here. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly with a smile on his face when he heard Lang Ying's words. Based on his words, it was clear he did not take Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, seriously. Lang Ying was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage now. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, and said coldly, Dong Yuanjin, I've already told you. Dong Yuanjin, I told you just now that I'll kill you in front of Hall Master Lang Ying, whom you see as your savior. Before that happens, I'll show you what despair is. Duan Lingtian's voice turned colder and colder when he reached the end of his sentence. Lord Hallmaster, Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. First, he killed an elder of the Enforcement Hall, and now, he wants to kill me, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Dong Yuanjin's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At the same time, he did not forget to look at Lang Ying and complain. Meanwhile, Lang Ying was also infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words. He was so angry that his body began to tremble violently. Arrogant! Arrogant! Lang Ying muttered to himself. Then he glared at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, since Lord Sect Leader personally invited you back, I'll spare your life today. However, you won't be able to escape punishment even if you don't die. Today, you'll be punished by the Enforcement Hall. Elementary Devouring Tactic. As soon as Lang Ying spoke, Duan Lingtian cast the Elementary Devouring Tactic and devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, his Sun Saint origin was raised to its limit. Swoosh! As soon as Lang Ying finished speaking, the 1,000 inscription Saint sword that had appeared in his hand at some point left his hand. All that was left was the sound of the sword whistling in the air. The fleeting sword light swept across the sky like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Crack! Stop! A voice that sounded like something was being cut off rang in the air almost at the same time. The voice entered everyone's ears, causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. When everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, they saw Dong Yuanjin's arm had been cut off. One of Dong Yuanjin's arms had been severed by Duan Lingtian's 1,000 inscription Saint sword. Blood was still spurting out of his severed arm. Duan Lingtian's sword was so fast that Lang Ying only managed to react when Dong Yuanjin's arm was cut off. Needless to say, the others were stunned as well. As for Dong Yuanjin, he was so stunned that he forgot about the pain in his arm. Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and yet, Duan Lingtian had cut off Dong Yuanjin's arm? Moreover, from the beginning until the end, Lang Ying seemed to be slow to react. Duan Lingtian's strength. Could it be that he's comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Chapter 2186. From the beginning, Dong Yuanjin's understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength was only at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was on par with the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. When he discovered that the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he instinctively thought the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall could easily suppress Duan Lingtian. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been wrong from the beginning. Duan Lingtian's strength was not just at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If Duan Lingtian's strength was only at the peak of the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he sever Duan Lingtian's arm under the watchful eyes of the Enforcement Hall's Hall Master? Even the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall did not have time to react. Hall Master. In the blink of an eye, Dong Yuanjin only had time to stop the bleeding from his severed arm. He didn't even dare to reach out to catch his falling arm as he immediately flew away. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he stood behind the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. Icy Eagle. To him, the hall leader of the law enforcement hall, Lang Ing, was his last hope. If Hall Master Lang Ing couldn't protect him, then he would definitely die today. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the hall master of the enforcement hall, Lang Ing, suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with extreme anger. Immediately afterwards, a vast amount of Saint Qi burst out from Lang Ying's body like a bolt of lightning, exuding a terrifying aura that set off a storm, causing the robes of everyone present to flap wildly. Some of the weaker cultivators were blown away by the gusts of wind and retreated far away. This is the strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage? When the people who had retreated looked at the hall master of the enforcement hall, Lang Ing, again, other than shock, there was only respect in their eyes. The hall master is angry. At the same time, they could clearly sense the change in Lang Ying's emotions. Lang Ing looked at Duan Lingtian with an increasingly cold gaze. Duan Lingtian had actually dared to chop off the arm of one of his deputy hall masters right under his nose. This had completely infuriated him. Even though Duan Lingtian's sword was very strong, it was not to the extent that he was afraid of it. If it was before today, facing Duan Lingtian who could display that sword move, he might not dare to act rashly out of fear. Today, his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With the various divine abilities that he had mastered, he was confident that he was stronger than Hong Yun, one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. He was confident he could easily deal with ordinary powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for why he didn't react in time just now, it was because he was caught off guard. He didn't expect Duan Lingtian to attack without any warning. By the time he regained his senses and wanted to save Dong Yuanjin, it was already too late. Whoosh! With a shout, Lang Ing moved as well. Boom! As soon as he moved, it was as if he was breaking the earth, causing an earth-shattering bang to resound from the void, causing those who heard the sound to feel deafened. Some of the people with a weaker cultivation base had their eardrums ruptured, causing blood to flow out of their ears. On the other side, when Lang Ing made his move, his figure flew out with the help of his movement divine ability. He also cast his assist-type divine ability immediately, allowing his saint origin to further improve in a short time. In the end, his saint origin was not far from the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from that, a 7-foot-long spear had appeared in his hand. Swoosh! 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 The long spear shook and the body of the spear immediately began to tremble violently. The frequency was so fast that it caused waves of buzzing sounds to be emitted in the air. A destructive aura spread in the air. 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was certain the 7-foot-long spear in Lang Ying's hand was 1,000 inscription saint weapon. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know how you managed to become as strong as a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in just a few years, if you think you can do as you please in the enforcement hall with just that little bit of strength, you're gravely mistaken. Lang Ying's cold words entered the ears of the people in the surroundings. Many of them felt as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Some of the people with a weaker cultivation base felt as though winter had arrived. Lang Ying's words were accompanied by his swift movements and the 1,000 inscription saint spear in his hand that looked like a swimming dragon. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscription saint spear shot out like a furious dragon with its mouth wide open as it pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though it was going to devour Duan Lingtian. The furious dragon swept across the sky, shattering the earth and shocking the heavens. It was as if the heavens and earth had lost their color at this moment. No wonder he's so confident. The hall master of the enforcement hall is definitely stronger than Guardian Hong Yun. The reason for this is because the various divine abilities that he has mastered are much stronger than the various divine abilities that Guardian Hong Yun has mastered. He might not be a match for Guardian Hong Yun before he broke through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, now that he has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'm sure Guardian Hong Yun won't be a match for him. Duan Lingtian finally realized where Lang Ying's confidence came from when he saw Lang Ing making his move. He compared Hong Yun, one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism whom he had defeated, to Lang Ing, the hall master of the enforcement hall. He discovered Lang Ing was much stronger than Hong Yun. At the very least, the current Frigid Eagle was slightly stronger than Protector Hong Yun. No wonder he dares to make a move on me even though he has just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage after I displayed strength comparable to a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage and severed one of Dong Yuanjin's arms. As it turns out, his confidence comes from the various divine abilities he has mastered. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's questions were answered. The strength of a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage depended on the various divine abilities he had mastered. If one had powerful divine abilities and powerful martial tactics, one would be able to unleash greater strength. If one were to compare the various divine abilities to a foundation, Lang Ying's foundation was shockingly solid. No wonder he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in Zoroastrianism. Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, is indeed extraordinary. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As Lang Ying charged forward, the 1,000 inscription saint spear in his hand began to spin like the impact drill on earth where Duan Lingtian was from in his past life. Moreover, it was spinning faster and faster. Wherever it passed, the void would emit a piercing buzzing sound. Lang Ying was like a god of spears as he charged toward Duan Lingtian with his spear. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed one thought after another. Lang Ying's offensive martial tactic is not far from the peak of ordinary martial tactics in the mundane realms. Coupled with his offensive divine ability, I'm afraid not many people below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would dare to take his attack head-on. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed further into slits. A sharp light flashed between his eyes like a swimming dragon, as if it would never know fatigue. The Hall Master is getting serious. At the same time, the expressions of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, including Jiang Qin, turned solemn. They could see their Hall Master was going all out. In the past, they would have been told, to think that their Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall would go all out against a personal disciple. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never believe that such a ridiculous thing would happen. But now, the truth was right before their eyes. Even if they didn't want to believe it, they had no choice but to believe it. Lord Hall Master Dong Yuanjin, one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall, who was standing behind Lang Ying, looked at the scene before him with a hopeful expression. He prayed that his Hall Master would be able to defeat and kill Duan Lingtian. It would be fine if Lang Ying won this battle. However, if Duan Lingtian won, he would be doomed eternally. I hate this. Why didn't I kill him myself back then? At this moment, Dong Yuanjin's heart was filled with regret. Once upon a time, Duan Lingtian was merely an ant in his eyes. At that time, he even felt that killing Duan Lingtian was an insult to his hands. However, the person who was like an ant in his eyes now possessed a strength that could completely suppress him. If the heavens gave him another chance to go back to a few years ago, he would definitely not hesitate to pay any price to personally kill Duan Lingtian so as to avoid future troubles. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall. He hoped that Lang Ying would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Hall Master Lang Ying, your attack is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid not many people below the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would dare to take your attack head-on. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded abruptly and clearly entered into everyone's ears. Unfortunately, I, Duan Lingtian, am not one of those who would dare to take your attack head-on. Duan Lingtian blurted out these two sentences in a split second. Chapter 2187. Heaven Flying Immortal. As soon as Duan Lingtian's sun Saint Origin that had been raised to its limit by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, surged into the 1,000 inscription Saint sword. His figure flashed again as he cast the sword offensive divine ability he had not mastered for a long time. One had to know that Duan Lingtian had never used this ability even when he was fighting one of the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism, Hong Yun. From this, it can be seen that the pressure that the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Icy Eagle, gave him was far greater than the pressure that Hong Yun gave him. Otherwise, there was no need for him to cast this divine ability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was holding the 1,000 Inscription Saint's sword, created several clones that looked exactly like him. In just a blink of an eye, the few Duan Lingtian that appeared out of thin air stunned everyone present. After Duan Lingtian's doppelgangers appeared, they didn't split up and stayed together. Judging from their postures, they had no intention of splitting up. Imperial Sword Technique. The moment the doppelgangers appeared, Duan Lingtian used the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, to control the sword with the heart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the 1,000 Inscription Saint swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's true body, and his clones shot out toward the 1,000 Inscription Saint spear in Lang Ying's hand that was charging toward him like a raging dragon. When the 1,000 Inscription Saint swords flew out, they lined up neatly in a straight line. They looked like a few well-arranged soldiers. In just a blink of an eye, the first 1,000 Inscription Saint sword and the 1,000 Inscription Saint spear collided. Chi, chi, chi. In the beginning, when the two forces collided, it did not cause too much of a commotion. It only emitted a series of rapid friction sounds as the first wave of almost silent confrontation was carried out. The next moment, all of a sudden, boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out from nowhere. It was deafening, causing the hearts of everyone present to involuntarily pause. Boom, 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 boom. After that earth-shattering explosion, a series of earth-shattering explosions followed, and they didn't stop for a long time. It was Duan Lingtian's first 1,000 Inscription Saint sword and Lang Ying's 1,000 Inscription Saint spear clashing fiercely. Two majestic forces collided and exploded, causing the surrounding air to stagnate. Even space seemed to tremble violently at this moment. Waves of rolling airwaves swept out. Gusts of wild wind also began to wreak havoc in all directions. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian's first 1,000 Inscription Saint sword that was defeated by Eagle's 1,000 Inscription Saint spear. After being defeated, the 1,000 Inscription Sacred Sword shattered and disappeared without a trace. It was only a clone of the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword. The otherworldly celestial was a sword-type divine ability. Once it was cast, not only would Duan Lingtian create a clone, but even the sword in his hand would create a clone as well. Naturally, the clone's power was not as strong as the sword's main body. When Duan Lingtian's first clone of the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword exhausted a portion of the energy in Eagle's 1,000 Inscription Saint spear, whoosh, whoosh, another two sword cries reverberated in the air. The other two clones of the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword charged out as well, exhausting the energy in Eagle's 1,000 Inscription Saint spear. There's no need to use the fourth clone of the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword anymore. At the same time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The 1,000 Inscription Saint sword at the back of the neat formation suddenly sped up and overtook the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword in front of it as it charged toward Eagle. This 1,000 Inscription Saint sword was its main body. Whoosh! As soon as the main body of the 1,000 Inscription Saint sword appeared, the sword cries only lasted for a brief moment. The moment the sword ray touched the raging energy in Eagle's 1,000 Inscription Saint spear, Eagle's expression changed drastically as he panicked. How can it be so strong? This was because Eagle was shocked to discover that the sword ray was stronger than before. Compared to the previous two streaks of sword light, the sword light that was rushing over was not just a little bit stronger. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, Lang Ying discovered that the flash of sword light had destroyed the vast power contained in his 1,000 Inscription Saint spear like it was breaking a twig. His saint origin gushed out of his body and poured into the 1,000 Inscription Saint spear in his hand. Even so, it did not have much of an effect. Duan Lingtian had completely gained the upper hand in his attack. He took advantage of the situation and destroyed Eagle's counterattack. Boom, 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 boom. Another deafening explosion reverberated in the air. The void seemed to tremble violently as though it would collapse at any time. Duan Lingtian's 1,000 Inscription Saint sword seemed to contain invincible energy as it destroyed the energy in Eagle's 1,000 Inscription Saint spear. With a clang, the 1,000 Inscription Saint spear was sent flying. The moment the 1,000 Inscription Saint spear left Lang Ying's hand, the web between his thumb and index finger on his right hand cracked open, revealing a hideous crack. Blood splattered everywhere, dazzling to the eye. Barf! Eagle's body trembled violently as his face turned pale. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Before the 1,000 inscription saint spear was sent flying, the energy that entered his body from the spear had injured his internal organs, causing him to suffer severe internal injuries. Golden Crow's wings. As soon as Lang Ying spat out blood, a pair of flaming wings sprouted from Duan Ling Tian's back. Duan Ling Tian activated the wings and flew toward Lang Ying at a ridiculous speed. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lang Ying. Bang! As Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, a palm print that was as heavy as a mountain landed on Eagle's chest, sending him flying before he could even catch his breath. Eagle instantly flew out in a wretched manner like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. Along the way, he continued to spit out mouthfuls of blood that was so red that it was almost black. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and retrieved the 1,000 inscription saint sword that flew away after sending Eagle's 1,000 inscription saint spear flying. Then he put it away in his spatial ring. In the next moment, he calmly hovered in the air as he looked at Lang Ying, who had just barely managed to regain his footing after flying a distance away. Hall Master Lang Ying, do you still want to stop me from killing Dong Yuanjin? The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice without waiting for Lang Ying's response. He said in a deep voice, "Let me make this clear. If you make a move again, I won't show you any mercy." Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, everyone present on the scene clearly heard his words, causing their hearts to tremble. How terrifying! How could Duan Ling Tian's strength be so strong? Even our Hall Master, who has broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, isn't a match for him. What fortuitous encounter did he have during these few years? Don't tell me the rumor about him killing the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, is true? He killed the Golden Lion King with 3 strikes. It seems like he only used 3 strikes to defeat Lord Hall Master. Everyone regained their senses one after another. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Those who were whispering among themselves were even more cautious. It was as though they were afraid of angering Duan Ling Tian if they were too loud. How's this possible? Dong Yuanjin's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Ling Tian defeating the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Lang Ying, with his own eyes. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. Even Hall Master Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, was no match for Duan Ling Tian after he had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Lang Ying, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, whose face was as pale as a sheet, finally managed to catch his breath. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, I admit I'm not as strong as you. However, do you think you can do whatever you want in Zoroastrianism with your strength? There are rules in Zoroastrianism. Aren't you afraid Lord Sect Leader will punish you for doing this? Lang Ying mentioned the sect leader of Zoroastrianism who had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Trying to escape? As soon as Lang Ying finished speaking, Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, tried to flee. Duan Ling Tian did not even have time to respond to Lang Ying. Duan Ling Tian immediately flapped his golden crow's wings that he did not have time to retract. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he blocked Dong Yuanjin's path of escape. Dong Yuanjin was so shocked that he came to a halt. His expression changed drastically when Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, "Didn't you see the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall as your savior? What do you think now? Moreover, I've said that I'll kill Dong Yuanjin in front of Hall Master Lang Ying." Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his sentence, Dong Yuanjin had already fallen to his knees in the air. His body was trembling as he cried out, "Duan Ling Tian, please spare me. Please spare me. You've already killed my unfilial son. There's no enmity between us. Let's just forget about it. What do you think? I beg you. I beg you. I beg you." Dong Yuanjin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, lowered his head in despair when he was faced with the threat of death. He even knelt in front of Duan Ling Tian, whom he had previously regarded as an ant, and begged for mercy. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He had to survive. Shame. He's a disgrace to the enforcement hall. Chapter 2188. There's no enmity between us? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard Dong Yuanjin's words. You ordered someone to kill me, and you're saying there's no enmity between us? Or perhaps, you think it's because of your son, Dong Lin, so there's no enmity between us? Yes. Dong Yuanjin hurriedly nodded in response. Dong Yuanjin, if you had the courage to die standing, I might have respected you. But now, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Before he could finish speaking, he made his move again. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the vast Sun Saint origin in his body surged into his hand. As he raised his hand, it transformed into a palm seal that shot toward Dong Yuanjin. No. By the time Dong Yuanjin regained his senses, Duan Lingtian's palm seal was already inches away from him. As soon as he finished speaking, the palm seal landed on his body. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Duan Lingtian killed Dong Yuanjin with just a palm strike. Instantly, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Although everyone present was mentally prepared for this scene, they were still shocked when they saw it. They could not help but tremble in fear when they saw Duan Lingtian killing Dong Yuanjin with just a flip of his palm. Dong Yuanjin was the vice hallmaster of the enforcement hall. His status was comparable to a golden flame elder in Zoroastrianism. His son, Dong Lin, could not compare to him at all. However, Duan Lingtian had killed someone like that just like that. Duan Lingtian, I'll personally look for Lord Sect Leader and ask him to seek justice for the enforcement hall. Lang Ying, the hall master of the enforcement hall, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian had killed Dong Yuanjin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. As you wish. However, when Duan Lingtian heard Frigid Eagle's words, he shrugged nonchalantly, as though he wasn't afraid that Frigid Eagle would complain to the leader of Zoroastrianism. In fact, he wasn't afraid at all. Humph! Lang Ying snorted coldly when he saw this. He took to the air and flew towards the Saint Island, disappearing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Behind the clouds was the cultivation ground of the leader of Zoroastrianism, Jiang Qin. After Lang Ying left, Duan Lingtian's gaze once again landed on Jiang Qin. He called out Jiang Qin's name. Jiang Qin was so scared that his body trembled. His face turned pale in an instant. His first thought was that the malefic star didn't like him and wanted to attack him. He could only pray in his heart. He hoped that this fiend would go easy on him. He was already prepared to be tortured. However, in the next moment, he realized he was wrong. The malefic star didn't dislike him and wanted to torture him. I want to see Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Jiang Qin. His tone was firm and unquestionable. Gan Ruyen? Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He instinctively asked, You know Gan Ruyen? She's my friend, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Jiang Qin deeply. Jiang Qin was stunned. He felt as though he was struck by lightning. Duan Lingtian was friends with Gan Ruyen? He vaguely realized something was amiss. The reason Duan Lingtian taught him a lesson earlier was most likely not because he didn't like him. It was because of his actions that caused Gan Ruyen to be imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Jiang Qin was the one who dealt with the matter impartially. However, it was understandable that Duan Lingtian stood up for his friend. Lead the way, Duan Lingtian said impatiently when he saw Jiang Qin was stunned and did not say anything for a long time. Duan Lingtian's voice instantly woke Jiang Qin up. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a wry smile, Gan Ruyan's matter is a little complicated. However, she was taken away from the law enforcement hall by the sect leader not long ago. Taken away by the sect leader? Duan Lingtian frowned and asked in a deep voice, What happened? After witnessing Duan Lingtian killing Dong Yuanjin with his own eyes, Jiang Qin knew it would only take a few minutes for Duan Lingtian to kill him. For this reason, he did not dare to neglect Duan Lingtian's question and hastily replied, I heard the saint girl ask the sect leader to take her away. As for the other details, I don't know. Saint girl? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Which saint girl? He thought Jiang Qin was referring to his wife, Ke. However, when he thought about it, he felt that was not right. After all, Ke was also in the law enforcement hall. Moreover, based on Jiang Qin's words, Gan Ruyan's departure was requested by the saint girl. Although Jiang Qin's wife, Ke, was once the saint of Zoroastrianism, she was now a sinner. It was impossible for her to request anything from the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Even if she did, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would not pay any attention to her. Jiang Qin, be careful with your words. When the other vice hall master of the law enforcement hall saw Jiang Qin publicly announcing the saintess in front of everyone, he could not help but exclaim in a low voice as his expression changed. After all, only a handful of people in the Zoroastrianism knew about the saint girl being taken away from the law enforcement hall by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Although the sect leader did not warn them not to spread the news, they were not allowed to do so. However, even if the sect leader did not warn them, it was still inconvenient for them to publicize the matter. Everyone in the Zoroastrianism knew that the saint girl who had been missing for many years was a sinner. She was imprisoned in the law enforcement hall and was waiting for the sect leader to sentence her after he came out of his closed-door cultivation. Although the sect leader had come out of his closed-door cultivation, he did not sentence the saint girl. Not only did he not sentence the saint girl, but he also did not sentence her. Not only that, but he even took the saint girl away from the law enforcement hall. If news of this spread out, it would definitely affect the reputation of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. After all, there would definitely be people who would secretly say that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had abused his power for personal gain and took the lead in ignoring the rules of the sect. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism could completely ignore the rules of the sect due to his position in the Zoroastrianism, if news of this spread out, the reputation of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would definitely be affected. As one of the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land and one of the top three forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the sect of Zoroastrianism valued its reputation very much. I can't believe I forgot about this. When Jiang Qin heard the reminder from the other vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, horror dawned on him immediately. Earlier, when he faced Duan Lingtian, there was only fear left in his heart. Due to this reason, he did not think about anything else when he heard Duan Lingtian's question and answered honestly. Now that he heard the reminder from the other vice hall master of the law enforcement hall, he realized he had acted rashly. Saint girl? Which saint girl? Due to this reason, he did not answer Duan Lingtian's question. Humph! Duan Lingtian scoffed when he saw Jiang Qin did not answer him. It shocked Jiang Qin so much that his heart skipped a beat. He instantly wanted to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to explain. However, before Jiang Qin could send a voice transmission, he saw Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall who warned him. Since you don't want him to say it, you'll have to say it. Duan Lingtian said coldly as he looked at the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall with a piercing gaze. At the same time, a vast and powerful killing intent surged out of his body and shrouded the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall. The vice hall master of the law enforcement hall did not even dream that his warning to Jiang Qin would bring about such an unexpected calamity. When he heard Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent words, when he felt the killing intent that enveloped him, and when he thought of Duan Lingtian's previous actions, in the end, he gave in. Saint girl. She's referring to the missing saint girl of Zoroastrianism. She's the one who asked Lord Sect Leader to take Gan Ruyan away from our law enforcement hall. Naturally, the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall did not say it out loud. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Car. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall's words. He said in a deep voice, "Don't try to lie to me. As far as I know, the saint girl is also imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Are you telling me she's the one who asked Lord Sect Leader to take Gan Ruyan away from the law enforcement hall?" "I'm not lying to you. And I don't dare to lie to you." The vice hall master of the law enforcement hall hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "The saint girl is no longer in our law enforcement hall." As time passed, Duan Ling Tian learned about the whereabouts of Kerr and her mother from the Vice Hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall. They're actually at the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism? Gonru Yen is there as well? Duan Ling Tian did not expect this at all. His wife and daughter whom he wanted to see even in his dreams were actually at the place he had just been to. Naturally, he could not say that he had been there. He could only say that he had been there for a while. That place was none other than the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In the sky above the Saint Island, there was an island hidden behind the clouds. If that's the case, they must have heard me talking to the sect leader of fire worship sect earlier? Duan Ling Tian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian learned that Kerr and her mother were not in the law enforcement hall and were at the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he immediately rose into the air and flew in the direction Snow Eagle, the hall master of the law enforcement hall, had left. Duan Ling Tian flew through the clouds and arrived at the cultivation place of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He happened to see Snow Eagle complaining to the sect leader of Zoroastrianism loudly. He's none other than Ling Tian. Initially, I plan to announce to the Zoroastrianism sect that we have a fourth guardian in 3 days. However, it seems like not only will we have a fourth guardian, but we'll also have a fifth guardian in 3 days. At that time, not only the Zoroastrianism sect, but the entire western region and the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land will know that we have 2 guardians. The smile on Tang Xian's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was obvious that he was in a very good mood. Guardian. Ling Tian? Lang Ying's eyes widened when he heard Tang Xian's words. He instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock and disbelief. However, when he thought about how Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than him, it made sense for him to become a guardian of the Zoroastrianism sect. The reason he did not react in the beginning was because he had regarded Duan Ling Tian as a true disciple since the beginning. Although Duan Ling Tian was much stronger than him, he did not expect that a true disciple could become a guardian as long as they met the conditions. Yes. Tang Xian nodded before he said, Hall Master Lung, I've learned about what happened in the enforcement hall through my divine consciousness. Guardian Ling Tian is only seeking revenge, so it's understandable. After all, it was the Dong clan's father and son who tried to kill him. Let's put this matter to rest. What do you think, Hall Master Lung? Tang Xian glanced at Ice Hawk as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled when he heard Tang Xian's words. As expected, the leader of the Zoroastrianism sect was constantly extending his divine sense to cover the entire Zoroastrianism. Since the sect leader has said so, Lang Ying will naturally obey. After learning that Duan Ling Tian had become a guardian of Zoroastrianism, Frigid Eagle knew that his complaint was in vain. As a guardian of Zoroastrianism, he had a certain degree of immunity in Zoroastrianism. Duan Ling Tian had a grudge against the Dong father and son. Even if Duan Ling Tian didn't have any enmity with the Dong family's father and son, and killed them for no reason, with his identity as a guardian, he could still turn today's matter into a small one, and a small one into nothing. For Zoroastrianism, the importance of a guardian was not something that the father and son of the Dong family could compare to. For people like the father and son of the Dong family, it was insignificant even if there were 4 or 8 of them. However, the loss of a guardian was equivalent to a serious blow to Zoroastrianism. Guardian Ling Tian, Hall Master Lung, both of you are the pillars of Zoroastrianism. I'll make the decision for today's matter. Both of you will let this matter rest. What do you think? At some point, Tang Xian's gaze had shifted between Duan Ling Tian and Lang Ying. Although his voice sounded calm, there was no room for doubt. Duan Ling Tian and Ice Hawk could not help but feel chills running down their spines. Sect leader, you're overthinking things. I have no intention of instigating enmity with Hall Master Lang. Chapter 2190. Naturally, Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, only suspected Duan Ling Tian. Everything was too much of a coincidence. When Duan Ling Tian left without any hesitation, even Tang Xian wondered if he was mistaken. "I hope you're not. Otherwise," Tang Xian muttered to himself. A frightening cold light flashed across Tang Xian's eyes as he muttered to himself. The coldness was like a blade that could destroy anything. If Duan Ling Tian was just an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism, he could force Duan Ling Tian to swear on the lightning penalty oath to verify his suspicions. However, Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary true disciple of Zoroastrianism. He was a guardian of Zoroastrianism. As a guardian, Duan Ling Tian was the pillar of Zoroastrianism. Even if Tang Xian suspected Duan Ling Tian and was more powerful than Duan Ling Tian, he could not force Duan Ling Tian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. After all, he was not even sure if his suspicions were correct. It would be fine if he was right. However, if he was wrong, he would disappoint Guardian Ling Tian of Zoroastrianism. In fact, Zoroastrianism might even lose this guardian in the future. Moreover, they would lose the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that could restrain the Devil clans. The Devil clans were about to descend. If the Zoroastrianism lost the Devil Seal tablet, it would be equivalent to losing an arm. If it was not necessary, Tang Xian would not allow this to happen. For this reason, Tang Xian would not force Duan Ling Tian, who was already a guardian of the fire worship sect, to swear on the lightning penalty oath for something that did not exist before he was completely confident. There's still a long way to go. If he's really the wild man that the saint met in the lower province, he'll reveal himself sooner or later. Tang Xian muttered to himself before he disappeared from where he was and returned to his place of cultivation. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of all this. Now that he had left, he was thinking of a way to save Ku Er and his daughter as soon as possible. He was afraid that something would happen if he delayed. After leaving the place where the sect leader of Zoroastrianism cultivated, Duan Ling Tian returned to his residence as a true disciple. Everything was familiar to him. The only difference was that his strength and identity had undergone a tremendous change in the past few years. A few years ago, he did not think he would be so powerful. A few years later, he would possess such strength and become a guardian with a lofty position in the fire worship sect. In the next 3 days, the entire Zoroastrianism was in an uproar because of Duan Ling Tian's return, Duan Ling Tian's actions in the White Tiger Sanctum, and Duan Ling Tian's actions in the Enforcement Hall. Duan Ling Tian had returned to Zoroastrianism after a few years. As soon as he returned, he trespassed in the White Tiger Sanctum. When he was stopped by the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum, he easily defeated the Sanctum leader of White Tiger Sanctum. After that, Duan Ling Tian trespassed in the Enforcement Hall. First, he killed Elder Dong Lin of the Enforcement Hall. Then, he killed Dong Yuan Jin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, in front of Hall Master Lang Ying. Most importantly, Lang Ying's cultivation base had broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Once such explosive news spread, it naturally caused a huge commotion. As far as I know, Hall Master Lang Ying of our Enforcement Hall has mastered many divine abilities and techniques. Even Guardian Hong Yun said that she might not be a match for Hall Master Lang Ying once he breaks through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's true. I remember Guardian Hong Yun saying that as well. Rumor has it that Duan Ling Tian defeated Hall Master Lang Ying with just 3 strikes. He defeated Hall Master Lang Ying with just 3 strikes? It seems like the news from Sin City is true. With senior brother Duan Ling Tian's current strength, it's not impossible for him to kill Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. That's right. In terms of strength, Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism, is slightly weaker than Guardian Hong Yun of Zoroastrianism. Since senior brother Duan Ling Tian defeated Hall Master Lang Ying with just 3 strikes, it's only natural that he'll be able to kill Hall Master Lang Ying with just 3 strikes. News of Zoroastrianism spread from top to bottom. Up until now, Duan Ling Tian had demonstrated his unparalleled strength. I can't believe there's such a person among the true disciples of Zoroastrianism. He's a monster. That's right. In the history of Zoroastrianism, there hasn't been such a powerful true disciple before, right? There is an age limit for true disciples, and Senior Duan Ling Tian hasn't exceeded that limit yet. He's already at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage at such a young age. Even if Pei Si Hai, the strongest prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land, broke through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage before the age of 100, he's nothing compared to Senior Brother Ling Tian, right? Humph. Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian from our Zoroastrianism is the true #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At some point, someone had compared Pei Si Hai, the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land, to Duan Ling Tian. However, he discovered that, even if Pei Si Hai's cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he was not even 100 years old, it was nothing compared to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not even 50 years old, but his cultivation base was already comparable to a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could Pei Si Hai compare to him? There was no comparison at all. The #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. For a time, everyone in the Zoroastrianism regarded Duan Ling Tian as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint Land? In the cultivation place of Sanctum Leader Lu Tai in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Bu Hong was so angry that he almost fainted when he learned about Duan Ling Tian's deeds. He did not expect that Duan Ling Tian would be so powerful. The true disciple who had destroyed his innate spiritual root in the past actually possessed such a terrifying strength when he returned. Hong from today onward, you'd better forget about the enmity between you and him. Otherwise, you'll only be asking for trouble. Even Lu Tai, the Sanctum Leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, had no choice but to lower his head in front of Duan Ling Tian. What a joke! Duan Ling Tian could suppress the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum with just a flip of his palm, let alone someone like him whose strength was only on par with the Sanctum Leader of the White Tiger Sanctum. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, he was already stronger than Lu Tai. He would only be stronger in the future. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's actions in the enforcement hall made Lu Tai realize that Duan Ling Tian was not a merciful person. If he and Bu Hong continued to make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian, they would most likely end up like the Dong clan's father and son. I understand, Master, Bu Hong said as he lowered his head. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that he was filled with resentment. In his eyes, there was still a strong sense of unwillingness and sternness. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. 3 days later, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, appeared in the central square of the Saint Island. Naturally, it shocked everyone on the Saint Island. A group of Saint Land disciples swarmed into the central square like a swarm of bees. After all, this was the first time the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect had made an appearance after breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Lord Sect Leader. Lord Sect Leader. The group of Saint Land disciples in the central square was extremely excited when they saw Tang Xian. At the same time, many people noticed 2 people following behind Tang Xian. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized them. It's Hall Master Lang Ying and Senior Brother Duan Ling Tian from the enforcement hall. The 2 people standing behind Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Lang Ying. Silence. After Tang Xian spoke, the huge central square immediately turned completely silent. Not a single sound could be heard. Amidst the silence, Tang Xian went straight to the point and made an announcement. I, Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism sect, hereby announce that from today onward, the Zoroastrianism sect leader will have 2 new guardians. They will be Guardian Ling Tian and Guardian Lang Ying. Tang Xian's words made it clear to all the Zoroastrianism disciples and high-ranking officials present on the scene. From today onward, the Zoroastrianism sect leader would no longer have 3 guardians. There would be 5 new guardians. As soon as Tang Xian finished speaking, he passed the identity tokens that belonged to the Zoroastrianism guardians to Duan Ling Tian and Lang Ying. When the 2 of them were crowned, an uproar broke out among the crowd. The entire place was in an uproar. Many of the people present on the scene were mentally prepared for this. However, they could not help but feel excited when they witnessed this grand occasion. After a while, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect led by the 2 vice-sect leaders of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders also stepped forward to greet and congratulate Duan Ling Tian. Greetings, Guardian Ling Tian. Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian. Greetings, Guardian Ling Tian. Congratulations, Guardian Ling Tian. There were many familiar faces among the people who congratulated Duan Ling Tian. For example, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders Guo Xiong and Tang Shan, the Palace of Death's custodian Ye Zue, and some of the Enforcement Hall's elders were standing at the back to congratulate him. The reason they were standing at the back was because their positions were too low compared to the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect who were standing at the front. Apart from the two vice-sect leaders, the rest of the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism sect leaders were all Golden Flame Elders. This included Lu Qing, the Sanctum leader of the White Tiger Sanctum, and Lu Tai, the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum whom Duan Ling Tian had defeated 3 days ago. Duan Ling Tian nodded calmly when he heard the greetings and congratulations from the group of people. Although he had a calm expression on his face, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. These people in front of him were people he had to look up to in the past. Chapter 2191. In fact, at this time, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who felt as if a lifetime had passed. A group of Zoroastrianism leaders who bowed to Duan Ling Tian while congratulating him for becoming a guardian. Whether or not they had met Duan Ling Tian in the past, they all felt as if they were in another world. A few years ago, Duan Ling Tian was only a true disciple in Zoroastrianism. No matter how outstanding he was still only a true disciple. Who would have thought? Only a few years had passed, and the true disciple of the past had already become so powerful. He had even become the protector of the Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the status of the protector was second only to the supreme leader. It could be said that he was below only one person and above all others. Elder Guo Xiong, the promise I made back then is still valid. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, feel free to ask. Duan Ling Tian said to Guo Xiong, the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, through voice transmission. Back then when he asked Guo Xiong to help him send Zhu Luqi away, he had promised Guo Xiong that he would repay the favor in the future. Thank you, Ling Tian. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Guo Xiong was a little flattered and quickly thanked him with a slightly excited tone. After all, the current Duan Ling Tian was no longer the ordinary disciple of Zoroastrianism. Right now, Duan Ling Tian was a figure of Zoroastrianism, second only to one and above all. He knew very well in his heart, the promise Duan Ling Tian made to him was a priceless treasure. After the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism bowed and congratulated Duan Ling Tian, they looked at the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Lang Ying, and bowed to him as well. From the order in which they bowed and congratulated him, it could be seen that, in their eyes, Duan Ling Tian's status was undoubtedly higher. The reason for this was naturally because they had heard that Duan Ling Tian had defeated Icehawk with 3 strikes 3 days ago. They knew very well that Duan Ling Tian was far stronger than Icehawk. This was a world where the strong were respected, so it was understandable for them to do so. At the very least, Frigid Eagle did not show any dissatisfaction. In this regard, he was very self-aware. Senior brother Lu Yun, senior brother Lu Mu, long time no see. While the disciples of Zoroastrianism bowed and congratulated Lang Ying, Duan Ling Tian's gaze locked onto 2 people among the disciples of the Holy Land. Lu Yun, Lu Mu. The 2 of them were also his few friends in Zoroastrianism. When Lu Mu and Lu Yun heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, they could not help but feel emotional. They were so emotional that they were at a loss for words. Junior brother Ling Tian did not forget about them. I'll look for both of you for a drink later. When Lu Mu and Lu Yun were so emotional that they were at a loss for words, Duan Ling Tian sent them another voice transmission. Now that he had dealt with the Dong clan's father and son, coupled with his current status in Zoroastrianism, he no longer had to worry about anyone venting their anger on the Lu brothers because of him. For this reason, they no longer had to pretend that they were no longer friends. Although the sect leader of Zoroastrianism was still a threat, even if he were to vent his anger on the sect leader of Zoroastrianism for rescuing Kerr and her daughter, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would not lower himself to deal with the Lu brothers. No matter what, the Lu brothers were still disciples of Zoroastrianism. On this day, news of the addition of 2 new guardians to the Zoroastrianism spread like wildfire. It did not take long for the news to spread throughout the western region. Duan Ling Tian, a guardian of the Saint sect? It said that one must have a cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above to become a guardian of the Saint sect. Lang Ying, the hall master of the Saint sect's enforcement hall, only became a guardian because he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base. I heard that Duan Ling Tian defeated Lang Ying in 3 strikes not long ago. Heavens! It has only been a few years, but Duan Ling Tian has become so strong? It seems like the news from Sin City is true. Duan Ling Tian must have really killed one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, with 3 strikes. In the western region, one could hear people exclaiming about Duan Ling Tian everywhere. Naturally, there were other voices as well. For example, there were voices praising Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. The sect leader of the Saint sect is wise. He personally announced that he would invite Duan Ling Tian to return so that the Saint sect would have another guardian. Moreover, he's so strong that he's not any weaker than Guardian Zifeng, the leader of the Saint sect's 3 great guardians. That's right. Lord sect leader of the Saint sect is really wise. When everyone was doubting the news of Duan Ling Tian killing Xie Kong Sun, he personally announced that he would invite Duan Ling Tian to return. He's really wise. Not only is the sect leader of the Saint sect wise, but his cultivation base has also broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. Under the leadership of him and the 5 guardians, the Saint sect will definitely reach new heights. It's not impossible for it to surpass the other 2 great sects. As the news of Zoroastrianism spread, the entire western region was in an uproar. This news shook the entire western region, and at the same time, it also began to spread outside. The central, southern, and northern regions were the first to fall. Duan Ling Tian has returned to Zoroastrianism? I heard that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, personally announced that he would return. I'm afraid the news of the Supreme Saint ranking has just spread to the western region. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, actually invited Duan Ling Tian to return when everyone doubted Duan Ling Tian's strength? Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, is really wise, right? Wise? I don't think so. I think he invited Duan Ling Tian back because of the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's possession. Why do you say that? Didn't he say he's willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he won't let anyone, including himself, lay their hands on the Devil Seal tablet? It's true that he won't let anyone lay their hands on it. However, once the Devil clans invade, I'm sure he'll be able to borrow the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Ling Tian, right? With the Devil Seal tablet, Zoroastrianism will be like a tiger that has grown wings when the Devil clans invade in the future. Compared to the commotion caused by Duan Ling Tian's strength in the western region, the news of the Supreme Saint ranking had spread far and wide. People in other places had already confirmed that Duan Ling Tian had killed Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King of Zhuangzi Buddhism. For this reason, they were not surprised by the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed in Zoroastrianism. However, they were surprised that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had personally invited Duan Ling Tian back. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had also returned to Zoroastrianism. At the same time, the new Supreme Saint ranking had also spread to the western region. The person who was originally ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, the Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was killed by Duan Ling Tian with 3 strikes in Sin City. Many people who were present at the scene can testify that if Duan Ling Tian did not intentionally spare Xie Kong Sun might not even be able to withstand 1 strike from Duan Ling Tian. After killing Xie Kong Sun, Duan Ling Tian replaced him and became the powerhouse who was ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking. This was the new Supreme Saint rankings information regarding the 18th place. The Golden Lion King, Xie Kong Sun, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, was really killed by Duan Ling Tian. Even the new Supreme Saint ranking has sorted out this matter. It can't be fake, Yi Fuqian said. Humph. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, let alone being ranked 18th on the Supreme Saint ranking, he can easily enter the top 15 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Indeed. After all, There's news that Duan Lingtian's strength is not only stronger than Guardian Lang Ying from the Saint sect, but he's also stronger than Guardian Hong Yun from the Saint sect. Guardian Hong Yun is ranked 16th on the Supreme Saint ranking. When the new Supreme Saint ranking was spread to the Western region, there were many similar discussions in the Western region. The Western region was in an uproar again. Based on Guardian Ling Tian's achievements at such a young age, he can be considered as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. That's right. Even Pei Si Hai, who's widely acknowledged as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land, can't compare to Guardian Ling Tian at all. Guardian Ling Tian is the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land. As time passed, not only did the people in the Western region acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as the #1 prodigy in the Dao Martial Saint land, but even people from other places also agreed with this statement. After all, they were 100% certain about Duan Ling Tian's background. He's not even 50 years old, and he's already so accomplished. Guardian Ling Tian from the Zoroastrianism can be considered as a peerless monster. In the history of the Dao Martial Saint land, I don't think there's anyone as monstrous as him, right? Even the Sword Saint from back then seemed to be slightly inferior to him when compared to his achievements at such a young age. The Zoroastrianism is in luck this time. They've found a treasure. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Since Duan Ling Tian has returned to Zoroastrianism, it's only natural that our Zhuangzi Buddhism won't let the matter of him killing Xie Kong Sun, the Karmapa of our Zhuangzi Buddhism. That's right. If our Zhuangzi Buddhism doesn't pursue this matter, the world might think that our Zhuangzi Buddhism is afraid of the Zoroastrianism. We must avenge the Golden Lion King. The Zhuangzi Buddhism was not calm as well. Although they had confirmed that one of the 4 great Karmapa of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King, had died in the hands of Duan Ling Tian, they did not know where Duan Ling Tian was. Due to this reason, there was no way they could seek revenge. Now that they found out that Duan Ling Tian had returned to Zoroastrianism and had even become a guardian of Zoroastrianism. Chapter 2192. When the higher-ups of Zhuangzi Buddhism began to make a ruckus, things got out of hand. In the end, it even alerted the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The sect leader of the Black Kshetra sect was a skinny old man dressed in black. He stood there like a dried corpse draped in black. He gave off an eerie vibe. In particular, the black clothes he was wearing were embroidered with extremely terrifying skulls, which gave people an inexplicable pressure. In any case, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism did not look like a normal person at all. At this moment, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked for the 2 remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He said to the 2 Karmapa, "Karmapa, if we don't resolve this matter, I'm afraid the elders and disciples won't agree to it. Moreover, they're right. Now that Duan Ling Tian has returned to Zoroastrianism, if Zhuangzi Buddhism doesn't do anything, not only will it disappoint the elders and disciples, but it'll also become a laughingstock." When the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. From this, one could see how much the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism hated Duan Ling Tian. In fact, it was understandable. After all, Xie Kong Sun, who was killed by Duan Ling Tian, was one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. He was one of the pillars of Zhuangzi Buddhism. 3 years ago, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Green Bat King, Wei Suo, had died in the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils. Due to this, the Zhuangzi Buddhism had lost a great general. Wei Suo's death was due to greed. Even if the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism regretted allowing Wei Suo to enter that place, he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. However, the death of Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, was different. He was killed by someone. Furthermore, that person had a name and a surname. Furthermore, he knew all the details about that person. Duan Ling Tian was one of the lucky ones who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, in the lower province. However, the Devil Seal Tablet was taken away by Zhuangzi Buddhism's elder, Xie Kong Sun Buddhism. After that, he came to the upper province and joined Zoroastrianism. After he joined Zoroastrianism, He created many legends and legends. It did not take him long before he became a prodigy. After that, Duan Ling Tian left the fire worship sect and killed Xiezong to take back the Devil Seal tablet. Then, there was the matter of the trap left behind by the three eminent celestials from the Devil clans. The trap that killed many powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land seemed to have benefited Duan Ling Tian. In just 3 years, Duan Ling Tian had become extremely powerful. He even killed Xie Kong Sun, the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Without waiting for the 2 Karmapa to respond, the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism continued. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian must have many secrets as well. For example, how did he survive the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils? His strength. How did he obtain such an exaggerated increase in a short span of 3 years? Is his increase in strength due to the trap left behind by the 3 eminent devils? If it's related, we can try to pry this secret out of his mouth. If his experience that can be called a fortuitous encounter can be replicated, our strength might be greatly improved because of this. When the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect reached the end of his sentence, a hint of greed could be heard in his voice. The eyes of the 2 remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King, brightened when they heard his words. The Violet Dragon King was a woman. She was the only woman among the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. She was the leader of the 4 great Karmapa and the current leader of the 2 great Karmapa. She was wearing a purple robe. Although it was not the skin-tight type, it was still difficult to conceal her graceful figure. Her beautiful long hair draped behind her back. Although there was a purple veil covering her face, one could faintly guess that her face under the veil must be peerlessly beautiful from her pair of delicate eyebrows and beautiful eyes. She exuded a cold aura as she stood there. It was as though she was unapproachable. The White Tiger King was a muscular young man. He was also the leader of the 4 great Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism. His strength was second only to the Violet Dragon King among the 4 great Karmapa. Naturally, many people in Zhuangzi Buddhism felt that the Violet Dragon King's strength was not inferior to the Violet Dragon King. In fact, the White Tiger King was not inferior to the Violet Dragon King. The reason why he let the Amethyst Dragon King win so many times was because he was deliberately letting the Amethyst Dragon King win. It was not a secret in the Black Kshetra sect that he liked the Violet Dragon King. He had been in love with her for many years. The White Tiger King was a handsome and cheerful young man. He was dressed in a loose white robe. His eyebrows were straight, and he exuded a majestic aura. He stood there like a crouching tiger. He exuded a strong sense of deterrence. Sect leader, our Zhuangzi Buddhism can't swallow this humiliation. Whether it's to prevent the elders and disciples from being disappointed, or to prevent outsiders from saying that our Zhuangzi Buddhism is inferior to Zoroastrianism, or to prevent the Duan Ling Tian from revealing the secret. The Violet Dragon King was the first to express her opinion. A hint of greed could be seen in the depth of her eyes when she expressed her opinion. Indeed, the White Tiger King expressed his agreement with the Violet Dragon King. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism did not care about the White Tiger King's opinion. When the Violet Dragon King expressed her opinion, he already knew the outcome of his visit to the 2 Karmapa. This was because the White Tiger King had always followed the Violet Dragon King's lead. Since both Karmapa agreed to go to Zoroastrianism and question the Duan Ling Tian, why don't both Karmapa come with me to visit the Supreme Elder? The Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism looked at the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King and said in a slightly hurried tone. And this was also his ultimate goal. He wanted to go with the 2 Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism to visit the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and ask him to personally go to Zoroastrianism to question the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duan Ling Tian. They needed the Supreme Elder's help because of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had recently broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form. In the entire Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Supreme Elder was the only one who could stop him. If the Supreme Elder did not accompany them to go to Zoroastrianism to question the Duan Ling Tian, they would not be able to achieve anything. The sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism knew this very well. All right. The Violet Dragon King nodded. Then, She and the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism went to visit the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. She knew very well. If they wanted to go to Zoroastrianism to question the Duanling Tian, they would need the supreme elder's help. Otherwise, Zoroastrianism would not be able to do anything. The White Tiger King, naturally, followed closely behind the Violet Dragon King when he saw the Violet Dragon King making her move. Zhuangzi Buddhism was different from Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the sect leader was the most respected person. In Zhuangzi Buddhism, the sect leader did not have much of a presence. At the very least, he did not have much of a presence in front of the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the two Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King. This was because the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism was only ranked 4th in Zhuangzi Buddhism. His cultivation base was only at the peak of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The Violet Dragon King and the White Tiger King were both at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he was even more powerful. He was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking. His strength was only inferior to Nie Wu Tian, the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint land. Since the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism and the two remaining Karmapa of Zhuangzi Buddhism had personally made a move, it was only natural that they managed to invite the Supreme Elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism to help them. Soon after, a group of people flew out of the Zhuangzi Buddhism's estate and headed west at an extremely fast speed. Their destination was Zoroastrianism in the western region. The group of powerhouses from Zhuangzi Buddhism made their way out in a grandiose manner. Their target was the Zoroastrianism and the guardian of Zoroastrianism, Duanling Tian. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of all this as the person involved. At this moment, Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically because of a piece of news that he'd just obtained. Si Ling will be executed in 3 months? Duanling Tian had just heard the news that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, had announced to the public. Tang Xian and Ker's daughter, Duan Si Ling, would be executed in 3 months. 3 months. It's not enough. It's not enough at all. Duanling Tian was so anxious that his expression was so dark that it looked like it could drip water. Even if he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and cultivated with all his might, it would still be impossible for him to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 months. If he could not break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it would be impossible for him to rescue Ker and their daughter using the most direct method. I have to think of a way. I have to rescue Ker and our daughter within 3 months. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt extremely depressed. He was on the verge of going crazy. His daughter, whom he had never met, was going to be executed in 3 months' time. Until now, he had not thought of a way to save her. As a father, he was useless. He was too useless. Duanling Tian wanted to go out and get some fresh air, so he left his residence and made his way to the Saint Island aimlessly. Whoosh! At this moment, a person flew over from the Saint Island and met Duanling Tian face to face. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.